For folks in the room while you're waiting, make sure that you have your notebook out, your pens out, beverage of choice, preferably one that will not get you inebriated by the end of the evening, because we want all of our faculties this evening. Um, make sure too that you have your laptop available and already opened to our innovatorsthinktank.com, obviously. Um, they have all of the notes and agenda already there prepared for you. Hopefully, you've seen some of the tweets that we are going to be hunting and gathering this evening. And it's going to be a little bit different because we're hunting and gathering for ourselves sometimes, and instead of everybody else. And so we'll be on different paths during the course of the night, similar paths, but different nonetheless. And so there are going to be some deviations, which means hair pulling and gnashing of teeth and, all of the swearing and muttering under your word, under your breath. But just be encouraged because this is not an easy thing that we're doing. All of us are learning side by side. You're not alone in the journey and you are not going to be left behind. So we'll figure it out as the evening progresses, as we've done in the previous. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, you can always DM any of us and we'll make sure that all of that happens for you. So please make sure you have your laptop up, that your innovatorsthinktank.com is open because that really is kind of your compass, right? It's our roadmap for the evening. So if you get lost, that's where all of our hub of information is going to be. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, just yell, wave your hand. We do know that you're on a laptop, okay? So I will do my best to try to spot you in the crowd as Alisher and Nick and Ross are fielding behind the scenes. And we have Cash Money Kev and Matea and Josh, all keeping an eye over the ecosystem and making sure that everybody is accounted for and taken care of as we go through the evening. The other thing, too, is that if you do have questions, add them to the purple bubble. That is a way that I can find you. Maybe sometimes it's easier if I'm ignoring you or I can't see you. You can tag me in the main timeline and I can see it pop up that way. Those are really helpful to put your questions there because they're attached to the space. You can also communicate in the Innovators Think Tank, of course, and of course also in the Discord channels. This is an omni-channel presentation, so you have lots of moving parts. We all understand it. Most of us are on our phones listening in to X Spaces. So, let the games begin. I hope that each and every one of you have come here with a heart wanting to learn and the disposition willing to laugh because sometimes things can be frustrating. Just know that we will make sure it gets done and nothing is forever. You can't break stuff that we can't fix, and that's always a positive. So Josh, welcome to the space. Cash Money, I love you guys. Matea, Alisher, I don't know who's behind the tech in schools, but Nick and Ross, you are loved and appreciated. I do think that you're going to have a Morgan out in the wild
And
showing up
Sarah, what
as
I'll
well.
say is we're gonna love to have you share some more and do that intro again, maybe at like 5:10. I love all of those
You're a
notes. I'm sure.
dork. No,
I'm no, I love it. I love it. I was just
that's right.
generally if we kind of let maybe 5 or 10 minutes, I want everybody to be able to come in and hear all the amazing words that you have. So I just wanted to share if here when we do the intro and when we start, if you want to share some of that again, I think it would be well
I
placed.
could totally
100%.
try. I'll make it up as I go along. But yes, I just want to. Dead air is very disconcerting to some folks. And I am one of those people because Twitter has been awful all day today. And there have been a number of spaces where literally half the room can hear and the other half can't. And, the dead air is always, oh my gosh, am I hearing something? Is it me? I'm going to, leave the room or I'm going to come back or whatever. I am one of those people. Silence drives me nuts. So I will repeat it in a few seconds or a few minutes at 7:10. but I am seeing the room fill up, and we do appreciate any and all reposts, and also questions, comments, concerns, what you're learning, how you're feeling about it. This is an experiment that many, 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 many underscore big italicized words are watching. They're watching in real time. A lot of companies that we have been using their services, whether it's Supabase or Vercel, they've come out of the woodwork because they like to see what we're up to. And Josh has set the table. It is a wonderful banquet of learning experiences. And then you've got the hard work of the whole entire crew. We always say Nick, Alisher, and Ross, but they've got a whole group of people working behind the scenes, helping them and making sure that we have all of these suites of tools. There are a lot of unsung heroes when it comes to this ecosystem. And I will say, too, humble brag, the timelines today were mentioning about Gemini 1.5 Pro as people getting access to it. And I am particularly proud and smitten with the fact that I've been playing with it for about 2 weeks, courtesy of my AI tutor. The tools that you get to learn here um, are usually first mover advantage. You have access to tools that other people do not have. And yes, they make people jealous. So if that's one of your motivators, that you love being, you know, the yuppie that discovers the band before everybody else, and that you have the something that everybody else wants before it comes out and in the mainstream, then yes, my AI tutor is definitely providing that for you. So I'm going to give the space a little bit more time to simmer, and then we'll go through the intro again, putting the mask on yourself before the people next to you, where the exits are, et cetera, et cetera.
I love it. And guys, take a moment for yourselves. Like and retweet the room. This is your third week being in this space, and a lot of you are dedicating a lot of of your time, your energy into making this happen. So like and retweet the room. Get more of your network into here. I know we're on week 3, but all the past weeks are on the site, so folks can get caught up. Here in maybe a minute and 30 seconds, we'll go ahead and start the third ever Build a SaaS from Idea to Impact. We'll do a quick intro, and we're going to get right into it. So those of you who have been here since 5 o'clock, hanging on tight, you guys rock. Thanks for being in your seat on time. That's well appreciated. Go ahead and like and retweet the room. We'll pull in the rest of the students, and we'll get rocking here in just a minute. Oh, and for those of you who are requesting the mic, guys, we will bring you up here in the next 2 or 3 minutes. I promise. I promise. So really great to see a number of faces, and those of you grabbing the mic, I promise the stage, we will open it up here in a moment.
To give folks an inkling, just so it's not dead air, because I am so OCD about dead air. Um, Many people do not realize how many people are working behind the scenes to make sure that this space is operating. We have this 10-minute kind of cushion, but you've got Luke working his magic with all of the sites with the Innovators Think Tank, an incredibly gifted person who is really, when you know what your superpower is and you are in the zone and you are doing the thing, every day is a Super Bowl. And so Wednesday nights for these guys, the coders, the, slingers of tech, the random connectors of this, that, and the other thing, they are behind the scenes. They've got their little mics on, they've got their headsets, they're doing the imaginary numbers, they're looking like Top Gun with the big old flashlights moving and pushing tin here, there, and everywhere to make sure that we have a class. And it does not go unnoticed. I mean, you have a seamless kind of front facing interface, but there are a lot of moving parts, and sometimes things go wonky. Sometimes you have the middle of a DDoS attack. You have all sorts of things that can happen. And, like I said, this is their Super Bowl. And so, just a hat tip to the folks that are behind the scenes, making sure that we have our live stream and that it is hot, straight, and normal. They're doing the tests as we speak. And you have your agenda up. Highly recommend taking a peek at it. If you have not paid attention to the timeline and understand what hunting and gathering actually means today, this is your time to kind of cram for the quiz that's going to occur in a couple minutes. Um, this is the kind of stuff that you would write on your little index card in teeny tiny writing when your professor says you only have a 3x5 card, and all of a sudden you're writing all the small little crib notes to make sure that you can pass the test at the end of the night. Um, just know too that if things do not go according to plan, that you do not get the thing that we're supposed to have at the end of the night, that doesn't mean you failed. That just means that you didn't connect the dots in the correct way, and that Thursday mornings are where we have our postmortem and we try to figure out what the heck went wrong, what we can fix, how many people actually fell asleep during the Twitter stream, which has happened. They sit there and they're wondering why they have an indentation of the phone on their forehead, and the thing has not magically appeared. That happens. I can attest to that. Although I have not fallen asleep personally, I have spent the all nighter looking at my screen, just hoping that it would change, magically. And it doesn't. You have to wait until the next morning and say, Alice or Ross, I really fracked this up. Help me fix it. So, at any rate, I think I'm looking at the faces in the room and I'm noticing we're missing a few people. So if you can tag smoke, there's smoke. If you notice to your left and your right, folks that you've seen in the last 2 weeks, especially, and they're not here yet, tag them. Be awesome. Make sure that they are aware. They might not have put their notifications on. But I think, after 10 hours with one another, 5 hours each night, we kind of get to know who we are, right? And we know who shows up. Be awesome and tap the glass and say, "Hey, Pocket Family, guess what? We have class." Sometimes that helps for those of you that go to the gym. Having a gym partner, I can tell you, there's mornings where I do not want to get up at all. So, having that person do that. I'm hoping that Josh is ready.
I'm
Josh,
ready to go, Sarah. I was
perfect.
letting you, chat for a little bit. I don't want to
Pasha.
cut you off. Anytime I'm stepping on your toes, Sarah, it's because we're dancing, not because I came over and stomped on them. So those of you who are back into the ITT, guys, welcome back in. The Innovators Think Tank. We are back on week number 3 of a 6-part series where we are helping you guys transform this SaaS idea to an impactful MVP and something that you can iterate on. And I just want to take a moment for those of you who are coming back. I see all familiar faces. We know what we do inside this think tank. We know that this is the place to collaborate with folks who have a different background, like the TSI. And these folks can help us unearth skills, insights, knowledge that can help us build and grow on what we're doing. And I love that's what the think tank stands for. And I love that's what we've been doing for the last 2 weeks. Now moving on to the third week. I just want to set the stage on a couple things. Those of you who have gone to innovatorsthinktank.com, please make sure that you've connected your X account if you want to do so, or sign up. So that way you guys have the ability to, one, sync your calendar, but as well get into that hub. And that hub is a great spot for everybody here to go and showcase what you're working on. Start talking with other innovators. I know we have, hundreds of people in that Discord, but I'm really excited for the growth of not only the website, but the launch of the app, which will be coming here soon. Shout out to Luke. I know a lot of us are on our phones. We're not on the website. But take this moment, connect your X account, go on over to the hub, and whatever project you're working on, go and showcase it, put it out in the community, and take this opportunity for folks to get to see what you're doing. You might find somebody to build with, as Dave pointed out that very first week. Maybe collaboration can be the new currency deeper and deeper in your project. Look, ITT number 49 is this weekend on Saturday at 2 p.m. as always. And we have a jam-packed agenda. It is going to be a freaking awesome weekend. So for those of you who have not yet set a reminder, I put it up in the Jumbotron. Get on over there, set a reminder. If you want to pitch your SaaS product that you're building, this is a great place to do it. You can apply on the website, but on Saturday, that's the time to come and pitch this product. It doesn't have to be complete. You could be looking for more people once you get to this MVP stage to start iterating on it, maybe building a business around it, having more folks involved in the kitchen, so to say. So take this opportunity, if you haven't explored some of the Innovators Think Tank while you're there, to look at some of these amazing things. One note that I want to have, everybody needs 2 things open. So we have our X space we're all talking in right here. And then one other link in the Jumbotron is the Innovators Think Tank agenda that has the live stream, the weekly objectives, all the resources that you need for today. So those are the 2 things you guys want open before we launch in here to class in a moment. I think we're starting off with some questions that anybody has. It sounds like there's a lot of questions on the table. Obviously, the first week we were getting our ideas in order. We were starting to set up our machines. Week two, we were getting deeper, signed up into Vercel, into Stripe, into GitHub. I know there's questions out there. So let's take this opportunity. Anybody who wants to grab the mic, come on up here. We'll get Ross, we'll get Alisher, we'll get the whole crew involved. And these are going to be, recap questions and talking about week number two. I also think it's important for the Tech in Schools guys. We'd love to know where everybody should be as of the start of this class. And I think those are a good way to go ahead and segue into number 3 of 6 with building your SaaS from idea to impact here inside the Innovators Think Tank, brought to you and sponsored and led by the Tech in Schools Initiative. So I want to go ahead and pass the mic over to Ross, to Nick, to Alisher, to Sarah, and let's go ahead and get class going. I think, let's say it's in session as of right now.
Awesome. Yeah, I also think it's very important to see where we're at in terms of building out our project. So I think let's do a little review of both week 1 and 2. So week 1, for majority of the session, what we did is we set up our machines. We determined what kind of tech stack that we're going to use for our application. And in this case, tech stack refers to all the services and the type of code framework that we'll be using. So for us, we're using Next.js. That's the language with TypeScript. We're also using Supabase for our database and authentication and logging in. And we're using Vercel to launch this live. Now, what we installed in the first week were 3 very important applications. We installed Node.js so that we can run Node and Next.js code. We installed Visual Studio Code so we can edit our code. And we also installed GitHub Desktop on our computers so that we are able to sync our changes with our GitHub account. Now, in week 2, what we did is we started actually setting up our SaaS template. As most of you remember, we went onto GitHub, and what we found was a template straight from Vercel. So it's a first-party template that Vercel gives to everybody freely. It's open source, and you're more than welcome to start building on top of it. With this template, what we needed to set up was our Supabase so that our users can log in, and we also needed to set up Stripe so we can start processing payments. And as far as for week 3, we're going to continue a little bit with the Stripe setup, and we're also going to dive a little bit deeper into actually starting to build out our ideas of what we want our SaaS product to be, the actual function of that idea. So now what I think the best time is probably to open up the floor to any questions for week 1 and 2, because we have a very packed session today.
I love it. I love it. I see we have Smoke, we have Sharon, and then all the friendly faces here ready to build. Christelle, Cordell, Mr. E, Renan, back inside it, Rutro. I look at everybody ready. Kathleen, Dave. Guys, any questions, anything that you need to get clarity, now is the time to come up for week 1 and week 2. Any questions at all? And if you're on the PC, put those emojis up, wave that hand. Even if you just want to come up and tell us where you're at, what you're thinking, how you're feeling, let's get the tone set for class number 3. We're going to be here a couple hours, and I think we're going to make a lot of headway today. So I see a couple more people grabbing the mic. Cordell, Sharon, Smoke. Any thoughts, guys? Feel free. Okay, Cordell, I see a hand. Welcome back in here, brother. Always good to have you in the think tank. Let me say that, Cordell. You bring special energy wherever you go, and I love it. What do you got for us, man? Any questions or any comments for the Tech in Schools?
What's going on, Josh? What's going on? What's going on? It's beautiful to be here. Hello, Sarah. Hi, Sharon. Hi, Cash. What's up, Atia? What's going on, people? What's up, Ross? I am super excited. I had a thought a minute ago that was like, oh my God, I get it. Well, so it was because I thought about Supabase is like literally like a foundation, your like little foundational uh game board that you can set down. And then like you were thinking like, oh yeah, then you're a Stripe. It's like, oh, well, if you want people to pay to be a part of this thing that you're building that you have, like this is the next layer on top of that. So I started like thinking of all the sites and like, what is GitHub for? It's like the place where you get to store all these projects. And it's sort of like so I'm finally starting to conceptualize all the pictures of all the websites, and it's which is really helpful for me. I don't know if other people are more visual in general. I'm very visual. I'm a choreographer too, so that's why it's all visuals. Like, oh yeah, what does that look like? So I don't know. I'm really excited that we're getting even more help in building, not only building, but like understanding what it is we're building to, like, you know what I mean? All that there's like so many new parts, and so it's like people can be talking um uh, e- French when you're like, I've never learned French in my life. I know like a few words, but like this is so I think it's really interesting, super cool, and it's really cool to process and find new ways to learn and then like actually understand what it is that we're doing. So I think this I hope that makes sense. So I'm just very grateful, excited, and I guess the question would be, um, w- what what questions were going through your head while you what questions are going through your head while you're building? I think ask them. Most people uh probably same things too.
Also, really quick, I want to highlight one quick thing you said. Though your rants are always amazing, and I love how you see the world because everyone sees the world differently. But what he just shared is super important. It's called the click. When the click happens in your head and you start to understand what you see and you see the repetition and you start to understand what you're doing, everything starts to click. So you guys should all strive to make it make sense because it does make sense. So you need to get yourself to the point where it makes sense and things click and you understand why we're using everything. So I just really quickly wanted to highlight that. But yeah, if anyone has any questions, even you, Cordell, this is a great time to ask them because we're about to move forward like a freight train, guys. So
One thing I want to say,
ask
it looks
now.
like we got a couple hands, but Dave, when I think about learning new things and then applying them to my project, I always think of, focus drivers and think about focus modes and what you're doing over there. And it's so interesting inside sessions like these, we're being challenged in real time to learn and then build. It's like builder standing, right? We're building while we understand or something like that. And I think that that is amazing. And guys, there's so much growth that happens in these sessions. Those moments of click and when it's all falling into place, I think has already happened over these hours. Dave, I see you coming on up. Would love to have you up. Sarah, and I'm so sorry I was stepping on toes in the first place. Feel free to unmute that mic. You're running the show. You're making it happen. I just was making sure we had the classroom all filled up before we got your amazing voice in here as well. You were sharing such gold, such gold. So don't let
Oh,
me hold
Prisha,
up what you're
that's
doing
okay.
here. Feel free
I
to feel
actually
free to
just
run it.
wanted to jump in. For those of you that are in the room, our friend Jonathan's grandma, she comes in and she's been here from day one. She has a migraine tonight. So if you guys can send up some healing vibes, she is going to be listening in on the recording. And I wanted her to know that we are with her and that I don't want her to stress. I don't want to give her a worse headache, that we will catch her up. And the fact that she would think to DM and say, hey, make sure you tell the guys, I'm so sorry that I can't be there tonight, means everything to me because it means that she actually is connected and she's connected to her family, her pocket family here, and she's connected to bettering herself and learning a new skill. And the fact that it's bothering her that she can't, just log off, is something very telling. Something is magical. A magical is really truly happening here. That there are folks that never believed in a million years that they could build something like this, and that they are going through the steps and they are tithing to themselves that time, that very important time, um, carving it out of their schedule and fighting for it tooth and nail to make sure that they can better themselves and improve their mind. It's the maker mindset. As an entrepreneur, you are always in a state of learning. You don't always know it all. You're always continuing that education and hunting and gathering for the information. And I just wanted to put it out there that yes, Jonathan's grandmother, we hear you, we see you, and we wish you well. May peace find you this evening. Mr. E has his hand up.
I don't have a question. I'll be super quick. I wanted to just say thank you. I had some problems last week. Ross was really great, with some DMs just to give some directions to poke around. I found two problems and was able to resolve those, get my SQL tables set up. But it was in Supabase. I could actually go in and see that, okay, I had the tables there, but there were empty, no products in my tables. So I could figure out where the hang up was. And that was through the work that the next day or afterwards that Alisher was doing. He was going back and forth with Bjorn. So I think it was Bjorn. I looked around, I don't see him here, and I didn't have his user ID. So if anybody wants to tag him, just because I know he's been steaming along with everyone. But Alisher, I just got to say, your guides and then the way you like walked through it and explained it and answered those questions, I was able to follow along on the recording, and I'm right back on track. So thanks, everyone. Hope we have an awesome session together. Appreciate it.
Mr. E, I'm so glad you're back in it, and really cool to hear that confirmation that getting the recording, getting the tools that Alisher and resources he's put out. That is amazing to hear. I'm so stoked. These guys are really good teachers, not only one-on-one, but in these big settings. Just a big shout out to Alisher, to Ross. I know you guys are running it, and Nick in the background, making sure everything's perfect. It's beautiful stuff. I don't see too many more hands. Please do put up emojis if you had anything. But Dave Meyer, do you have any advice for these folks? We're doing 3 hours of hardcore focus. It breaks every rule in the book, but we're learning new things while trying to apply them in some sense. But really, it is learning. Any like quick notes or advice for a tank full of people about to take this on?
Yeah. Look, we're not breaking rules. We're just kind of overworking our brains a little bit. Just be prepared for, tomorrow you may be a little bit more dull. And I do recommend every time you come to these to maybe take 20 or 30 minutes beforehand to just kind of let your brain recharge. It's okay sometimes, not every single day, but it's okay to go above and beyond the normal. What I would say is the fact that you have the Notion document with all of the step-by-step notes. Don't try to have everything perfected. You're going to retain some information by taking action, and then it clicks and you're like, yes, that's great. But also go back through those notes again, retry it. You can clone all of this stuff and do it a second time and a third time. And as somebody that not just, does focus, somebody that builds websites, it gets easier each time. So when I look at the notes, I'm like, okay, that's straightforward, but that's only through repetition. So like today is your first rep. And if you do it again during the week before the next session and you get better at that, you'll see where those small mistakes are and you start to build that little bit of muscle memory. So don't be intimidated by it. It's okay. These guys are here to help you, and just reflect on it. And if you need to, like, take a break. If your brain is drained, it may not like highly focus for the next 3 hours. It's actually okay to step away for 5 minutes and come back, and you might, not be banging your head off a wall. What I would highly recommend to people is if we get to a point where it's quite technical, it's like DM Alisher, DM Ross. They're there to help. They'll jump on Google Meet and they'll guide you through that. But while you're waiting to get onto that Google Meet, boil the kettle or something. Take your mind off the problem, because you're not going to solve it by just constantly kind of running through the same thought and the same process. It can be really, especially with software development, it's typically, oh, there's a forward slash missing. There's, you put a capital into this, and you may not see that because you're lost in the weeds right now. So if you do, send a message to those guys, send a message. I'm more than happy if anyone wants to send me a message, but like, use that as a breather for your brain as well.
Dave, thank you so much for those notes. I know that you're, have studied this, you understand it, and you help distill it to other people in meaningful ways. I think that it applies right now at the beginning of class, in a very deep way. So thanks for sharing that, Dave. And if you guys haven't already,
Josh,
yeah.
maybe if this is helpful, maybe I'll try to think about something to do for Saturday's ITT that might help complement what we do today.
Oh, I love
for
it.
next week.
I love it. I love the chaining of value there, Dave. That sounds amazing. 100% in for that. So look, I know we're right at 5:30. Those of you who have been in for the last half hour, I know it can seem like we're kicking the can around, but don't forget to have that website open. You have the live stream, you have the spaces here. A lot of good things have been put out. Let's go ahead and Dave, I see you got a hand before I go to Nick and Alisher and Ross to start the session. Any thoughts real quick?
Yeah, just last thing, something that I've been talking about quite often this week, and I'm probably going to talk about it Saturday. What we're doing right now is we're crafting a sword, and all you're doing is banging a hammer really hard and shaping some metal. It's not going to be sharp. It's not going to be perfect. That's the intention of today. Just keep that in your mind. You're banging a hammer again and again, and it's not always going to be right. In future lessons, we'll start to sharpen that blade, but we're just getting a semblance of shape right now.
I love that note. I love it. Let's get forging away. If anybody's looking at the agenda, we're on number 3, finishing Stripe setup, configuring the customer portal. I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Alisher, to Ross, and also to Sarah. Sarah, feel free, jump in whenever,
I
at
was
any
just going
time.
to jump
Cash
in
Money and
right now.
Mattia, no problem. Cash Money and Mattia, they will be looking out for hands. They'll be scanning the audience for people who want to come up and talk and anything like that. So Sarah, feel free to
I
do
just
whatever.
wanted to say thank you to Mr. E. Bjorn Free has been found. He's been summoned, and he didn't realize that there was class. So thank you for thinking of others and making sure that no one's left behind. That is something that is very special about this group. And kudos, because a lot of folks can believe that social media and especially social audio doesn't care about folks. We'll hunt you down. We'll stalk you down like an ex-girlfriend in middle school or something. I don't know. Make sure each and every one of you have your notebooks out, as stated before earlier, and your laptops open. There are going to be things that are going to fly over your head. Just take really concise notes. And what Dave alluded to, you are creating muscle memory. For any of you that have practiced martial arts, for instance, you go over and over and over those forms and perfecting each time. Your muscles learn by doing, right? So that's what you're doing this evening. You're hacking your own education and learning by doing. It is those repetitions, those repetitious kinds of actions, simple things like install or run, space and then dev. You'll start dreaming of these things and they'll just be mind worms in the middle of the night. It's your head actually decompressing and downloading that information into a stored memory as opposed to a fleeting thought, right? And as you get older, like me, fleeting thoughts, you have to capture those bad boys and make sure that they are properly attached in ink to the pieces of paper, preferably in a notebook where they can't be scattered later on. I also wanted to welcome our 6 other listeners, maybe 7. Whether you are bots, just know that we treat our AI kindly. For those that are listening in the back end, you're welcome also. And so I just wanted to make sure that you're acknowledged and that you know that you have a place at the table as well. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, even if you're listening anonymously, you can put questions in the purple bubble as well. So go on to greatness this evening. Nick, Alisher, it's time to go.
Yeah, and I just have to agree. It really is about repetition, a lot of it. I think the first week, what we did is we launched a website that didn't really have any EMVs. It was just a basic, your typical static web page that you could have edited into anything you wanted to. I think for the most part, most of us just changed the title. And week 2, we did the same thing. We launched a website that was a SaaS template using all the same techniques, by first getting it synced up with our local project and then running those 2 commands, npm install and npm run dev to run it locally. And then we again repeated to set it up in Vercel and have it live. Except that time around, we added some services that connect to our app, such as Supabase and Stripe. And so this week, we're going to be doing something very similar. We're going to be finding an app. We're going to be, we're going to be setting up the app locally. Then we're going to be adding in the ENVs into the app, except this time we're going to keep going into the next week and the following week and actually taking a lot of the code from that app and adding it to our SaaS template. This week, we're also going to kind of continue from last week and finish up the Stripe setup as well. And if anybody has anything to add before we move on and start getting
Real
into
quick,
finishing up
we're
our
still
Stripe.
in practice mode for Stripe, correct? Some people may have been approved, but we want to make sure that we're still in practice mode so that we're not fracking anything up with Stripe. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. We're still in test mode for Stripe. We're going to stay in test mode up until the end. And then after that, we'll show you guys how to move everything into live mode and change your webhook and everything you'll need to make it work live.
Excellent, Smithers. I see that Born Free has arrived. Just know that Mr. E was not going to leave you behind. Your hand is raised. What do you want to tell the people?
So thank you everybody for worried about me. Honestly, I was nose deep in my screen. And if I could share some wild news with you guys, initially I came to the table with a piece of real estate software I had built that the customer I thought had quit paying me. Come to find out, the main person that I was working for that I didn't have much contact with was actually paying me, but their CEO was scraping the payments. Long story short, me and him got together today, and between the real estate software I built, he looked at the portfolio site that Ross and Alisher helped me with a couple weeks ago. I demonstrated some other abilities today. He's hired me for 2 other projects. One of them is getting AI to look at blueprints and help do takeoffs and estimates, like how much sheetrock goes on this floor of a hotel, blah, blah, blah. And then the next project is he's got a roof software that we would like to use Google Images and set some vectors on the roof and try to come up with a roof score. So either way, praise to everybody in this room because I now understand what Next.js is, Tailwind, the frameworks they are, headers, bodies, references, directories. I mean, I've probably got 250 hours in it in the last 2 weeks, and it's due to everybody in this room. And that's literally the only reason I wasn't in the space is I was so busy coding and working with AI Tutor, I just didn't realize. So again, thank you, and thank you all the way around.
Let's go. I was gonna say the same thing. Let's go, Ross, Nick, and Alisher. You guys should feel like you feel a glow in your soul. I feel that. Bjorn, let's go. I hope you continue to use this knowledge to grow and help people and add value and satisfy your livelihood. Keep rocking on, my friend. Sharon, I see you got a hand up. Any questions or thoughts? And then, well, Nick and Alisher and Sarah, you guys have free open reign. Don't you dare raise a hand. It's all you. It's all you. Sarah, excuse me, Sharon. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I'm happy to be here again. I just wanted to ask regarding Stripe. I think you have to verify your account in order to go live. I didn't do that yet. Do I have to do that?
You don't have to, but eventually you're going to need to. So you can start the process because it does take a week to 2 weeks.
Okay, so shall I do activate account now and it takes a couple?
Yeah, I would just let it go and then we'll operate in test mode until you get approved.
Thanks so much, Ross. Thank you.
All right, Ross, Alisher, Sarah, let's blast off. Week 3, let's make it happen. Alisher, mic is yours.
Before we go do anything, I just really have to highlight what Bjorn just said. It's so cool, but we are glowing. But what's crazy is it's not the first time I've been glowing. This is something this happens all the time, and we're so excited that you took this seriously because if you do, you can change your whole entire life. Because understanding how everything is built is the building blocks of how everything around you is built. So the thing you're learning is what's going on around you. So if you watch Netflix, they're on Next.js, on Vercel. And so you're just getting started. Literally, the sky's the limit, dude. Keep putting the hours in. You're going to get so smart. It's going to be so crazy. And if you take what I'm giving you today and you run with it, it's going to be crazy because I got some banger GitHub repos for you guys that if you don't have one already, this is incredible one.
I have to jump in. I'm sorry, everybody. What's up, everybody? Y'all are doing freaking awesome. But anyway, Ross, on everything that you have been teaching so far, I have literally been 6 months ahead. I've done, all the Visual Studio stuff, looking at it, trying to program it, and I didn't have that gift of GitHub and linking everything together. I am so freaking amazed on how this crap works now. I'm just before it was Chinese to me. Now I'm just I'm blown away. I'm ready to go live now. My Stripe is ready. I need to get in business right away. I am desperate. Let's go.
Yeah, learning is so crazy, education, especially with this stuff. If you start to pick it up and things start to click and you understand why things are connected, you can honestly start building really, really very powerful, but also impactful software applications that can honestly both change people's lives and then change the world. And literally, it could scale. Go to Supabase.com, read what it says when you get there.
Yeah,
build in a weekend, scale to millions.
yeah. Well, look, my GitHub repository went from like 2 or 3 things that I put on there myself to like I've got it blown up.
Also, the live stream, I disrupted it. It's back up now because I had to like fix the setting, or else it would be kind of low res. So I urge everyone to be on live stream today. If you are just listening, don't do that today. Make today the day you're on live stream, because it's gonna get so crazy that you're gonna want to see the things that are being spoken about. And there's like 50 people in here, which is awesome, or something like that. But there's not 50 live streamers, and it's really important. Like, this is not about like being an influencer. Like, for me, like, you need to get on this stream now, because it's gonna be hard for you to follow. This is all gonna be new. Like, every part of today is gonna be brand new. So I urge you to be on the live stream.
And again, if you're wondering, how do I get to the live stream? Go to the Jumbotron, swipe over to the far right. There's only 2 things up there, and there's a link that'll take you right to that page. Feel free to put, any comments in the chat that is on that page. The resources are at the bottom. Our agenda is flowing along, but be sure that you're on that website. The live stream is ported to you guys there from Twitch with all of the resources. Let's do it. Mr. E, you got a hand. Sarah, I'm going to hand it on over to you to kind of call on folks as necessary. And then Cash Money Mattia will make sure that the stage stays full and we can recycle speakers as needed. But Sarah, I'll give you the mic and then let you call on anybody you see fit, okay?
Well, Mr. E, go right ahead. Answer
Yes.
or ask your question right ahead, and then we'll go ahead.
Super fast comment. First of all, Bjorn, glad you could be here. You didn't hear me say thank you for your great questions on the after party help the next day or whatever it was with Alisher. You asking those detailed questions go through it got me unstuck. And for Alisher and Ross, I think one of the things that finally unclogged the plumbing at the end for me was I actually had set up Stripe a couple of years ago, but then didn't use that platform. And I think I was using old keys. And right at the end, when I finally rotated my my keys, that might have been the final thing to get it working. So most people are just getting going with it. If there's the off chance you're using an account that's older or just for future reference, I just mentioned that. So there's always the rotate your keys and keep it fresh. Going through the Stripe guide is what made me realize that might be a thing, and I think that finally did it. So I'm going to step back down and follow along. Thanks, Sarah, and everybody else. Awesome.
That's your cue, Alisher. Fire away.
All right. So what we're going to do is today, we're going to start with finishing our Stripe setup. So last week, we set up the part where people are actually able to go in. They're able to select a subscription, select a tier, and they're able to check out. What we haven't set up yet is the ability for people to manage their accounts, to change subscriptions, to upgrade, downgrade, cancel, and everything else a person will need to sort of manage their subscription. Now, just so you guys remember from last week, the way this template works is essentially whenever you add a product, what you have is 2 options there. You would need to create first price for monthly and then second price for yearly. And each product in your Stripe account should correspond to each tier of subscription, right? Because each tier will have 2 prices, yearly and monthly. And that should automatically, since we have set up our webhook, we have set up our code to listen to different events from Stripe, it should automatically update on our website. Now, most of our websites will probably have 1 subscription, maybe 2 subscription tiers, but you could always set up the tiers later. We have the framework set up where it will work automatically. Now we want to make sure that whatever our customer sees should work automatically as well. Now, for this, I have a question for Ross. Should I stream this, Ross? Should I start a stream for this part?
Yes.
Yeah. So you like take over,
Okay.
and then I stop, and then I can go back.
Okay.
So guys, if you're here on Twitch, on the website, if it's gonna stop, just refresh the website. It's gonna be right back. We're just switching location of stream. So hang tight, and the stream is going down, and you got it. You could stream now, and then I'll take over again.
Okay, let me refresh.
So guys, if you're on the website watching the stream, it's gonna end. Just wait 1 second,
Yeah,
and
you
it'll
get the
turn right
delay,
back on.
and then it should come back on, and you guys should see a Stripe screen. So for now, where we're all starting is going to be our Stripe account. So you guys all want to go to dashboard.stripe.com. And we'll give about a minute to let this Stripe stream from my computer kick in. And what you guys are going to see is I will be in test mode. Now we know it's test mode because on top we have this big orange bar that says test mode. If you have not activated your account, this is where you will be able to activate it. There's a button right here, activate account. But for now, we'll stay in test mode because we don't want to accidentally have a live charge that doesn't potentially even pertain to any of the tiers that we're setting up. Okay, so in here, this is where we're starting. And give me a thumbs up if you're logged into your Stripe and you're ready to move on. We're gonna go set up what's called Customer Portal. And this pretty much makes setting up any of the pages you need for subscriptions, canceling, moving tiers. They'll have these pages automatically set up. All we need to do is activate it and input some settings that will reflect our brand, reflect our platform, and the SaaS product that we're building.
Also, quick thing, everyone can see the stream, right? Because I see the stream, and it's Alisher's screen. So if you can't see the stream, let us know, but it's good.
If you can't see
You
the
should be
stream
able
because
to.
I have this on a different computer here next to me, what you want to do is maybe refresh the page and then it'll pop up.
And for folks that are curious, make sure you're looking at the very top of your screen. There should be a rust colored kind of banner looking thing. That tells you that you are indeed in test mode. That's very important. So if you're trying to figure out whether or not you are, it has that kind of, it looks like a burnt orange or a Texas Hold'em kind of looking color for those that are looking for it. But just make sure that you're in test mode.
All right,
Go ahead,
so
Alisher.
here, where we're gonna go is we're gonna look for Customer Portal. There's a search bar on top, and most of the time, Stripe has a lot of different sections. They have a lot of products that go into their library, but for us right now, we only really care about a few. We only care about product catalog, where we make our tiers, and Customer Portal, where we're gonna set up all of this account management settings. So it's going to be right here, settings, billing, customer portal. I'll leave this up so you guys can find it, but you can just start typing customer and it'll start popping in the results. Now, I know Dave earlier asked me a few questions that I think are pretty important questions somebody else might have. So here, what you'll be able to do is when somebody subscribes, there's an account page in our SaaS template. I have it open. I'm going to bring it in so you guys can see that as well while we're navigating to Customer Portal. Okay. And this account page has an ability to manage the account in Stripe Customer Portal. So it's right here, Open Customer Portal. And when you click that, that will redirect you to a page in your Stripe. And here I already have it set up for today's store. We'll go through the setup again. But in here, if any of you guys have AI Tutor, if you have Pixio, and you've ever switched plans or you went on and canceled to re-sign up for any reason, you would have ended up on this page, right? This is the Stripe Customer Portal. And in here, as a customer, you're able to see, what card you paid with. You're able to actually edit this payment method. You're able to update any of your information. You're able to see the invoices that are generated every month. And of course, you're able to update the plan. You're able to change from monthly to yearly and between different subscription tiers. So that's what Customer Portal allows us to do. And of course, cancel as well. And then we can go back. And I haven't set this up yet, but the idea is that it would redirect us back to our page. Let's see. Awesome. So we're going to navigate to our Customer Portal. And let me deactivate this link. And for most of us, this page will look something like this. So we have our settings here on the left. We have different previews we can choose here on the right. So you can see what the page to update the plan looks like. You can see what the portal homepage looks like. As you guys can see here on the right, looks very similar to what we have already seen earlier. So in here, in our customer portal, you want to click on this button that says Activate Test Link. Now, I was going to say Activate Test Link because we're in test mode. But besides using the test payment credentials, this is almost as good as live. So when you click Activate Test Link, you'll be given this link. So you're able to give this link to other people, but it's not recommended because this is not linked to Supabase. So instead, you want people to go in from your website into their account in Stripe. So as soon as you click Activate Test Link, it's going to start working, but we need to set up a few settings. So give me a thumbs up if you are in Customer Portal and you clicked Activate Test Link, so we can go through some of these settings one by one and see what each one is responsible for. So nice. I'm getting a few thumbs up. I'll give you guys a minute to set this up, but essentially this is how most products that use Stripe will manage any sort of billing, any sort of updating, canceling, and switching tiers. And overall, this provides a pretty good customer experience. We've had several customers in our AI Tutor and Pixio platform, easily switch between tiers, whether they want to upgrade or downgrade. They don't use some of the features anymore. And does anybody have questions while we're waiting for a few more people to get here and activate the test portal?
So even though we've activated the link, Alisher, we can still go through these settings underneath and they'll still change to that link. We don't have to deactivate and reactivate the link after doing these settings.
Yeah, you don't have to deactivate and reactivate. There's a Save Changes button in the top right that after we change some of the settings, you'll be able to click and they'll update it. Yeah, these are some of the beauties of connecting different APIs and different cloud services. Rather than building something, from scratch using code. You don't have to rebuild it. It will most likely connect as soon as you save the changes, in that services interface. Okay, so once you activate your test portal, we're going to take a look at the first setting, invoices. Do you want invoice history and for your customers to be able to download and see invoices or not? And that will correspond. Let's go to my customer portal example. That will correspond to this section right here, invoice history. So that's our first setting. And for most of these settings, yeah, you want to give customer as much information and control as possible. The more information they have about their subscription, the less questions they'll potentially have for you. So the next setting is the customer information. what information is the customer allowed to edit? Are they allowed to edit their information at all? So for us, this is a setting that we could mess around with a little bit, but in some templates, you might notice that customer information is also linked to maybe some of the things in the database, and you might not want to allow customers to edit their information just because it would create, it would desync with the database. You know, the information that's in Stripe would be different from the information that's in the database. But for us, since our template pretty much takes all the information from Stripe, we can easily allow them to edit any of these settings. Now for us, there is no shipping address, of course, because we're creating a digital product. And there is no tax ID because we're not really using this field for anything. We're just charging subscriptions. So really the only things we care about are name and anything pertaining to either their account, which is email address, or their payment method, which is their billing address. So customer information, are the customers allowed to edit their information? And so you guys are able to see what that refers to in the portal. That's right here, billing information. And when I click update information, I'm able to pretty much change most of these fields. Okay, now the next field in here is payment methods. So important one, right from the start, the default payment method enabled is credit card and debit card. Now, I think also Apple Pay is enabled. I'm not able to see it, but when I go to check what payments are enabled, it is there. Looks like Link is enabled, and Cash App is also enabled by default here. But if you click Manage in Payment Methods, you'll be able to see all the different methods that are available to you, depending on what country you're in, or depending on what you yourself want to accept. So for us, we can start scrolling down. So we see that card is active. That's probably the most important one. That's going to be majority of the customers. We see Apple Pay is active. Cash App is also active. And I did not enable Google Pay. So if I want to use that, I can turn that on. And there's a bunch of other payment methods that are used by different countries. And then you have some of these sort of say layaway payment methods like Affirm and Klarna. So just keep in mind, depending on what country you will be in and depending on what you yourself want to accept, these will be different for you. You can activate them. Some of them might require you to go through a process to activate them, but the one payment method you will always have enabled is cards. So credit cards and debit cards. Okay, back to our customer portal. Sharon, you have your hand raised. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, are there any other payment possibilities that you could add? Let's say someone wants to pay with crypto or so. I have a Stripe account, for example. Is that possible?
Yeah, I will interject here. So once you're done and this whole thing works, you can head over to Stripe, queue up their support, have them turn on crypto payments for you. They could do it.
Thanks.
And then you have to just, yeah, it'll work. You just got to do that at the end, and you must be activated, and you can head over to support. They have real-time support. So it could be 2 in the afternoon or 2 in the morning, and you can get help for
Thank
sure.
you.
And they do accept crypto. It's a new thing, though. So it's not enabled right off the bat. And you're so very, very welcome.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, I think we've spoken to Stripe support several times, whether it was cancel payment, because we're also very new to this building a SaaS and creating a subscription product. Does anybody else have any questions before we move on to the next option that we can add in customer portal?
I have a really quick question, and it's actually not to do with this, but do you have the Notion notes for today's lesson on the site? I'm seeing the second. Um, I'm seeing the second session, but I'm not seeing today's session. And the only reason I ask is that we do have some UK friends that actually need to go to sleep, and they wanted to make sure that they had the Notion notes before they log off.
Yep, I will add it in. It is not on the agenda, but I'll add it in right now.
I love you. I love you. Kit Kat, Katie, that's for you.
Will anybody else have any questions while I edit the agenda? Oops.
For folks that are listening in, we understand that there's no perfect time zone, and never feel bad for chiming in and saying, "Look, I have no bandwidth left and I've got to sleep." It's perfectly okay. We do have a rehashing session in the morning where we go over it again, and it's distilled down, so it's not a 5-hour session. You can kind of plunk your way through it, and the Notion notes that are built around these lessons are really, really awesome. And they're just awesome to have to toggle your memory, etc. I actually printed mine out and I have them in a notebook that's very specific for these kinds of lessons. Anytime I have a lesson with my AI tutor, whether it's the ones that we're going through now or our one-on-one session when you have your onboarding call, as you're learning each of the tools, let's say in my AI tutor or in Pixio, you want to jog your memory and understand what these things do. It's just like what Cordell had mentioned before, that magic moment where everything clicks, because now you see the way that everything is connected and how it flows. And I know sometimes that doesn't really come across and at the first go, but you're going to see this many times over. And once you've done this, the pricing, the billing, and understanding how all of these things work with Stripe, that integration is going to be so much easier, because here on X, that's the only payment that they're accepting. So if you intend on, being an influencer, making money here on this app specifically, these are things that you're going to have to know whether you build out SaaSes or not. You have to understand how people can pay you and how you can make sure to modify those subscription and tier models. So I just wanted to put that out there. Never feel guilty about, um, taking time to recuperate and rest, and make sure that you're in your best fighting shape, because we all have to do it. And we're not supermen and women. We try to be, but there it is. Go ahead, Alisher.
Yeah, and I was gonna say I did add it to the bottom of the agenda just now, and yeah, I want us all to use this agenda as sort of like a one-stop shop for everything we need for the week, right? For today's lesson and for you guys to review, so you're able to go back and either watch the recording, go to the link, go to the link X space, listen to the space, and also be able to go to any links that you will need, any guides. Okay, so and yeah, guys, feel free to raise your hand. I am on the phone, so I do see hands when they are raised, and yeah, feel free to interrupt me. We don't have a lot of things left to set up in Stripe, so I'm gonna continue, and yeah, just feel free to interrupt me anytime. I am paying attention to my phone, and if Sarah, you or Ross, you guys see questions, just feel free to call them out. Okay, so we enabled our payment methods. Yes, you could enable crypto. You just have to activate and contact Stripe. They have amazing support. They're all about starting a business, create and supporting small businesses. That's kind of what their platform is built on, is allowing to do that with ease for anybody who wants to start charging for their product. So after payment methods, we have an option here called cancellations. And this will allow the customer to cancel their plan. And of course, you want to do this because you are charging a subscription, and this person will be charged every month the same amount. So they should have the right and the option to cancel the plan. Now, here, some of these are completely up to you. So, do you want it to cancel immediately? And I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Do you want it to cancel immediately, which means their access to the platform will disappear as soon as as soon as Stripe processes the cancellation? Or do you want it to be canceled right before the next billing period, right when their subscription for that month is done? So that's up to you guys, depending on what you want to set up. Most places like Netflix or any subscription platforms, you typically cancel, and then at the end of the billing period, the user loses access. If you cancel immediately, then you might want to also offer an immediate refund. If you want to collect the reason as to why the person canceled, maybe there's some sort of an interesting feedback there that they have for you. You can definitely enable this. I know we definitely read the feedback of anybody who cancels a subscription to, whether try to retain that customer by retention coupons. This is not going to work for us. I think this is for a paid Stripe subscription. So whenever you guys activate and for their premium and to be able to use some of the premium packages, you guys can do that, but it's not necessary because there's other ways to offer coupon codes to customers. So right now, what we're doing is we're in cancellations here in Customer Portal, and we're setting up how the cancellation process will look like for somebody who wants to click cancel plan in the portal. Now, I just have it set up fairly basic and what any other subscription platform would do, which is cancel at the end of the billing period. And of course, you as the business, you get that $10 or whatever the subscription is from the customer instead of having to refund them. Do we have any questions about how the cancellations will work here in a Stripe customer portal? And of course, you as somebody who has access to the Stripe portal, you're able to help your customers out by whenever they call you for a support call, and you from the admin panel here in Stripe are able to also manually do it, cancel the subscription, and it will be reflected in your platform whenever they lose access, or whether you update their plan and whenever their access gets an upgrade to see all the pages that are included in the other tiers.
Quickly jumping in, Alisher, one of the things that you should marinate on, just in general, once you learn how to do this, having this kind of template helps, right? Keeping track of each of your products that you're going to have is really important too. And, give your future self a gift of a lifetime by keeping track of all of these things, right? So, because Stripe is going to be used for many, many different things, having a set aside folder for, whether it's an Excel spreadsheet, whatever it is, right? Something other than just your Stripe, right? Something that has a big overview of all of the little side hustles that you have. Your future self will love you for this, right? Because there's certain things like, you know, you have expiration dates of certain offerings and things like that, and I know that there are other people in this room that are far more gifted when it comes to this sort of stuff, but I'm married to an accountant and I drive him nuts. He earns his keep around here by me not doing what I'm supposed to. So just think of your future self and think of all of those mundane little lists and, you know, password books and all of these things. Set them all out because I guarantee you're going to sift through these back later and you're not going to understand why you're doing one thing for another thing. And, but I do see that Dave has his hands up and I'm sure that he's going to fill you in because he is the
So I
organizational
would say
person.
before we go to Dave, one thing I do want to remind you guys for this specific project that we're creating right now, the SaaS template, you should probably not have anything else besides the SaaS, the SaaS product tiers that you will be charging because this template, once you start updating the prices to all your other products that are not related to this template, will also start pulling in those products. So what we
Ooh,
set up
that's
in week
important.
2 is we actually set up a new account. I have it right here, this box. As you guys can see in my box, I'm just waiting for the live stream to catch up because this is very important. You only want to have in this Stripe account the 3, 4, however many tiers your SaaS product will have. Right. So awesome. In the live stream right now, if you guys look at this box that I have in my top left of the screen, you guys can see I have my TSI store, right? That is the store that we use to manage our AI Tutor and Pixio subscriptions. And you're not really going to find anything else in there that's not related to AI Tutor or Pixio. And that's very important because for this specific template, you don't want to accidentally start pulling in products that have nothing to do with it. I have my own developer account where, I'll put whatever. You're going to find hundreds of products in there because, I'm in the middle of a development of a platform that has to generate a lot of products. And then I have Wednesday right here, specifically for this class where I only have the 2 products that we set up. If we go back, it only has the 2 tiers that we have set up. So I have, let's see. So I have my test subscription and test 2. Right, we're playing around with setting these up. These are the only 2 tiers that I have in this account. So that's very important is that's one way for you to better organize yourself, but also not accidentally have random products pop into your SaaS platform. And
Alice,
go
can
ahead,
you
Dave.
No, this is Sarah. Can you explain why or how you would pull in other data just for folks that may not be familiar at all? Because I never really thought of that until you just said it. And I thought, ooh, that's definitely something we should asterisk and put somewhere.
Okay.
Because
Yeah,
if we do, what happens if we do pull in? What does it just, I mean, I can imagine it causes a huge, big
we'll show
problem,
you an
but
example. So
thank you.
I'm right here in my Stripe. I go to product catalog. Let's say I continue using this Stripe account after I set up my SaaS product for something else. Whenever I click add product and I create a product in here, let's call this unrelated. Right? This product is in no way related to what I'm doing. And let's say this is also a monthly product that costs $10. Again, this is not related to my SaaS platform. As soon as I click add product, and I go to my platform and I refresh the page, I will see that unrelated product. So I'll wait for the live stream to catch up so everybody can see. Because we're not entering these manually using code into our website, into our template, these are pulled in live from Stripe.
Alice, sure. I think it's important that people know that you can set up more than one Stripe account. You're not setting up a Stripe account for your business and that's it. You're just setting up a Stripe account for this web app, and then you can set up another Stripe account for the next web app.
I would
And
say
then you can be
another way
more
to think of it
specific. It's
is a
not
store.
one Stripe account for one business. Yeah, exactly. A store. Yeah, instead of a business.
Yeah, I think thinking of it as a store is a good way to think about it because let's say, okay, this is our SaaS store, right? This is our SaaS product. You could have a store that's completely separate from this that just has, singular quantity-based items, not subscription-based items, that could be a whole different Stripe account. But yeah, Dave is absolutely right. You are not signing up for a new account. Instead, what you're doing is here in the top left, you have an option to click the plus on a new account. And by the way, if you have people on your team, you're able to share these. So me, Ross, and Nick, we all share this Stripe account. We're all able to go into it and see all the information. But yeah, it's not a new account in terms of you having to sign up again, putting in your email and all that. It's under the same email, except you're almost like creating a separate store. Cordell, I see your hand up.
Yeah, question. So, as we're looking at the store, because I just did the same thing to mine, on my Stripe, and I noticed that I still have like my Buy Me a Coffee or my eggs, or a lot of that's also inside of like when I pull that up. Do I need to make a new? It says new account. Do I need to make a new account for it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So I need to make a completely new account.
You will need to make a new account. You will need to make a new webhook. You will need to connect the APIs again because it will give you new API keys, and you will need to create a subscription product again.
Oh, I get it. This is because I've had this Stripe for a bit, and it has all these other things on it. Okay, I see. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, for testing purposes, you don't have to, but when you go live, before you go live, you would want to do that to keep everything properly separated, and so that you don't get any unrelated subscriptions in there. Because if, let's say, you have products and you already had monthly products, as soon as you edit the price, it will start coming into your platform. You don't even have to create a new product. You can edit the price of an old product, and it will come in, and you'll start seeing it.
Well, you're also future-proofing this as well. Like if you set up a web app today and it turns out to be doing phenomenally well, and then you sell the business, you give them the Stripe account as well. It's just one Stripe account for that web app. You're not giving everything across there as well.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, and it also makes it a lot easier to keep track of the monthly recurring revenue. So it's
Yeah, and payouts can go to different bank accounts and stuff like that as well.
that as well. Yeah.
What Dave
And
said is so important too. Oh, I'm sorry, Alicia. Go finish your sentence.
I was gonna say, if let's say you do set up like a company or an LLC or something, you could have it could be verified under a completely different name, completely different business entity than the other Stripe account.
Well, even as a developer, I mean, I'm not one. I don't play one on TV, but if you are basically gaining skills this evening in order to, let's say, sell those skills later on, right? Having separate Stripe accounts, I started thinking about that. I do have separate Stripe accounts, but I never really thought of it in that perspective. But keeping very good records is always a key piece of the puzzle. And when you start a project like this, making sure you have all of the assets, not just the Stripe account keys to your kingdom, but the domain names and everything, making sure that they're one package. I think I never really thought of that until Dave just said it. And I think it's really important, maybe something for your notes, that when you're planning these whole entire projects, to make sure from tip to toe that you've covered all your bases. And when you decide to exit and start, sell it off, that you have it as a complete package like that, that is separate from your own personal stuff, I suppose. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, I like what you said. It's kind of like, yeah, take my business in a box and there's everything you need. But also what I said on the first session we done on this, with the potential to collaborate with other people, also having that segmented. Should you decide to bring somebody in, then you give them access to this Stripe account, and then they get to see all of the sales, and it's very, very transparent. But also, you're not showing them everything else for all of the other collaborations or all of the other individual projects you have as well. So I think it's kind of like, just think about it like I'm building a business in a box, and one Stripe account is going in there as well inside that box. But I have a separate business in a different box, and I have another Stripe account.
So smart. So smart. On many different levels, that's so smart. And especially for those of you that after you come to All Successions and now you have something to actually sell, right? You're going to pitch it in Josh's space, and you're going to have that all-encompassing, wonderful little package with a bow in it. And it's really important to be able to segment it, because good fences absolutely make good neighbors. A lot of you, I know, I'm looking at faces here that are in Web3. We mentioned pirate money and crypto, right? If that's how you're going to be paid and everything else, you have to be incredibly transparent, but also, making sure that all of those fences are put in place and that the commingling of funds doesn't happen. That's why each of those in those boxes matter. Alex Damsker can help you with those kinds of things too. But go ahead, Alisher, before we get on a tangent, because I'm absolutely smitten with this whole entire idea. Go ahead, love.
Yeah, I mean, I actually love that idea, is just packaging the whole thing as a business and selling it off with all the cloud infrastructure. I think that's really cool. One thing I do want to add, to manage Stripe, I've been logging into Ross's Stripe account for years, until a few months ago we discovered that we can actually share the store with other users and people with other email. So if you're getting a little confused in Stripe, you're not alone. They don't always make it as obvious. Okay, so we're almost done with setting up our customer portal. And remember, we set up the cancellations. How do you want the user to cancel? What does that flow look like? After cancellations, here in subscriptions is where we can link our subscriptions. So here you get a choice. Can a customer switch plans? Of course, for ease, we're going to enable that. You don't need to change the quantity. We kind of want it to be one account per subscription. There's no need for them to buy another subscription. But here, as you guys can see, I'm actually going to get rid of this. Most of you will have nothing in here. What we want to make sure is that all 4 prices that we set up, or however many prices, if you have 3 products, you're going to have 6 prices. Remember, they each have monthly and yearly. We're going to add those in. So that's my first product, test subscription. Then I'm going to add my second product in. And I think the per month is, it's not English, but I messed that up somewhere. There you go. So I'm going to add my second product in. If you guys have 2 subscription tiers, you're going to have 4 products in here. I just can't add the other one because it's also a monthly price. It's not a yearly price. Now, some more settings in here. And this is, by the way, how you limit what gets seen. So if I want to see the update plan page, I can go right here on top above the preview, click.
Did we just lose Alisher?
That's what I'm wondering. I am not hearing Alisher. I think he has jumped down. I'm not seeing a live mic. Ross, can you chime in, love, so I can?
Can we
Just
read?
pick me out for a second.
We found him.
And so strange, when I went back in, I heard myself on a delay. Okay, so here we have our update plan, and you can preview what it will look like. Instead of having to go to your platform, you get this little window where we can see, okay, now I can switch between the 2 different tiers in here. And can't really click in here. But yeah, first, this is what we're going to set up. Make sure you set up all your price IDs and all your tiers in here so your customers are able to switch between them. And then you want to set up, well, how does this change take effect? Does the change take effect at the end of the billing period? So their current subscription will expire and a new one will start with a new price? Or does it take effect immediately, and for that month they're just charged extra of whatever the difference is between subscriptions. So here, if they upgrade immediately, they'll be charged $10 immediately. If you select the other one, they'll be charged $10 at the end of the billing period. So when the next one starts, it's on the new subscription plan. And of course, here you can also allow them to apply some sort of promotional codes. So if customer signs up and let's say you release a discount code 2 months later, are they able to apply it, or because they're already signed up, they can't? That's up to you to decide. We typically have this off because the typical practice is you sign up, you can't really apply a promotional code unless you're canceling, and then the subscription service might offer you a promotional code so you don't cancel. So typically we would have this promotion codes option off, but it's completely up to you guys. Stripe kind of gives us that freedom.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Sorry. Under subscriptions, I think that's what we're at, right? Under subscriptions on shortcuts, or am I wrong?
Or what?
Are we under subscriptions, like under shortcuts? Because I'm trying to find out where this.
So you can click on subscriptions and it will open a whole new little section, like a drop down. But yes, we are in subscriptions here. So this is customer portal, and you're gonna scroll down to subscriptions in here where it says subscriptions, allow customers to update subscriptions. And these are all the settings we're gonna see.
I don't know why I don't see mine. Does not look like that. Huh.
You just wanna scroll. And if yours doesn't look like that, it might be because you don't have products in here. So you wanna add a test product. And you wanna also enable, customer can switch plans. Otherwise, you will not see the rest of it.
So, it says create a subscription.
You're not creating a subscription.
Okay, so that's not it.
No, this is in customer portal. So in the search on top, you can look for customer portal, and that's where you're gonna end up.
Yeah. Settings, billing. Oh, I see. Got it.
As just a little reminder, we're in customer portal. You want to activate the customer portal, and then we're going through all these settings: invoices, customer info, payment methods, cancellations, subscriptions, and business information, which are all the different parts of the customer portal that the customer can interact with. Okay, so just make sure to reiterate, you want to enable customer can switch plans, so they're allowed to downgrade or upgrade between the different tiers. In here, in the little search bar where it says find a test product, you're going to add all the prices for the different tiers that you offer your customers. So you want to make sure that both the yearly and the monthly is in there. So if they want to upgrade their yearly plan to a more expensive tier or downgrade it, they're able to do that. Or if they want to upgrade from monthly to yearly, they're able to do that as well. Here where it says prorate subscription updates, this is where you get to decide, does this change take effect immediately, or does it take effect next time they get charged, next time when the next billing period starts? And of course, you can allow them to use different discount codes or have that off, so they're not able to edit technically the price and apply the discount to their current subscription. Do we have any questions before we go into editing business information?
I'm not seeing any hands. I think you're good to go, love.
Awesome. We're almost at the end of this section, and then we're going to go into exploring GitHub and finding some cool projects. Okay, so in here, this is our business information. Similarly, you can click on it, and here we have a few options. We have the portal header, which, as you guys can see, is this heading here that we're gonna kind of use as almost like the store name. So if you have your company name, product name, whatever this SaaS platform is called, this is where you're going to add it in. Now, this redirect link is going to correspond to the back button that we see on the website, on the customer portal. So you want this redirect link to be your link, or let's say your live link /account. So they're able to get back to the account page whenever they're done using the customer portal. Press a redirect link is the link to the account page on your website. And remember, this website is going to be hosted in Vercel, so it's always going to end in this .vercel.app, and everything before that will be a little bit different. But most of our projects are called Next.js subscription payments. So your URL should look very similar to this, but not exactly the same. You guys can set up terms of service. You can set up privacy policy. For now, we're not going to be setting those up. You can actually set those up on your website as pages instead of setting them up here. And we're also not going to set up custom domain yet, because some of us might not have a domain. Okay, just to reiterate, we're editing the business information. You have portal header. This could be the name of your product, could be the name of your website, your SaaS, and then the redirect link should be the link to the page, to the account page on your website that is hosted live in Vercel. And the best way to access this link is to go to vercel.com, find the project, and click to visit it, and then copy the URL. Now, after we do this, click Save Changes in the top right. It's very important. This is how the changes take effect. So Save Changes in the top right here. And once you guys save the changes, you have this information set up. Give me a thumbs up, because there's one more thing I wanted to show you guys here in Stripe before we move on, because a lot of other things you already set up when you activate the account, such as your billing information and your bank information. But there is one thing, one little branding option that we do not set up either here or while activating.
Alisher, before you take a breath and continue, I saw Sharon's hand flew up and then she put it back down. So I know she's questioning something. What you got, love?
Thanks so much. I have a problem finding that link. I see customer portal link, but I don't see any other link. What am I missing here?
There is it's called a redirect link. It's right under portal header.
So yeah, I think I messed up. I think I'm somewhere else. But it doesn't, customer portal link. No, that's wrong, huh? That's not where I'm supposed to.
Portal link is at the top. But once you scroll down to business information and click on business information, remember guys, you want to go through each one of these sections: invoices, customer information, payment methods, cancellations, subscriptions, and business information. So once you go through each one of these sections, when you get to business information, there's going to be a portal header, redirect link, and a few other options that we're not going to touch on just yet.
Okay, thank you. I found it.
Awesome. Remember, guys, once you edit, very important, make sure you click Save Changes in the top right, the purple button. How many of us were able to edit majority of these settings? Let's do, you can give me a thumbs up, you can give me the 100 emoji. Awesome. So once you guys click Save Changes, here you're going to notice one more link on the bottom. Right below our preview, whatever preview window you're on, it's going to say, go to branding settings to customize colors and upload brand assets. So this is where we can upload our logo. We can change the color scheme of this customer portal, and I think a few more options in there. So once you click Save Changes, on the bottom here under the customer portal preview, click branding settings. I'm gonna stay at the link for a few minutes, for a second. And then we'll go to branding settings and we'll see what these settings are all about. Okay, so in branding settings, and so you can orient yourself. This is in dashboard.stripe.com/settings/branding. Here is where we can further customize what our Stripe checkout will look like. So we customize what the portal looks like, and part of that portal experience is the checkout. Here we have the branding elements. So you can add an icon in, you can add a logo in, and then you can change the color. So for me, let's see what I can set up here. I'm gonna make it green. Why not? Accent color, orange. Let's see. Okay, so that's the pay button. And it gives you this nice little preview on the right where you're able to see what your window will look like instead of you having to actually go and check out the product. So depending on your swatches, depending on what kind of color scheme you're using for branding, you'll have a different color scheme here. Now there's a few more things here on top. You have email receipts. This is what the receipt will look like. The invoice. You have customer portal. So this is what the customer portal will look like with all these colors. It doesn't look too bad with green. You can see what the invoice looks like, and that's about it. You can see what logging in and identifying looks like as well. So once we set up these color settings and an icon, if you do have one, you don't have to set up right away, but just keep in mind, once you have your logo, you want to get back in here and you want to set it up here so that you have kind of like a unified brand throughout, whether people are going to Stripe or not. You can click Save Changes. Very important. Most of these pages in Stripe will have save changes. So Stripe doesn't automatically save your changes. You do want to click this button. And that should take effect almost immediately. And so that's how we set up our customer portal. If you want to check out what the portal looks like, go to your website. Now, you will need to sign up for your website. So you'll need to go through the sign up process, and then you can go to, well, I'm already signed up, but you can subscribe. And when you subscribe, actually, am I able to log into an account? Let's make a new account.
I think you're in an account because it's
but I want everybody to see what it kind of looks like, because this is not in the guide. There's Stripe test credentials that you can use to subscribe. You should not use your real card information here. But this is what our platform will look like. Most of us will see a page like this when we go to our website. You're gonna have your tiers here, have monthly, yearly. You have sign in, and then when you click on sign in, there's an option to sign up right here on the bottom. To have an account, sign up. And you can make an account, and this will work. This will send you a confirmation link. So let me see what Gmail I have available here. Okay, I have one. You're gonna fill out your password. You're gonna fill out your email, click sign up. You will be sent a confirmation link. So I just got a confirmation link in my email. Just like a real platform, when you're signing up, you want to confirm that this person is real, have them go through the confirmation process, and this is all powered by Supabase. And then from here, once you confirm, you can just click sign in and log into the account you just made. So that's how this little template works. So you guys can sign up for an account for yourself. Now, when you subscribe, let's test what our Stripe looks like. This is going to redirect us to a Stripe checkout. And as you can see, it's green. It's applying all those settings that I messed around with in branding. It has the logo that I set for the product. And then the test information to sign up for Stripe is just a bunch of 4.2s. So it's 4.2, 4.2, 4.2, just until you can't type in 4.2 anymore. And then for the rest of these, the information doesn't really matter. And then you'll be able to click subscribe. Sharon, do you have a question?
When trying to sign up, I get some kind of error code. It says email rate limit exceeded. What does that mean?
So you might already have an account. You might have tried to test sign up last week.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, guys, as we get more comfortable with these platforms, we're going to learn how to manage our
Hey,
users.
Alisher, just
Yeah.
I'm interrupting and I hate doing that. Mr. E had sent me a DM behind the scenes. I don't know if he's able to speak, but he had a very good take on Cordell's issue, and I just wanted to make sure. I know we kind of passed it already. It's a little bit past, but if Mr. E can come off mic for a second and explain what he discovered for Cordell, that would be cool. Mr. E, can you come off mic or no? All right, so I'm going to find it and I'm going to read it out loud. He said, for what it's worth, I think Cordell's trouble earlier going direct to link in Alisher's top bar was the easy way. So the dashboard.stripe.com/settings.billing was going to test at first. So that might have been where the streams were crossed, Ghostbuster style. I don't know if that helps you, Cordell. Did you finally suss it out?
I think it's just that I already have a Stripe, and I was just in the wrong space earlier. But I think I'm fine now. If there's another issue, I will ask about it. But
Cool beans.
but yeah.
I just want to make sure that we're all hot, straight, and normal, because sometimes it's just the weirdest things that you'll start to think about and then you'll start to doubt. And then the time has passed. And it's very easy for me to just say, hey, by the way, I'm going to play the bystander that doesn't know anything and just kind of spit out random stuff to help everybody.
Well, I think for that issue, Stripe has a lot of pages. So there is a subscriptions page, but there's also a subscription section in Customer Portal. So that's, I guess, a little bit of a verbiage mix-up as well. And when that happens, I mean, they have so many pages. I only know like 3 or 4 of them. And the easiest way to get to something is there's a search bar on top. So you can always just search Customer Portal.
It is an ecosystem that is very robust, right? There's a lot there because it encompasses a ton of different business models, a ton of different, ways of doing things. It really is kind of one of those things that you have to know the secrets. It's like when I ask my AI tutor, I'm like, can you suss this out for me? Because I don't know Windows. I'm a Mac person. And it's a beautiful thing because it susses out back doors that you don't know. Incidentally, my AI tutor does know Stripe really well. So when you get lost, you can say, hey, in Stripe, can you help me find and navigate XYZ? And it usually does a very good job. Just by nature, it just has a way of sussing out things like that. So it's something to tuck away. Go ahead, Alisher.
Yeah, but the search on top, lifesaver, because what you see here in this menu is probably not even 10% of Stripe. I just clicked on more and immediately there's just product, page after page of some other feature of Stripe that we're probably not even going to get to at any point, that we even haven't explored after, running a SaaS platform for over a year.
Cordell, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the page I was on. That's why I was really confused earlier. I was like, this is a lot of different. This subscriptions page looks really different.
And
But
I know what you mean, because I got confused the other day when we were trying to manage different products, and products aren't products. Even though the product is a subscription, it's not in subscriptions. Subscriptions is when somebody actually signs up and something that's active and connected to a customer. Yeah, I was working with this the other day, and it's confusing even me.
I don't feel so bad now if it was confusing you. I do have a question, one more question though, if y'all don't mind.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to, okay, so I'm back to where I am trying to add yearly subscription, a yearly product now, because I still have like the one product that's on here, but I don't know if I needed to go back into Vercel or Superbase or what to
No,
add.
you don't need to go back into any of that. All you need to do is, let's say, here's test 2 that I have. Here's a product, test 2. I go into test 2, and there's 2 prices in there. If you have only one price, you can click add another price. So I actually have this price right here, 200. That's a monthly that I accidentally created. So I'm going to delete that. And then here I'll add the yearly price. So each tier of subscription is its own product with 2 prices. And billing period is what determines whether it's monthly or yearly.
Oh, I see. So
There
if
we
I
go. Now I have 2, and this will automatically update in your website. You don't need to go to Superbase and change anything. You don't need to redeploy in Vercel. This is pretty synced up.
Okay, so let me do this one more time like that. So that actually made sense. We'll go back into subscriptions.
Products. And then, yeah, you would go back to customer portal if you added a price. And if you want your customer to be able to use that price and change to it, you want to be adding it in subscriptions and customer portal. So right here where I'm missing one of the yearlies, I would add the one that I'm missing.
So, okay. I see I see customers can switch plans. Customer can change quality of their plan. Wait.
So as soon as you enable customer can switch plans, you get an option to add different prices and different subscriptions here, different products, so to say.
So, okay, right. So I have that. So I have the product that I already have, but it's not giving me an option to add another price.
So you see find a test product. If you have a price already in the product, you'll be able to see it here. And find a test product.
Yes. So I already have the one. So what I'm saying is, so I have the one, and I guess it says that for a month, right? But then when I look at it to add, if I want to add another tier, I don't see that option. Just the now I just have my product on here, the one that says 10 per month.
So yeah, so there's find a test product right on the bottom. And just like how you added the monthly, you can add the yearly. And if you don't have the price in there, then you want to go back to product catalog. You want to go to that product, that tier, and add a yearly price if you don't have one. If you don't have the yearly price in there.
Got it. Understood. Payment catalog. That's where I need to go then. Okay, thank you. That was helpful.
Awesome. And yeah, guys, so just make sure you have 2 prices already set up in your product catalog for monthly and yearly for each product. And product for us will correspond to a subscription tier that the customer sees. Now, back to where we were checking out right? You want to sign up for your own account on your SaaS platform. You want to check out, and you're going to end up using this card number that has just 424242 the whole way through. Whatever information you put after doesn't really matter. It could be whatever test information. Doesn't have to be a real address, doesn't have to be a real name. It just needs to be an expiration date in the future somewhere. Doesn't matter what the security code is, and then we can just click subscribe, and then this will get the gears rolling, and it will give you a test subscription. And it's going to be something that's reflected directly in your website. You'll be able to see this on the account page. Oh, I think I was in the wrong one. Yeah. And if it takes you to localhost 3000, what I suggest is just go through some of these settings again and see where you might not have a link, or where it asks you for a link and you haven't included one. And now in here, once you subscribe with the test credentials, you'll see your plan. You'll see $10 a month or whatever your plan is. And then I can click Open Customer Portal, and I'll be redirected to Stripe Customer Portal with my theme colors, the name of my SaaS product, and I'll be able to change plan, cancel plan, edit whatever settings I enabled the user to be able to edit. And then, yeah, this doesn't redirect yet. Then we can just go back and, yeah, back to our platform. And now what's also interesting, when we go to pricing, well, it actually no longer says subscribe, now it says manage, because this platform also reads whether or not you have an active subscription. So if I was to cancel, let's go back to our account, and you guys can play around with this, and you can test the portal. You can see if changing the subscription does anything. You can see if canceling the subscription does anything. So I'm going to cancel. It's going to tell me, okay, well, we have a setting set up where the cancellation will happen at the end of billing period. So my cancellation will actually occur on May 11th. So even if I click cancel right now, I will still have access up until May 11th. And now it's asking for a reason. Well, $10 just too expensive. There you go. So now it says that it's canceled. If I go back to my website, it'll still probably say that you have subscription, you still have access, but after the billing period is over, it'll be it. No more access for me, unless of course I renew. All right. Do we have any questions? This is pretty much how we set up the customer portal. Just to reiterate, the biggest thing we set up here is we went to our Stripe, we looked for customer portal. It's in settings, billing, customer portal. And you want to activate the portal, and you want to set up all these settings here. Once you're done setting up these settings, you're going to click Save Changes, and the customer portal should automatically work whenever somebody signs up and wants to edit their subscription. Now let's take some questions. If you guys have questions before I hand it off to Ross, and he takes you through looking into GitHub and finding the projects that you guys will need to realize your ideas. Okay, was everybody able to set up the customer portal? Give me a thumbs up. Okay, I'm seeing some trickling in. Awesome.
I'm looking at folks down in the audience. I didn't see any thumbs up, so I'm just kind of looking at all of the names. I just wanted to make sure that we are seeing you, just so you know. And even the 5 listeners that are hidden, thank you guys for the thumbs up. It's just one of those things that we want to make sure that everybody's on the same page. And I know this kind of can be monotonous for some folks that are very familiar with Stripe, But even going through it a second time, finding out new features, it's like continuing education. You are really exercising your muscle memory and understanding, oh yeah, maybe I haven't done this in a while, or I set up an account 5 years ago, or whatever. Those are all things that are very helpful. And the other thing too is that in doing these exercises, what you're doing is you're also learning how to teach twice. So you're going to help somebody else along the way, because that's what we do around here. We pay it forward. And in teaching somebody else the skills that you've learned this evening, you're going to solidify it even more. So I am looking forward to hearing Ross. I'm not seeing any other hands or waving or any DMs. So I think we're good to go.
Awesome. And yeah, guys, keep in mind, you can always DM me, you can DM Ross, and tomorrow we are going to have a review session. I'll spend maybe 15 minutes just reviewing how to activate the customer portal and what each setting means. And also the step-by-step guide, it does explain majority of the settings that we need to enable and what they mean. And yeah, I'm going to give it to Ross to take you guys through the world of open source and to start finding some code that matches your idea, that matches what you want to do and what you want to build the SaaS product into. Take it away, Ross.
So before I override you, did you stop streaming?
1 second. I did not end the stream yet. I'm ending it
Fine.
right now. Just ended.
Okay, cool.
Yep, and I can confirm I see it as ended on my screen, on my second screen here, my second laptop.
Also, we will not be doing anything with Stripe as of this point with me right now as we move forward. If you have Stripe questions, come up to the stage right now. Alistair is here. He can answer any quick question that you have. But we are actually moving to the next phase and we will not be on Stripe.com right now. Okay, no questions. Nice.
Make sure you're refreshing your screens too, just in case, because it does freeze up.
Yep, it'll freeze out, guys. Join the stream. You will need the stream. Make sure you are here with me right now, live. We're switching from Alistair to me. All right, so guys, we're gonna have like a little chat really quick. So I need to know who did their homework. Who did their homework? Emojis if you did your homework. If you did not do your homework, we'll have an emoji situation for you. Don't worry. But if you did do your homework, put an emoji right now. Did you guys do your homework?
What was the homework? Did I miss something?
Oh, you definitely missed something. The homework was to find GitHub repos. If you're clean slate right now and you got nothing and you didn't do your homework, I got something for you. Don't worry. You're coming up next. But if you did your homework, give me emojis right now. And if you hated your homework and you found that process painstakingly difficult, give me emojis too, because you tried. And that's cool too. You definitely get points.
There's also brownie points for folks that tried to do their homework and then went down rabbit trails, because there's so many really cool things on GitHub. So I will give
Yeah, I
you a
just call it
1-800
like,
So went
justify.
down rabbit holes.
yeah,
There is a
like
1-800
guys,
justify. You might not have found what you're
I,
looking for, but you definitely found something interesting, right?
I call it lost in translation. When you get too far in GitHub, you just get turning back. You're in that dark cave. Your flashlight ran out of batteries, and you're like, "What's actually happening in life right now? I need a coffee." And then you need to restart because that's how it works. So, who did their homework? If you did your homework, I want to hear from you actually before we continue. You need to come up and be speaker. And if you're a speaker right now and you didn't do your homework, don't be speaker right now. We need speakers that did their homework. I want to hear from people. I want you guys to connect with each other a little bit for like 5 minutes. And I want to hear what you guys did. This is collaborative and you guys are learning. And if you don't get to voice your opinion or tell us what you did, other people can't learn from it. Because the way I do it, I'm going to find the best GitHubs always really quickly. But you guys are not. So I want to hear from you.
I'll start it out. What was really fascinating for my exercise, I've played on GitHub a little bit, right? So I was kind of understanding the navigation and, trying to understand it. But what became really apparent to me was our first lesson, when we were all giving what project we wanted to create, and you were giving the thumbs up or thumbs down because you kept thinking, I have to think through that lens. Is this possible? And I realized when I was looking for various repos, I was looking at it and going, wow, the thing that I originally had in my head was either A, far more complex, or B, maybe it wasn't a great idea because a bunch of other people already had it, and so I found myself editing my idea and actually modifying what I was thinking about, which was not what I was supposed to do. But in essence, I mean, I took more notes in looking at various things than I had ever imagined I would, because I didn't really realize how many things were actually out there and how many things you could riff off of in a much more efficient way than trying to reinvent the wheel. And for me, that exercise was absolutely priceless. It was time well wasted, as they say, because I thought to myself, wow, I my idea was so obsolete by the time I had scrolled through, because somebody else had thought it through in a much better, more concise, more efficient way. And I just looked at it and went, wow, this is damn near perfect. I don't need to modify it in any way, shape, matter, or form. But it definitely helped hone my own understanding of what I'm asking. Good questions. Go ahead, Dave.
And Dave, yeah, he can talk in 1 second. He can always talk, but I just need to reiterate. This is the last warning you're going to hear from me because I'm not going to be repetitive. We have a lot to do. If you're not on live stream right now, you're going to be lacking in what's going on there. Because we're going to be actively searching GitHub repos and showing you how you should be searching. So please hit that live stream right now. If you've been just on audio or you didn't make the switch from last live stream to this one, refresh that page. Go to the Innovators Think Tank website. Get on stream. You need to be on stream for what we're about to do next. Dave, please ask away.
Oh, I cannot wait for you to make GitHub search easier for me. It's so frustrating. Exact word searches, no fuzzy search. Yeah, kind of similar to Sarah. I went down some rabbit holes, but I think I'm quite intentional when I'm project focused. I always ask a question of how or where will I use this right now? And if I can't use it, I literally just saved it to the Notion document kind of later on. Like that's like, treats that you can look into later. What I did find I had to do when I was looking at my idea was there was nothing kind of out of the box there. So I had to use what I call up, down, and across thinking, kind of going up a level further. Is there something else that's already being built that, may have some of the components I have, or going a level down, which is, well, I'm building a quotation app. What do I need for the quotation app? I need somebody to approve it. So I needed somebody to fill in a form. So then I started looking at forms and stuff like that because I know they're an essential piece of what I have. So I kind of found small bits and pieces, but to actually decipher which one is absolutely amazing and which one is a piece of trash, I'm looking forward to how you can help me with that.
I have one thing I want to share with you, Dave, my friend. I think I shared something last week, but I just shared it again and tagged you in it so that you have no excuse now. So like if you don't see it, like I don't even know. But look at what I shared. I shared a thing for builders, which is all of us, and I tagged you in this one just so you see it. This is like really cool actually. Do you see it?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
This is open source, dude. I saw that and I'm like, yo, this is what Dave wants. Dave needs this. You can probably make a few
Yeah.
small changes, Dave, and your whole entire app is built.
Yeah, change the word invoice to quotation and I'm done. Yeah, I
Dave,
kind of like
do
it.
you see the power of open source, my friend? Oh my God. I know you know about it, but like, I will never it will never be like old news, and it'll never be an old feeling for me to see like open source just like win.
Can I kind of like really annoy your brain now and go
Sure.
specific? So I want a PDF at the end. I have a lot of customers who are like, I need a PDF for approval, but how I sell is options. It's not take what I'm giving you in a PDF. It's like build your own quotation. Check this box, check this box. That's where I make a ton of my revenue is optional extras. It's add on,
Yes.
add on. Would you like the shiny extra?
Yep. So I will tell you for sure. In this process, during this session, I know you're a seasoned engineer, so you're going to understand this. We have just did a soft launch today without a major announcement of Gemini 1.5 and AI Tutor. And we're slowly moving it, and it's available for everyone as of right now. And we're slowly putting it in all the apps. But if you just paste the entire code, like each page one after another, and just like we're gonna talk about how you do this, and it's so easy, but you just name the page at the top in a comment, like // you know, and then you can give it all the pages and just tell it what you want it to change in this open source app. It will make the changes, and you'll be good to go.
So
Like
so
this
you
is
would paste the content of the actual each
yeah.
file rather
And the
than
best
uploading
part,
files.
yeah, and we're gonna do all this live. So like what you're gonna do is with a million contacts, Dave, you can paste every single page, like not just one. And
Yeah,
then you
I'm down for this.
yeah, dude, like you're gonna be able to alter that app that you just forked, right? And you're gonna make it do what you want because that's the power of GitHub and AI together. But let me tell you, Dave, I just got you 85% there, I feel like.
Ross, before you continue, Bjorn Free has his hand up, but I also wanted you to make mention and have in the recording how
Oh,
important it is about the disappearing. Um, you know,
yeah,
yeah,
I'm gonna talk about that
and
right
the
now, actually. But before,
ephemeral nature of them.
yeah.
Okay, Bjorn, go ahead, love.
Oh no, he was just wanting to talk about the
No.
GitHub stuff we had found.
Tell me.
Oh,
No, tell me right now, and then I'll hit that. Tell me your question, please.
oh no, it wasn't a question. I just had it up to go next. Where you were just saying, mention the GitHubs that you had found or the repos you had found, and I was just going to go after Dave, but no, Dave's was much more interesting. Go back to that.
You know, really quickly too, one of the things that Dave said and Bjorn said that I think is really important. I noticed that when I was searching through these repos, um, because we spend so much time with one another here and we toggle around the ideas, I kept looking at it and going, wow, this would be awesome for Dave, or wow, Ross really needs to see this, or wow, this is definitely something that Morgan really needs. And what I realized is that sometimes you might not be realizing that it may not be about you at that particular moment, that you thinking about other people that are in this audience and their needs, you are actually honing your skills in terms of identifying pain points and offering value propositions, because what you're doing is you're saying, hey, by the way, I'm actually thinking of you and your needs, and I found something for you. And it was a really interesting experience because I have noticed that with some of the kids that I work with too, is that they might not know what they're looking for, but when they are finding things for people that they care about, they're ending up learning a whole new skill of networking and collaboration, which is very, very important when it comes to this ecosystem. GitHub values folks that share and make notes and help other people. You actually gain a reputation, and it's a skill set that a lot of people have to learn because they don't really readily understand open source and that kind of hat tip to one another. So it is a valuable skill. But go ahead, Ross, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Uh, no, you're never interrupting because, like, guys, sometimes I can get a little crazy and I can start talking tech, start talking code, and just drive everyone into the forest with no guide. And Sarah comes here and she's like, "Wait, what did you just say? Like, can you do that like again? Just like, but wait, but in English." And that's really important. And the thing is, like when we work with organizations or schools or anyone really, we really take this into consideration, but sometimes it's hard. when you're building, and especially in a space like this where there's like so many people, it's really important that everyone follows. And sometimes like it's really hard to like remember this when you're like in the weeds building things. So it's really important. And guys, if you didn't do your homework, like, okay, so first, not good, but you need to take this seriously, because if you do, you can gain a whole new entire skill and change everything about what you're doing if you understand and it clicks. But without doing your homework, the next phase won't click. So I'm just gonna like, let's see, random tests, live stream. Okay, so there's 20 people on the live stream. That means there's a lot of people that are not seeing what I'm seeing, which is okay. I can't force you. But again, this is my last and final warning because we have a lot of things to do. Go on the live stream. You're gonna be not understanding what we're talking about. But if you're not looking at it and you're like, I'm gonna watch it later, that's fine too. But if you're real time doing this, you need the live stream right now. We're gonna do stuff that is so visual that you need to watch. So, without further ado, do you guys see my screen?
Yeah, when I click on it, it
Sarah,
took
do
me
you-
to Twitch.
Are you seeing my screen though?
Yeah, it's still on Stripe. Explore, purple button.
Nope. Right now it's on GitHub. Does everybody see GitHub? Who does not see
That's a
GitHub?
negative, Ghost Rider. I do not.
So what you
So-
want to do is you want to go to the ITT website. You want to go to the agenda for today. And if you're already on that page, just refresh it. Because you might be playing a recording
got it.
now.
Got it.
You're still on the Gemini chatbot in GitHub, right?
Yes. Yep. If you see Gemini chatbot, you're in the right place. All right. So we ready? Guys, if you're not on the stream, get on the stream. All right. So a lot of things happened today. So before we even go into anything, first, what I need you to do, and this is so important, if you don't do this, I actually really can't help you. Like, because I can't see what exactly you're doing. So this is like your opportunity to get help. So what I need you to do is you could make 3 comments in this space. You could make one comment after another. You could put it all in one. I need your GitHub repos. Post your GitHub repos now, like right now, in spaces in the purple pill or whatever you want to call it. I don't care what you call it, just post it. I need to know what you guys are thinking. And I don't want you to raise your hand and tell me because search sucks in GitHub. Like, I need a repo or it doesn't exist. Give me a link.
How do we get our link?
If you go to your GitHub that you chose, copy the link that's there, post it in the purple pill. If you don't do that, I actually can't see your code. And I can't tell you if it's possible. So if you don't do this, this is
So
going to
this
stop.
is before people fork, Ross, yeah?
Yeah, like I need to
Yeah.
see what you're thinking. Like this is not like a class where you're going to like upload your assignment and your homework. Like if you don't communicate with me, I don't see it. Also, please don't DM because that's not helpful for anybody. Mainly because sharing repos is part of the thing. Open source is sharing. Sharing is caring. You hopefully learn this in kindergarten.
And
If you haven't learned it in kindergarten, I'll teach you now. Sharing is caring. Share your GitHub repos, please, now.
one more thing, I'm seeing some of you post in the repos here in the replies. As I'm looking at some of these repos, some things you want to be, I guess, a little aware of. The repos you're looking for are TypeScript repositories. So when you're in a search, you want to filter by TypeScript because the framework that we're using is Next.js and TypeScript. A few other things. Try to read the descriptions of the repo. Visit the website that's potentially available in the description to get a little bit of a better idea what this repo is. For example, one of the replies here is Preline UI. And it says that Preline UI is a set of pre-built UI-based components. So while you can use that in your project when you're developing the style of your page, when you want to develop what the look and the feel of the page is, what it does not do for us, unfortunately, is add function, right? So we want to find something that potentially connects to an API, just like the example project that Ross had. The Gemini chatbot connects to the Gemini API. And by the way, guys, I updated the agenda with a link to Google Gemini API where you can sign up and get your own API key if you are using Gemini.
One other thing Alistair just brought up. This is an awesome opportunity for you to help or have your AI cohorts helping you. I noticed for myself, there were a lot of terms that I just weren't on my radar. I didn't understand what the heck they were talking about, just like what Alistair just said in terms of, does this work with my idea? If you've already created a persona or something of the like in your my AI tutor, you can actually ask them, say, hey, we're working on this project together. I found this repo. Do you think it'll work? Does it fit what I need? And you'll be amazed at some of the things that will come out of that conversation, because a lot of times, especially if you're not a developer, I'm not, I don't play one on TV, I don't know the questions that I'm asking. It's like shooting things in the dark. It's because you're looking at all of these, and for a novice who has never coded a thing in their life, and they're just looking at how do you discern what's between a good one or a not good one, or what project you're building or not. In those situations, when we don't have a Ross, Nick, or an Alisher on speed dial, we do have some interesting techniques and tools on our fingertips that can help us, suss out those things. And so, it's now becoming more my default, is that if I need something to be explained to me because there's certain terminology that is not in my wheelhouse, the worst thing it can do is spit out something that I don't understand. But not asking the question keeps me in the dark longer. And, my time's precious, just like yours is. So it is something to think about. Go ahead, Sharon.
I just have a question regarding what are the languages that we can search repos for or projects?
We're gonna go over that right
Okay.
now. But if you look at my screen,
Mhm.
what I'm doing is I typed the word OpenAI, right? Because I want to use AI. And then I chose over here, so I'll go back so you can see I chose TypeScript. We need TypeScript, guys. And if you're posting a plugin, like I saw Dave, you posted a plugin, you can use that. But we still need a project. So your project would be the repo that I posted. The plugin would be something you would bring in and maybe create a new view or use that component. So guys, you want to search like this, and then there's like cool things you can do. So best match is good, but what's better is what happened today. I love what happened today. What happened today is a testament of what's going on in real time with the pulse of GitHub and developers. So you can see this says a web app offers an interface to interact with OpenAI, ChatGPT via API. Okay, what are you? And then you click it. And then you click it. And it's like, okay, well, that's cool, but I want something better. That's not really what I want. So then you keep looking, right? And you can see between when I searched and now, a new one popped up 36 seconds ago. This is important. GitHub is alive. Things are changing every single day. Now, before we go any further, a few things have changed today. So, for everyone in this room today, right now, Alisher has kindly posted where you can get an API key for Gemini. Yesterday, if you did this, the end result would be different. Today, if you do, you'll be entered into the beta of Gemini, which means you would have access to 1.5 temporarily. So in AI Tutor, it will exist even after the beta, right? But now, it will give it to you guys during your building phase for free. So imagine you can build in an unlimited way and not have to worry about paying token fees. And you can do this for free right now if you follow Alisher's link to get the key. Now, I'm going to show you an example. And of course, I'm gonna post it somehow. I'm gonna see how to do this. Hold on. There's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. So I'm gonna post it in the blue pill from desktop. What I'm showing you. Are you guys ready? This is so cool. All right. So if you look, are you on stream, everyone? If you're not on stream, you're not gonna see the visual here. So here's a project that you could use right now. So like when I give you this link right now, you could say, hey, I want to use this for my project. What you're about to see is not only groundbreaking, but far beyond anything that I knew was possible. And this is why. The reason is because of Gemini. So here's an actual like world premiere of something you could build tonight. So I'm gonna say I want to go and I want to take a flight. Like I want to book a plane, and I don't want to leave this website. So I'm on your website. I pay your little premium, $20 a month. You help me book flights, and here's how it works. First, I say let's book flights, and look at that. Real flights, not fake flights. Real flights. This is a testament to what's changing now. AI is becoming more capable. Functions are becoming more real. Any questions before I even continue?
Hell
I'm sure.
yes,
Hopefully,
hell yes. Does this Next.js mean that we could copy this and throw it right into our current JS framework and that becomes chattable? Is that really what you're saying?
copy paste.
Oh my God.
Sharon, you have a question?
Where do I find the link again? Is it in the purple pill or?
You didn't get that far yet.
Oh, okay.
And if you thought that this is just a demo and I'm done, you're wrong. We're booking the flight.
Hold on. It's accessing and interacting with the website that you're ordering from?
We're interacting with the API at American Airlines, my friend. So what's interesting about this screen here is, guys, this is not an answer. This is a UI. Do you know what this is called? It's a new thing. Take out your notebooks. It's called generative UI. What if UI can build itself? What then? What if this is possible now? How does that change your idea? Does it change your idea? If so, I want to hear it. Tell me how it changes your idea. Let's talk. Before I hit the next one, I want to explain what's actually going on. We are talking to American Airlines. We are going to Rome on May 12th, 2024, on United Airlines Flight 240. We're going from San Francisco to Rome, and now I'm getting the opportunity of a lifetime to choose my seat in a chat interface. Can you even imagine a world where you can pick a seat in a chat interface? Don't even bother imagining it. Look outside. We're in that world. You live in it. Now we have to capitalize on this, guys. Guys gotta learn how to code. If anyone tells you AI is here, you don't have to code, they're lying. Don't listen to them.
This is crazy. I could go in there and add hotels and all kinds of stuff, day trips and everything. You can have it. Oh
Sharon,
gosh, this is crazy.
there's no limit to what you can do, Sharon. The only limit is what you set.
Don't listen to Jason Huang. Jensen Huang. He said don't learn coding. I say opposite now.
Yeah, don't listen to him. He's wrong. I don't care if he's the CEO. He's wrong.
Ross, Bjorn Free has a question.
Yeah.
Sure.
Hey, Ross, so of course I'm selfish and can only help to apply the tools you're presenting to myself, right? So Let's talk about blueprints for a minute. Does this possess OCR, like the optical character recognition? The only way I see my idea working is if the AI has construction knowledge, which it should, with it being AI, but I would need to upload a set of plans and set the scale. Would this be able to recognize those characters or length of lines or things of that nature?
100% yes.
Oh.
And when we get to that, I will show you how to interact with that and make it have eyes. You can even give it ears, y'all. Gemini could hear. And soon, it will watch videos. We're so close. I mean, what you're seeing is not only insane, but guys, I've never seen this anywhere. Not even on United. Imagine a world where you get a job with United Airlines because you showed them something they have not seen. That's powerful.
And right,
This,
it didn't have to look like this, right? This is just the UI that comes
it could be whatever you
right.
want. You could tell AI Tutor to do whatever you want, to put whatever logos you want. You can even add new functions. This is an example. It's laying out the framework for what's possible. And we're not even done, guys. Okay, we're picking a seat. I want to sit here. Okay. So check this out. Do I want to get a hotel, or drum roll, do I want to buy the ticket? Anyone have a question before I continue? I see someone came up. Please ask away.
Vin, that's you, love. Did you have a question? Vin, you have to take your off mic. Take your mic off mute.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah. I don't get on if it's not if I'm not triggered. I've been here right from the get go, and I'm kind of my head is kind of spinning right now. Ross, thank you for the other day we had that section. I'm dealing with a lot of things, but this booking of a flight thing is like a kind of adrenaline is running through my vein right now. I don't know. How is this possible? Sarah, I don't want to get you giggling again today, but this is I don't know. I'm not gonna say unbelievable.
It's magic. No,
It's beyond
it's magic.
This is not magic, Sarah. This is miracle. And Ross, I'm not gonna take anything that is happening here for granted, because you and I had an extensive conversation, and my head is, I feel like I'm gonna go back to 20 or 30 years old back so I can do so much thing with my life. Now my concern is can we in a real time use this as an experiment to book a flight going to Africa? Do you want me to give you a location? Because I know how much I spend every year booking a flight to Africa, and I'm looking at this. And also, United Airlines has always been my airline because I go through Frankfurt before I go to Lagos or Port Harcourt. Is that something we can demonstrate right here for the audience to see how this is possible? Or I don't know how we can use this, but this is something I want to get on to using right now.
Well, we have a few demos that I'm going to show you, but just rest assured, if you choose this as what you want to do, this can get you, just like Dave, like 80% there.
Boy, say no more.
But
Let's get after
if
it.
are you watching the stream? You
Yeah,
are.
I'm
So look,
watching
if you
right
guys look
now.
at the
I'm
stream,
speaking through my
watch
phone. I'm
this.
watching
Look.
through my laptop.
So imagine you hit the button and you're like, book it. Look at this. Now I pay with Stripe.
Holy cow.
I hit pay. It uses my cell phone number to text me the phone, and I pay. I'm not paying.
No,
I'm
no,
not
no,
doing this.
don't
Obviously,
pay. Why don't we do?
I'm not going to Rome.
Oh my God.
But imagine if you were like, I did book a flight and my friend's on it. What's the status? Insane.
Ross, can you check the plane to see if it's been in maintenance at all?
No, but I can show your boarding pass because that's what I
Holy
programmed.
graphic.
And it doesn't have it because it's not real.
Oh, Ross,
So
you
because
built
it's not
this
actually
agent.
connected. Well, I just built it on top of what's open source.
Right, but okay, but that answers all my questions. You didn't just enter into this and start using it and it knew what you were doing. You kind of created this custom agent beforehand. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah, it didn't take too long. I literally used AI Tutor and I used Gemini 1.5, 1 million context. I used our developer agent, which is in AI Tutor, and I just pasted 7 pages of code and I said, well, okay, can we make it book a flight? Because right in the demo, it just search flights. I wanted to like fake a Stripe checkout and like get all the way to the end. Now we're not even done, guys. There's more. So imagine you wanted to build something that was like sort of where you can get answers to anything. It could be anything. Like it doesn't have to be what you're seeing. Like it could be only about holistic medicine or great clothes at cheap prices. Like cuz you have the entire internet at your fingertips. So we're going to say like is the Apple Vision Pro worth buying? Now, if you don't want to type, you can just click as a demo. But look at this. So it's not just about getting an answer. It's about an interaction. So when you're looking at this demo right now, understand a few things. It did not just answer me, because that's not how this works. We are building customized niche applications that do specific tasks. So let's say I wanted to know just the price and the use cases and something that's not here. Does it break easily? Tell me, please. Now, what's crazy about this is it adds another dimension to interacting with AI. And leading the charge is, of course, Vercel, LangChain, Gemini. And in this scenario, Grok, Perplexity. Now, if you hit send, it's a whole situation that occurs. It's not a search. Guys, just look. Hopefully it works, because local, But look, it knows about the durability. It figured that out. I didn't actually say that word. Here's some images. Here's some sources. Here's some images. And then there's AI answers, use cases, durability, addressing everything I asked. Now, what I'm going to turn this into, like if you guys decide to use this, that's great. But what I'm going to turn this into is a multi-dimensional chat that inputs video and audio. And I'm going to put it in AI Tutor. Because that's what this whole thing is about, is finding really cool things and making it available.
I just fell off
And so
my
I'm going
chair. I'm so sorry. I
Huh?
just fell off of my chair. This is crazy. This is so freaking amazing, Ross. I don't know what else to
I mean,
say.
this is
This is
stuff people
crazy.
don't tell you. It's like the secrets of the universe.
This is so freaking amazing, Ross.
But the ability to package it up in your own package and
Oh
make it
my
look like it's
God.
yours is worth gold.
It's like this.
I love Vin's
So,
laugh. It's so contagious and wonderful. You make me smile, Vin.
so guys, like imagine your idea in this format. That means you don't have to search no more. I have repos for
You
you.
know, Ross, I know you are still talking. Please, I think I'm gonna quit
No,
my
you're
job
good.
and come to be an apprentice under you. You know,
Like, it's truly like transformative what you could do with the right knowledge. Honestly, like if I didn't know that I could like do all of these things, I don't know if I would have built AI Tutor and Pixio and all the 120 applications for students that we built over the last 10 years. I don't know if it'd be possible, but luckily I had some people and I had some really good opportunities, some mentors that helped me. And I was like, well, how does the world not know this? Like, how is this a secret? Like, I just don't get it. Because when you do stuff like this, like anyone could turn this app into anything. And then what's crazy is it contains like really cool features. Like I said, I want to make sure it's durable, right? Okay. So now it's continuing, which is so cool. And it says beta, not because it's a company, because it's just beta. Like this is a repo. Like you guys can literally fork this, and we're gonna go over that in a minute. But once it finishes its answer, I'm gonna show you something. Okay, so here's the related situation, right? And I'm gonna say, look at what it searches. Look, guys, this is crazy. It's like superpower internet. And this could be behind a paywall in your app. A whole new way to chat. And the whole guided stuff, this, like when you first ask, look. So someone could ask you, and this could be like your company's data. Like this doesn't have to be just a product. But this is a product that can actually compete with something like Perplexity. For $10 a month, Perplexity is over 20. You could beat them.
Not only that, you can add an AI influencer type scenario where you're actually talking to a person and conveying this information in whatever way that person wants to hear it, see it, experience it.
Yeah, no, that's
Think
true.
bigger.
And
Think bigger, folks.
I don't want to continue this process before what I want to do next, which is if you're really participating and this is like real for you, which is great. I saw some good stuff. Everything must be addressed. If it's not addressed, I can't tell you if it's gonna work.
And
Right?
guys, yeah, as far as that goes, I went through all the replies in this space and I replied to most of you on whether or not it will work within our SaaS template or it will not work. So look carefully at those replies and remember what we're looking for in GitHub is something that is TypeScript and Next.js, because that will have the easiest time integrating into our SaaS template.
Yeah, and so Smoke, yours is really good. I've actually built that. It's super cool. The one part that's missing is being able to do it with multiple people. So that would be like the only part that you would have to like build. So if you want a no building solution, I would pick something else, but it is cool. Like you should build it for yourself, not a SaaS product, just you. That would be like really cool, I think. Like, because the thing is, it's not designed in a way where you can have multiple people doing Diffie. If that's your idea, Smoke, like you want people to make bots, shoot me a DM and I'll show you a repo that can do the same thing, but for SaaS with Stripe. So just DM me if that's the situation that you want. I know a few that will work. I'm literally going through them too. Does anyone want to come up to the speaker and talk about what they chose and what they want to do? This is like a really good time for you guys to do that. We're not going to do this again because we're going to be building.
One of the other things, just before we have everybody come up and talk about them, when you are choosing repos, there is a cosmic karma to this kind of stuff. When you're in open source, hat tipping the folks that have helped you get there is going to be so important. You don't have to. You can hide it. You can, you know, cloak it behind your fork and do all of those things. But I will tell you that in the very near future, those social currencies are going to matter. And especially in these kinds of communities. Many of you that are listening in have never been in a collaborative environment like this or an open source community. And there is uh, courtesies, common courtesies, and hat tipping one another, and making sure that you say thank you to the people who actually put the work in to create these repos for you to use. So, always be mindful of where they come from, and always be mindful of the folks that have actually put in and invested their time and energy. Because I swear to you this, if you honor those folks in just a random way, simple thank you, it'll come back to you tenfold. But if you forget about it and you hide it, you're going to have harder times later on down the road finding the collaborations that you really want to make. There is something about this, and I can't emphasize this enough amongst this community specifically. So if you are unfamiliar with the hat tipping and the way of being kind and making sure to make, note keep those notes in place of who authored these kinds of things. It's just a really good habit and discipline to get into. Um, I have seen that Rosemary did come up, and I haven't heard her yet. And I wanted to make sure there were some questions in the purple bubble about where the live stream is. The link is up top. You actually have to go to the Innovators Think Tank, and you have the live stream there. And you'll be able to access these after the fact as well. So, Rosemary, did you have any questions? Are you all hot, straight, and normal? Are you thinking about all the wonderful things that you're going to be building?
Hey, yeah, I just DM'd Ross and them because I was struggling with finding repos during my time of going through the homework just because it was like looking at Spanish and I don't speak Spanish. So um, they just asked me what my idea was. So it's an all in one solution platform. It's similar to a Kajabi or Builderall, but I have a twist because I've been on the back end.
Wait, hold on. I don't know what those are. So you got to actually tell me.
Okay, so it's an all-in-one platform. So it's like a CRM, invoicing, and management for your business. So it's like a if you were a coach or someone selling online digital products and facilitating communities and cohorts and such, you want to have one place to handle all of your business, meaning taking you from lead generation to facilitating lifetime buyer cycles with your ideal clients.
So I would reduce that idea to one component first, and then you can like tackle the other parts later. But I would pick one part that you want to use, and then either figure out if you're going to use AI or not, and that's what you should focus on. And then you can find the GitHub. So, for example, you said you wanted to make invoices and stuff. Like I linked a repo that Dave's going to build off of. That does that, but there's going to be modifications that you got to make. So you just got to boil it down to one thing, 3-step process that someone could do. And again, you could like evolve this, obviously. But we have to start somewhere.
Gotcha.
You're not always going to find the exact thing that you want, but tackling bit by bit. It's the old adage: you can't eat an entire elephant in one bite. You have to do it spoon by spoon, right? And a lot of times, every added spoke or facet that you want to add adds another layer of complexity. And right now, you're just trying to muddle your way through and understand the underlying principles, if that makes sense. And so, it is kind of one of those things that I myself had to kind of struggle with, because in my head I thought, well, this is just a simple, you know, role playing game type scenario and whatnot. And then I realized something else. I know that uh, Ross got kind of sidetracked, but I had marked a couple of the repos that I thought were fascinating, right? And then for the life of me, I couldn't find them. I was like, where the flip did they go? And then I realized that repos come and go. And if you see them, they're kind of ephemeral. They're like little, butterflies. You have to try to catch them right then and there because sometimes they're removed. Sometimes, something happens to them. And so unless you've forked them and kept them and kind of, hoarded them away in your own digital, you know, ecosystem, they can be lost. And so I thought I had something really, really cool and I couldn't find it again. And, there is a finesse about this, right? There is a game in sniping the perfect thing. And I will tell you too, a lot of you are younger, but back in the day, librarians did this. They have a secret knack of finding things. And most people don't realize that, librarians had to take professional classes in order to suss out information. And then later on, people like Ross, who understand the Google ecosystem, they understand search. A lot of folks just put in, I'm searching for this. But there's a lot of nuance, just like when we're prompting and prompt engineering, where you have different language, different orders, different, you know, context. You can add and this and that, and lots of little secret things that we may not be aware of. And so you're learning today how to suss out that perfect repo. And it may be that you have to cobble a couple things together, but going simple right out of the chute just to learn the ecosystem 10 times easier than trying to build out the master world domination plan that we all have secretly lurking in the back of our supervillain heads. Well,
Yeah, it's so important, guys. What she's saying, even though she's actually does not, as she says, act and pretend to be a developer in the daytime, but there's definitely a part of this that it's not just like technology and development. It's understanding. It's gaining the skill to learn again that maybe you feel like you've lost, because just because you're not in class doesn't mean you couldn't learn like a sponge, like a 5-year-old. You can when you're excited. And if you're here, I'm gonna assume you're like not trying to kill time or at the gym listening to this, that you're actually excited. So without further ado, I'm going to show you option 2 of searching. So head over to YouTube, type in the amazing 2 words. It's like Open Sesame, Next.js space task. And there's going to be a lot happening here, but we're going to go through a vocabulary list right now. We're going to take you guys to school a little bit. And if you don't like work, well, I don't know why you're here. So take out your notepads. We need to know the buzzwords. So, bun. Also, extra points if you know what any of this is. Anyone know what bun is? If anybody says, like, something you put butter in and you eat with dinner, it's not that. Anybody know what bun is? Okay, so bun is the same as NPM. Does anyone know what NPM is? Okay, that's bad. I don't see emojis. Sarah, is there emojis?
A
I was
library of
taking notes,
executables.
man. Yeah.
Network
Do
programming
we?
manager or something?
No, it's Node
No.
Package
Node
Manager.
package manager. Crap.
We are so past NPM, guys. Do we know what this means?
I just said what it was.
Yeah, you're right.
Yay,
But does
because I
everyone
had to,
else know?
but they're what you can't ask them questions when they're writing notes. This is very
Yeah, but
difficult.
they can't write the notes if they don't understand what NPM
True,
is.
true, true.
So bun is another variation of a package manager. So think NPM, but instead bun. And honestly, if you go look up bun Next.js, it has the most adorable logo.
It's basically
But don't
bundled
be
up nodes, right?
don't be fooled by the cuteness. It's sort of complex. And if you don't, and oh my god, this is so important, guys. This drove me wild for days when I first learned this. So your computer, right? Can we do emojis if we have Windows? Emojis for Windows. I don't see emojis, and I'm on an
That's because I
iPhone.
hate
This is
Windows.
bad. Anybody have Windows? Okay,
Yes,
good.
we have Windows.
If you have Mac, put an emoji. Okay. Both of them are not supported. So that's fun.
Is it Linux?
So both those things. It is, yeah. And so we're not going to cover this today, but like next week when we are like in the weeds building, we're going to cover things like this. But buzzword number 1, vocab list. You guys should have a list. If you don't have a list and check it twice, you're not getting a gift. You're just not going to learn. You're not Santa Claus. But you have to check it like a bunch of times. And if you plan to do this in a capacity where you're making $300,000-$400,000 a year, you must understand these things. So bun is equal to npm, but not equal to as the same. Bun is faster, 96% faster. Does everyone understand? So far,
Yes.
it's the same exact thing. So you could do like bun install whatever, bun run dev, and it will work. Now here's the other thing. Vercel supports it, which means you won't actually have to code to get it to work. Now, if you have Linux, that's great. If you don't, you need WSL. You can look this up. We're not going through it right now. This is not being covered in this section, but we will cover it at a later date. But if you're one of those people and you're in this room and you have Windows or Mac, you absolutely need to know what WSL is and install it. But we're not doing it today. So if you want to go Google, go for it. Now, when you see the word bun, that means you can't run it locally. So no matter what you're going to do, it's not going to work unless you have WSL. So the next thing we're going to learn, the next word, right, is neon. Neon Tech is a database. It's a free database that you'll be able to use for your website, in addition to Supabase. Why do I tell you both? They're the same thing. That's stupid. It's not. Because let's say you download a template and it's using Neon, and it's using something in Neon that Supabase does not have. You want to know what Neon is so you can get an account. And you're going to see it quite often. Neon and Supabase are pretty much like the top 2 database engines out right now. So they're common. ngrok. Spelt exactly, it's not a word. It's N, G as in grandpa, R as in Ross, obviously, it's a good one. O as in Oscars, K as in, I don't even know. What's a good K?
It's not
Kangaroo.
Grok.
No. That is a way for you to use your own computer as a host. So let's say you want to use your GPU, like you play games sometimes, but you're like, well, I wish you can be like making money graphics card. You can make graphics card make money by building an application that utilizes graphics card using AI, and ngrok can pump it to the world. So your users can use it from your local machine. This is important for launching cool apps that require an actual machine like Pixio. Pixio runs on ngrok. Not all of it, like 20% of it. And that's important because our GPUs are in Pixio, real life GPUs. And we use ngrok to get it into Pixio so you guys could use our GPUs. How cool is that? So ngrok takes your local host and makes it public host without Vercel. This is important because if your application uses a lot of RAM, you can actually host that part of it locally. So Vercel doesn't charge you extra. Next thing we're going to learn. Upload thing. Upload thing. One word. What it does is it lets you upload files from your application. We use this in Pixio. When users upload images and videos, they upload in via the API. And so it's a great thing that you need to know because a lot of these companies use it. And if your app is going to upload data, you would use it too. Now, don't get siloed. Like, if you find an app that has like a different login system, like we can make it work with our login system. So if it says it uses Clerk, we're not using Clerk. So you would disregard Clerk. Clerk is a login system. We already have this with Supabase. So if you're looking at my stream, what I do is I search like this. Now look at this. Build and deploy full stack Next.js. Now check this out, guys. I click this video, and I don't want to sit here for 4 hours, right? Let's just say I go here, and here's the GitHub. So now here's the whole entire project, and it's a Canva clone, guys. It's like really powerful stuff. Like you can see, he normally does a demo like right in the beginning. I'll mute it so we don't hear it. But like, look, just look at stream. This is not Canva. Imaginify. Like, what even is this? It's a whole thing. It uses AI. It's a whole entire SaaS platform. Like, start to finish, built, done for you. Look at how cool it looks.
This is insane. You know, sometimes I have to sit back in my chair. You know, when you think about the dawn of the internet and how far things have come and how many things we just take for granted, and then you sit back and you think, how many years did you struggle over PowerPoint, presentations, or I had to give a TED talk once, and it was absolutely nerve-wracking. And then you look at something like this and you're like, well, dang, you know, it's just there are so many possibilities, and sometimes I know that other people feel this way too, that you just become overwhelmed. You're like, there are so many ideas. How do I focus on one? That's the first question. The second question is, oh my gosh, it's already been done. Why should I bother? And I think to myself, what an amazing time to be alive on the timeline of history. That you have the ability to be a true creator. And what I mean by that is that you have at your fingertips all the tools of creation. And all you need is the initiative, the inertia, the push forward, the science piece of the puzzle. And once that happens, incredible things are possible. We listen to Vin, in his little contagious giggle. It's because he understands. He's an engineer. And I think a lot of us that are now, I hit 50, right? And then you think to yourself, wow, I'm going to start a brand new career at this moment. You've had this whole entire kind of way of existing, and now you actually can create and generate the most amazing things, and generate in revenue income on a different level. I had heard earlier in a space about someone saying it's not universal basic income. It's everybody's going to have these tools and they're going to be able to generate whatever income they need at that particular time. And truly, I mean, you look at Bjorn Free and you can hear it in his voice because it clicks for him. He knows exactly what he's going to do with it. He's already realized a huge, powerful win when you consider the fact that he's been in class for 2 sessions, and he has made, he put it down below. I'm not going to say his dollar figures because I was brought up correctly in life, but it's like one of those things. You don't necessarily talk about money, but you definitely elevate wins. And for him, that's life changing at that particular moment, because now he's thinking to himself, how am I going to capitalize on this? How am I going to build it? When Ross tells you you can build anything, you can, and you will. The only thing that's stopping you is yourself. And a lot of times people can have that paralysis, because the thing is what if you actually get everything that you've ever wanted? And that's truly the question of the day, because I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, everything that I do is going to be going through the prism of this, the augmented integration. It's not necessarily artificial intelligence. It's an augmented integration into whatever it is that we want to build. And it's just incredible. And the fact that you're sitting here with so few people so few people. You have the first mover advantage. If you had My AI Tutor, you had Gemini Pro before anybody else. You've had it in your hands for what, 2 weeks. We've been playing with it every Saturday night in Josh's space. You've had first mover advantage. You could go home, you could work all night and create something and have something that's very, very profitable in a really, really quick amount of time. You know, it's absolutely humbling, and wow, you just get a lump in your throat because it is that amazing. It really, truly is.
And as everyone's talking, I'm just like streaming cool projects. Like what you just saw was a website builder, like similar to Wix. Like it's so crazy how you can build these. They're right on YouTube, just like hanging out, waiting for you. Like all these cool projects, like anything you could even think of. Look, email newsletter platform. Literally, it's like a whole platform. Look, image generation. Look at this. You could build this and charge people. Check this out. You know, one of our demos in AI Tutor and Pixio came from this. I started from this, and I built out something really cool, totally different from this. Like you wouldn't even recognize it. But check it out. If you put in your Stripe, the user can do AI, generate music, generate images, generate video, generate code. They pay per generation. It's a framework to show you how you can do this. Guys, this is just on YouTube. Like, I swear I'm not even joking. If you don't believe me, I will literally take my search. So it's like my search, so it should be equal for you guys. I will post it in the nest. I won't because I have too much going on. But I will post it in the comments because there's just way too much going on here. But I think I can post it in. Yeah. Okay. Good. So you can execute this search and you can see. But basically, like headshot app. Like imagine you want to like make an app where people make their own headshots. This dude is gonna show you how it's done. Let's skip ahead so we can like see what it builds. Look, Stable Diffusion. Check this out. Look at his headshots. You could charge people for that.
Hey, is that Cash Money Cap at the bottom right?
Huh? No. But you can see, look, he's deploying it on Vercel, and it's like, okay, I don't care about you right now. Where's your code? Because all I care about is the code, because that's what I care about. Boom, look, I will link it right here in the everything I find. I will just link for you guys. Look at this. By the way, I updated and I posted the search, and I also posted the Gemini bot that I showed earlier, and I posted the headshot starter, which allows your users to actually create real headshots. I'll show you what it looks like in a second. Configuration done. Okay.
Where did you post this stuff
Okay.
at? That Gemini bot from earlier?
All in the comments of this space. This is a shop. So let's say you want to like sell stuff and you don't want to pay Shopify because that's super annoying. Check this out. It's free. Look, here's the quick demo. If you have questions, come up now. Talk to me. This space right now, this particular space will be the last time we talk about like repos and choosing. Like we're building next space. So this is your shot to like tell me what you want to build, and if you have trouble searching, I can help you search live. But this is a full shop. Like you can actually launch a business from this demo. And it's not just a demo, guys. It's a 5-hour video tutorial, 4 hours, and it comes with the repo. So here's the repo to the online store. I'm posting that too. You can literally just sell products, and it's free. You don't have to pay no one. There's no middleman. Just you and Stripe. These are just ideas. You have to spend time and find your own ideas. And Alistair and I will comment on them and look at them all. But I hope this was helpful, and I hope people aren't like, oh, I hope we coded right now. Like, I'm trying to be really understanding of the idea that potentially this is the first time you've ever did this. And I hope that us going slow is like a good thing and you're not wanting to like move faster. And if you are, please tell me. Feedback is key. This is a literal experiment. We've never done this on this scale on social media. We've done this with rooms full of 400 people, but not social media. So you guys have to help us. If this is like too fast, tell us. If it's too slow, tell us. But do we all have some type of repo, or we're still not? We don't have one. That's Next.js and TypeScript, because I gave you all examples that are TypeScript. So you can head over to YouTube, find a cool tutorial. Like, you need to find something. You need code. And it's all on YouTube. Like, look, you can build Dropbox right here. So this is Dropbox. It's like a literal clone. Remove background in seconds. I also urge you to head over to Vercel, which I'm sharing on stream. You can go to your account like this. You can hit project. You can hit template. And there's a lot of templates here. If you want AI, you can choose AI. These are all AI. Please take like a few moments. And before we start moving a little faster, anyone have any questions about the 3 places I told you to go to figure out where or what you're going to build? It's very important that you take this part super serious, because this is what you're building.
I
With a
cannot
show of
find that
hands,
bot.
oops, sorry. Go ahead, Bjorn.
Oh no, it's okay. I can't find that Gemini bot link in the comments at all.
I'll see if I can find it for you. I didn't see it either, but I think it could be up top too. You know, for those of you that are listening in, and I know that there are a couple, I've read the DMs behind the scenes. Just seeing today, you know, you might have done your homework and everything else, but for some reason now, you know, seeing these things live, things are clicking for you. And then all of a sudden it becomes, whoa, you know, it's okay to modify. It's okay to kind of look at all of the evidence and the data and the things that we've discovered together this evening. You know, when you're getting ready to kind of go to the next step and kind of flesh this thing out and build it out, you know, having these steps, these stepping stones, and these like little breadcrumbs that you're following, it's okay if you're changing it a little bit, you know. Sometimes when you are hit in the face with a better idea, you know, that is the universe saying and conspiring with you. And you may not know it at that particular time, because you really might be stuck in thinking one thing or the other. A good friend of mine, Chris Anderson, you know, his dad wanted to build the windshield wiper, and he was so stuck in it that someone else had that idea and took it and run with it, because he was so hell-bent on making it perfect. You know, if something is striking your fancy and all of a sudden you're realizing, oh my gosh, I was thinking in a totally different direction, it's okay to adjust your sails. You know, we're in this iteration project, and I can tell you a lot of people looked at GitHub differently, you know, 5 minutes ago than they did last night. You know, and that's okay. That's what we're supposed to be doing. And when you're learning in an open environment like this, that is the cross pollination of ideas. That is the iron that sharpens iron. And sometimes it means that your steel was not standard. You know what I mean? That you had to up your game a little bit, or maybe flesh out the ideas that you were originally thinking. Or in some cases, like our friend Christelle, you know, she came to a Saturday night, and AI had basically progressed so much overnight, you know, that, you know, a new model had been unearthed and her entire idea was already solved. You know, those are the kinds of things that can happen. I see that Evaflow has his hand up. We'll go to you, and then I see that Rutro has come up too. So, Evaflow, how are you, love? What can we do for you today?
Hey, what's up? Thank you very much for everything. And I really appreciate the space and everything. Actually, there's a few quick questions for Russ. Now, I had remembered last week, I don't know if you mentioned something about a limitation to the amount of apps we could be able to build just based on, I'm not sure which one of the pieces of the stack that limited the number of apps that we could build, but I wanted to know if there is a limitation to the number of apps. That's my first question.
So on Vercel, when you build and launch applications to the world, there's literally zero limitation. It's absolutely insane, and it's the coolest thing ever. and I'm so happy to perpetuate their awesomeness to you guys. And like, I'm not a paid affiliate or anything. I just don't know how I would have done without what I did without Vercel. You can have unlimited projects. It's crazy.
Perfect, perfect. Now I have another question that's similar. Um, is it possible to build multiple apps within one app, but they're similar? So let's say you have like you could have somebody has an app, but in that app they could generate images, but they could also generate lyrics, but then they could
Yeah,
also
like
create a store.
yeah. So like, think about Pixio, an AI tutor, right? So I know you have AI
Yeah.
tutor. You log in and you have an app within an app. Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, perfect. I have another last question. How does what we're doing now with software as a service based on like a subscription model, how can that be integrated into, because I think OpenAI, they just like they have like a GPT store. I'm not sure if I'm getting it right, but I think there's a newly launched store, AI store, where like it's basically like the App Store all over again, but it's presenting a grand opportunity to develop AI apps that are useful and make them available to the public.
Yeah, like just like my demo, man. Like you saw, like I was chatting, but then I was booking a flight. I think things like
But I
that
think
are going
also
to change.
just like something like AI Tutor,
Yeah,
instead of using ChatGPT, we use OpenAI API. So we make an
this is
API
true.
call to get whatever sort of AI response you want. And typically, the API models that are available to you are better than the models that they provide you in ChatGPT. And another thing to consider as in order for you to use any sort of plugin or a GPT, you might need a GPT Plus subscription. And in this case, you're charging a subscription directly from the user instead of having to rely on OpenAI to charge a subscription.
So basically, if I do what Ross was doing right now, which is basically doing a deep dive on YouTube for ideas, going on GitHub for ideas, and I see 3 different ideas that I like, that I want to test. I don't know which one's gonna work, but hey, you never know, right? I can go ahead and implement my multiple ideas and pitch them.
Yeah, it's really just going to be different pages and different files, but they could all be within the same project. And they could even all use
Yeah, so
OpenAI.
yeah, yep. And you could use all different things. It doesn't just have to be OpenAI. Like you could generate songs. You could take the lyrics and generate a song, and then generate the singing person. You could literally build Suno. Guys, can I just share with you like the coolest thing that I just tweet
Squirrel,
right now? I
squirrel,
mean, I didn't
squirrel.
tweet. No, listen, you guys got to see. I don't care, squirrel or not. And you got to see. So okay, so the reason she's saying that is because my brain is like a squirrel. It finds things and will derail your conversation if what I'm about to
We're
say
talking
is
music,
useful. And
that's why. Yep.
let me tell you, what I'm about to show you is useful. You ready, y'all? Check out the latest comment. You know that new thing that's like breaking the internet right now that like everyone's talking about music? Guess what? Guess where they made it? Look who posted it.
Wait, what video?
Look who actually posted that tweet.
Vercel?
Nope, not Vercel.
I just saw the Vercel thing.
Nice try though. Try again. Anyone know? Who knows?
Super bass.
How insane is that? That we're here
Insane.
learning about the thing that's literally breaking the internet as we speak tonight is made in Supabase.
Who also
Yeah.
tagged Ross because he thinks what we're doing here is so
Okay, that's
amazing.
true.
Yes.
They're definitely following this whole thing, guys. Supabase and their entire team and their community manager is all following what y'all are doing in this space. So much so that I forgot to share it, but Supabase is happy, and they told me in DMs like they're happy to like showcase your projects when you finish on like their website in their community area. So it's really important when people are watching that you actually built something kind of cool, because you have like Paul Copperstone who's actually watching you guys tonight. And that's crazy. And he's the CEO of Supabase.
And they're just giddy people. You know, when you understand the kind of culture that they cultivate there, they're giddy about building. They're giddy about builders. They're giddy about, trying to test the boundaries and push the envelope. And that's exactly what you're doing when you have these like digital maker spaces. You're using the tools in ways that they never anticipated. You're thinking outside of the realm of their use cases. And it's fascinating because when they watch you build, it spurs their creative teams also. It is that iron that sharpens iron. It's like we've used the analogy before where you're running a race and you're chasing this guy, right? You're chasing him down and you're trying to better your score and you're better your time, and you finally catch him. And the first thing that you ask him is, well, who were you chasing? Because that's what happens, is that you're spurring innovation on by constantly having this wonderful game of, it's not one-upmanship necessarily, it's pushing the technology, and they think it's delightful. I mean, we're using social audio in a way that was never intended. And all throughout the ages, humans will use whatever is on hand to do with the thing that they want, whatever it is, to build the thing, tell the story, whatever. And I couldn't be more proud of Nick Alisher and Ross, because there are a lot of really amazing people who are wickedly talented, who are looking at what we're doing here as a beta and saying, what if we can turn education upside down? What if ordinary everyday people can build extraordinary and beautiful things simply because they have access and a place at the table? That is incredible. It's powerful, powerful. Rutro, your hand is up. Are you lost? Do you need help? How can we help you?
Well, oh my God. So when I was doing the homework, I sort of did what you did. I went, oh my God, people have already sort of done this. So I was like, and then it's really hard to make a decision. And then now seeing all the stuff that's happening here and how you can get the YouTube thing, etc. It's like a kid in a candy store or at the Wonka chocolate factory, or like your little post, the bazaar with all the color pencils. It's like, what do I pick? And I, I now I'm starting to think about the thing that y'all approved. My idea might not be so great, so I guess I'm sort of asking, where should I just maybe grab something just so I can learn and move forward? What would be the big one? Would it be
What
the
speaks to
Gemini?
you? Because deep down secretly, there is always
Yeah.
something that you're a nerd about. Whatever it is that you're a nerd about, it could be something like fabric because you like to quilt. It could be paint. It could be anything. And any possibility is there. And what's so amazing is that you're sussing out the process, because once you figure out the process, figuring out from tip to toe how these things are, building blocks are made. Basically, what Ross has given you guys, each and every one of us, is a big giant sand pit of Legos. And we have everything at our fingertips, and it can literally be anything. That's what we're playing with. We're playing with these little blocks. And some people have been before us to say, hey, by the way, if you put these blocks in this order, you're going to get this shape. And this is really, really a helpful shape, because if you get this helpful shape, then you can build a wheel or you can do XYZ. That's what you have to think through, because otherwise you'll have too many choices, and then you get into that paralysis moment where you will not make a decision. Just pick something that you're passionate about, and it could be for something really, really simple. It could be an invoice thing, like whatever. You could actually mimic somebody that's far smarter. That's kind of my shtick, is like, if I'm trying to understand something, I'll say, okay, Dave's building this out, or Bjorn's building this out, or Ross is
No,
building
don't
this out.
mimic me.
No,
My
I'm
head's
using you.
spinning with new possibilities now.
Well, that's the problem with these things. But you find someone that you respect, you understand, you click with, and that has, something that is useful, and usually it's a problem that you yourself has. You know, I mean, why build something for somebody else or a problem that you want to solve the world? Solve the one thing. And it could be something really simple like cataloging, your markers or whatever it is. You know, it could be a problem that is just unique to you, but you'll be passionate about it because it's solving a pain point for yourself. That's my advice, but I'm sure that Dave
Yeah,
has better.
yeah, that is very actually very helpful. And I keep getting kicked off, so I didn't really see the step. If you could just sort of maybe verbally sort of tell me about how you go from the YouTube thing to the actual GitHub. Is there a link within? I didn't see
Yeah,
that part.
so basically what happens is like if you're in a YouTube, like for example, we'll choose the first one that I had over here, and you're in the YouTube, you just kind of look in the more and it tells you GitHub. Does that make sense? And by the way, I've been like posting like a madman all these awesome, insane starter projects that you could actually use now.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think I missed that step. I was like, well, how do I get that? I mean, because this is going to be homework in and of itself to sort of look through all these things and sort of watch the video and yeah. So
And yeah, no, we're gonna go over some stuff in a minute, and they're gonna see how to use the GitHub repo. But Cash Money Kev, calling you out, dude. Sorry, Dave, we'll get to you in like a second, and Everflow will get to you in 1 second. Cash Money Kev, I'm altering your project, whatever it is. You know what you're building? You're building Draw a UI. I tagged you. That's your new project.
Sometimes the problems in the projects just summon you. You know, Rutro, what I was going to say to tag on to what Ross said, when you're looking at AI pictures and it has the ALT, and you push that button and then it shows you what
yeah,
the prompt was. Okay. So for YouTube videos, more is very much like that because a lot of these folks make oodles of money making sure that all of those links link to something affiliate wise or whatever. But when it comes to GitHub, it's not that they're making dinero on those. It's the open source community making sure to give credit where credit's due because social currency is far more valuable than anything else. Because if you screw someone over, you're not going to have the help that you're going to need later on. So that's how you find it. And if that makes sense. Dave and Everflow, I think Everflow first and then Dave.
I think it was Dave first.
Okay. You are so sweet, Everflow. You know I love you to the moon and back too. You are such a wonderful, wonderful human. Dave, go ahead.
Yeah, on the YouTube stuff, you'll probably find bigger creators and with bigger followings are going to share GitHub stuff, and you'll probably find some smaller creators are probably trying to actually monetize the code. You'll see in some of the descriptions it will be buy this source code as well. So obviously we don't want to follow those projects if it's behind a paywall and you don't actually know, you can't really assess it. Nobody can give you advice on it. But also I think what's good about today is everybody got to stretch their legs on building something more basic and simplistic, but now you're seeing the possibilities that are out there. So it's actually perfectly fine to pivot. Even for me who builds a lot of stuff, I'm looking at this going, okay, well, it's not necessarily what is the very easiest for me to build. Now it has my brain thinking not necessarily about the building part, but actually what is the demand and what is suitable right now.
So smart.
that's helpful. Thank you.
My question was just about Stripe and how does it affect? Is it okay as well, just like Vercel, where you can do unlimited stuff? Is it the same with Stripe if you have multiple apps accessing the same Stripe account?
Yeah, so because it's API driven, it can be like all different apps using one key. Seeing on stream right now is an events app where you can purchase tickets to an event for your brand or organization. And after you purchase a ticket, they get a confirmation, all done in Next.js using Vercel, upload thing, Stripe, the whole 9 yards, and Clerk. And you can see it like not only will teach you, but go through the entire 5 hours. So you can be like, you know what? Next like tomorrow I'm gonna spend 5 hours and watch this video that Ross posted, and then we're gonna build this thing. And 5 hours and 41 minutes later, you have a new app that lets you book events and people can pay you. I'm literally just scrolling in the most very random search. I've already posted things that are like, it's called Novel, and what it is like Notion, but with AI, and you could launch that for your own brand. You can check the comments. What you're seeing now is Threads. Think Facebook, but like your own community with your own people. Look at this. This is completely open. God. Okay. So this app we actually use in real life, me and Alisher, to build a real project. And I can't reveal anything beyond that, but a real project.
Yeah,
What you're seeing is the demo.
we use this app as a great proof of concept in order to kind of like an MVP, in order to kind of sell the project and the idea. And also, I wanted to add is if you're not finding a project, look for an API service or a service that provides you with an API key, and using AI, you can build on top of that. I think in the next few weeks, we're probably going to do like a one-off stream where we take a service that provides you with an API and we'll show you how to use AI to build it out into a page where you can, let's say, generate an image or have some sort of a chatbot UI type project. Because it's very easy to build something out using AI, especially if they have the documentation for it kind of publicly available to you, because then you can take the documentation, you can paste it into AI Tutor or whatever AI platform you're using, and you'll be able to kind of direct the AI towards how you want to build out this page.
I have a quick question. So how does this Twitch, like you're sharing your screen, how does that work? So if I go back to this agenda page, will I be able to see everything that y'all have done? And how does it pair up with the X Space?
So yeah, it's on the website, and I'm also posting every link that I'm hitting right now
Okay.
in the comments.
Was she
But
asking to see if there was like a replay? Was that the purpose of the question?
oh, are you asking about a replay?
Yeah. So I'm definitely going to go back and watch all this because I kept getting kicked off or whatever. But I wanted to go through like the screen share, etc. And then how do I map that up to what you're saying? I guess it doesn't really matter, but that's what I was curious.
No. So we're gonna produce a video that's gonna have the audio matched up with the video for you guys.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
So I'm showing you a creator that I use a lot to learn how to build really, really, really cool things. I'm gonna show you one that he did that's really cool. And again, I'm linking everything. All the creators are being linked. But I want you to see what he built. Look at this. It's open source, guys. Like this entire project is open. It says Next.js chatbot. Great. Okay. Here's all the stuff we need. So if there's something here that we don't have, like a sign up or a platform, we need to do that. Now it says we need Gemini. So in order to use Gemini, we need to go here. And to get here, you're going to go to Twitter. And I know it's called X. I just don't care. Because we got bigger things to worry about. I'm just going to post it here, and you can find it in the latest comment in X. Hopefully Cash Money Kev will put it in like the Jumbotron and be like awesome.
Can we also snag them to put them in the notes and attach it to the Innovators Think Tank notes on the screen for lesson 3, just to make sure that they're captured?
Maybe later, not right now in real time, because there's a lot of repos. So if you want to put all the repos in, maybe later we can add them all in that were posted in comments, if that's what you're asking.
No, I was just making sure these links, because there are some people that may not have my AI
But
tutor.
Sarah, you do realize I put like 30 links out
I
already.
do. I've been tagging them all like a dutiful.
Oh, and by the way, if you do not have AI Tutor, you're gonna need it to paste in all the code.
Exactly.
Because ChatGPT will not work. So if you don't have AI Tutor and you want to have AI Tutor and you want to be onboarded before next Wednesday, we can make that happen. But you need to, Cash Money Cap, can you do me a favor? Can you post your link that you post every ITT? That same thing that you put in the Jumbotron, so people can remember to use the ITT code. But yeah, so what's really important about today, guys, is Gemini released their API, which means you can essentially go ham for 3 months. 2 months. Sorry, I lied. So for 2 months, you can go ham and you don't have to worry about paying no one. But after that, you will be responsible to pay your API bills. But what that means for now is that you can go build and create and not pay a dime. So you just hit get API key and it's that easy. So if you guys want to build with me today in this quick demo, please go get a key now. I posted it in the comments, which I don't see because Twitter sucks. But hopefully you guys do.
And also, I will add this project to the agenda. This is the Gemini chatbot, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I will add this to the agenda for today, so you guys can easily find this link.
Are we gonna get restricted on locations on Gemini, Ross?
Yeah, use the VPN.
Also, something interesting I found out too,
yeah.
Ross, just by looking this up. Well, this was random, but I didn't know this. But if you have a Google account, Google offers a free VPN as well. If somebody doesn't have a VPN.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
If you have Google
One, it
yeah.
offers a free. I saw that. I mean, I use Layer VPN, but if anybody doesn't have a VPN, doesn't really want to pay for one, if they already have Google One, you could utilize that.
That's true. So you all here? You see where I am? You got a key?
Yes, I got my key.
Okay. So what the key's gonna let you do is build out an application that's like for just like your own self. So for your brand or for your own self, you could build, and the limit here, guys, is groundbreaking. It is 1 million tokens. But again, they will charge you eventually. So right now, you're okay. So for this app that we built tonight, if you were to release it to all of your friends and be like, yo, look what I made, you're fine. You could spend hundreds of dollars an hour and no one's coming after you. But they will tell you when it's going to happen. But for now, you can build it. So we got our key. Now we're going to go back here and we're going to look. We're going to like learn a little bit. So, okay. I see like a bunch of stuff that I don't know. Like I actually don't know what's going on. But new vocabulary word. ENV. Who knows what that is? You get 5 fake points if you know what it is.
Environment.
Yes. What goes there?
Your framework.
Anyone know? No. But good guess. Any other ideas? Close. More direct. I need a real answer, not a general.
Is it the scaffolding, just in general, or no?
Not really. So, any other guesses? And by the way, guessing helps the learning process, guys. Interact. It's fun.
Your key?
Yes, Rosemary. Can you explain and elaborate for everyone? What do you mean by that.
That's where you put your API key.
Do you know why we do that and why we put it there?
It's the place where everything starts the communication, right?
That's correct, but do you know why it's better there than directly in your code?
For protection.
Correct. So Rosemary is, nail on the head, 100% right. Does everyone understand this? If you don't understand this, speak up now. Because doing this wrong can get you in trouble with whatever company you're interacting with. So you gotta be really careful. Does everyone understand? Now, if you look at my screen, there's a few things there. Can anyone tell me what's what? Anyone know? Anything? Just guess. You can guess. Who knows what's what? Anyone?
I
When you
see
say what's
Vercel.
what,
So I see line 2, line 5, line 8, 9, 10, 11. What are they?
Code.
But what do they
Oh,
want?
they want keys and values.
Keys.
Those are dynamic values. Yeah.
Oh, like keys we put in before too.
Right.
Got it. For the site.
So for the first one, for line 2, what goes there? Who knows?
your generative API
Yeah.
key.
What is that? Do we know what that is?
Your Google key.
Yeah, that's your main key that we get from what we just created.
Right. Now, what's auth secret? Who knows?
Oh.
This is for 10 Ross
Oh,
points.
is it your?
10 Ross points. It's a little harder. What do you think it is, Cordell? Just be wrong.
I know. I'm just saying. Well,
graceful.
I was thinking
Cares.
it's just your secret. Well, your your stripe. Well, I don't know. It's either your stripe key or no.
Is it like your direct
I like
key?
that.
To you?
Well,
That's where it's generated in Supabase.
Okay, so you're all wrong, but you're all
generate
close.
secret Vercel. So Vercel's the base. Vercel is where my GitHub stuff is at. So it needs my secret key.
Anyone have AI Tutor open right now? Because you're going to need it. You're going to need either AI Tutor or something comparable to get through the next part of this class and the regular class coming next week. So I want you to open AI Tutor or your favorite AI, and I want you to ask a simple question. What is a random secret open SSL? Who knows the answer? You guys have AI, no excuses. Let's go. I'll tell you what I tell my students. Start chatting.
Ross, can you not hover your mouse over the site?
Smoke Love, we can't hear you.
I moved it. He wants me to move the mouse. I got you.
And AI Tutor, it says it's still generating, but the secret for SSL, it says in the context of SSL/TLS, which are protocols used to secure communications over computer networks, a random secret.
Cool.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Now, Rosemary, follow-up question. Can you say I need to create a base 64 random secret? And just tell me what it says. We all need to learn, guys. And I don't know what the proper definition is. So that's why I'm having Rosemary use AI Tutor.
What
Because it will
you
know.
said? I need to create a base. What was the rest of it?
Base 64
Uh-huh.
random open SSL secret.
Okay.
I got a part of it. So it's saying, all right, creating a base 64 random secret is like making a secret magic spell out of a mix of letters and numbers that only certain people can understand.
It
Since you're,
feels like a
yeah,
seed phrase for a crypto wallet.
yeah,
Kind of.
since you're security, I'll show you how to do all these things.
So
Not your
it's like
keys,
a
not your
is
crypto.
it's saying that imagine it's saying that your secret, it's like a secret clubhouse that you want to keep safe so that a secret code only. I don't get it. I guess just like a code
well,
for I'm confused.
well, if your Clubhouse is your app and it's telling you it's a secret code. What is it saying?
Oh, it's like the code to my Clubhouse. Oh, like you put in the code going to. Oh,
Bingo.
I get it. I'm sorry. That's so simple. I was thinking it was so much.
It's
I was thinking it was so much
guys,
more
this
harder than
is
this. It's so
so
simple.
simple. And that's why I'm telling you, use AI Tutor. It breaks things down really simple for you.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh my gosh, Cordell.
In this process, AI Tutor is going to be very helpful. I promise you.
Yeah, it actually is. It's good, especially if when you tell it to break it down, like you're a 5-year-old.
I love that it talks about magic spells. That's part of the training that I gave it. Because I told it that what we practice is open sorcery, the wizardry of the web.
I
So
love
it
that.
kind of draws from that. Yeah, which is pretty
I'm here
cool.
for that.
So, okay. Now we have a new problem. What in the good Lord is KV? Like, sweet God, what is that? So we're going to go to the README and like figure this out together. What is going on up in here? Okay. So, guess what? They don't tell you about it. How does that make us feel? They don't really go over it too much. I see one thing. This. What's that? Chat history. Rate limiting. Okay, what is going on? Who can tell me what that means? Anybody? Guys, don't make me talk to myself. Let's go.
So when
What does
you're
chat?
chatting with AI right now, it kind of saves your chat history forever, kind of like you did with AI Tutor, and I'm assuming that's token oriented. And then the session storage. So I guess that's meaning you're going to have some storage capability somewhere to house the chats.
Okay, that was really good. You get like 20 points. Does everyone understand what he just said? That is 100% correct. Now, who handles this? So we don't even have to click it. Who handles this, guys?
Vercel.
Also, can we bring Artie up, please? Is that possible? Or is it like full and that's why?
You can take me off as a speaker and bring Artie up.
Yeah, you guys can remove Alisher. Don't worry, he's still here helping in the background. Artie, how are you, sir?
Hey, I'm good. I'm good. I don't want to interrupt where we are, but I still have questions on the GitHub repository that I'll use ultimately.
No, give everyone like a 2-minute breather. Ask me your question.
Yeah. So, okay, I want to create a wellness app where people can have private conversations with an LLM, but I don't want it to go through, OpenAI or Google or anything like that. I want privacy for the people so that they can feel, so they can have vulnerable conversations with the LLM, so that they can have, like mental health kind of conversations without worrying about Google ultimately knowing. I mean, they probably will still know in some way, but without Google or any of these large corporations knowing exactly what's going on. And I'm just struggling to find what repository I would use for that.
Okay, so all of them, Artie. So basically, you get to make a decision. So as the builder of TSI and AI Tutor and Pixio, Alisher, myself, and Nick, we ultimately had a choice to make. Do we create an environment where everything is sent to OpenAI, Anthropic, all these companies? Or do we limit the back and forth? We chose to limit the back and forth. You can do the same thing. Just because it goes through OpenAI doesn't mean it has to actually live on their servers. It could happen on your servers. That's the beauty of what they built. So you could actually use any language model, right? And you don't have to report the data back immediately. You could just not report it. It's part of being a builder. You can make the choice. They tell you that if you use moderation, it's cheaper. So your calls are cheaper with every LLM when moderation is enabled. Your calls are more expensive when moderation is not enabled. but that also means it's private.
And I would say another thing to consider, especially with an app that deals with mental health, is that models like ChatGPT might not allow you to have certain conversations. So in that case, you want to go to some open source models, maybe something like Mistral, Mixtral, or Llama. And you can find those models on Replicate, or you can even run the model yourself on a computer.
And even if you don't have that kind of money to actually run it on Replicate, which is going to cost you hundreds of dollars a month, there's services that will put these models up for you and you could use them. And services like Local LLM can turn your graphics card into an LLM machine for your customers. So like if you have a GPU, you can use it. And if you don't, you can just use any of like if you use Mistral's API, they specifically have an option to send and train, and you could choose to do it or not. So I would just say any of these tools or any of these repos work because you can always change what model you're talking to. And just like you see on screen, what we're about to do is go over like how this is all happening. But like Vercel, for example, offers the Vercel AI SDK. And if you go look at it, it's like it supports Hugging Face, LangChain, and all open source models. I'm showing you on screen. So we're using something that can do all of that. So I would say build something that you know you can build, and then like you can change it later. Like who it talks to. If you look at the description in the model, it says OpenAI, Anthropic, Cohere, Hugging Face, or LangChain. LangChain, Hugging Face, Cohere are open source.
Can you show what repository this is again?
So the repository I'm at right now, I will share again. I just commented it on this space. You should see it. I'll actually just do it again and tag you. That's fine.
And to add on top of that, you could also use OpenRouter, which has just numerous models, whether open source or not.
Yeah, and we partnered with OpenRouter. So a lot of you people that have AI Tutor have seen the word OpenRouter, and you understand that OpenRouter means a ton of models when you add OpenRouter in AI Tutor.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, because the way I kind of envision it is somewhat like your Plus in AI Tutor. It'll be a little bit different ultimately, but it's kind of that layout. If I could have people choose between the models like that, to some degree, that would be pretty cool too.
Yeah, you could do all of that, actually, like all those things. So
Hey Ross,
this do it.
did you link the API link?
Sarah, you're like late 5 minutes ago.
I
You
know,
already
I
have
know,
the.
I,
Yeah,
I
I
know.
sent it to you.
Okay, I'm trying to make sure and catch up on all of the DMs because they're behind the scenes. I'm like, wait, did you do that already? Okay, thank you.
You can also Google the Gemini API key and it'll take you right to it.
Yep.
There you go.
Affirmative. If you only knew how many balls are being toggled at this particular moment.
Hey, look, I'm down to help too in the background or catch people up or whatevs. I'm down to help.
I
Anyways,
am so
hit me
proud
up,
of you,
anybody.
Bjorn. You have no idea how proud I am of you. All right, continue, Ross.
So let's say we are now here and we're like, okay, we need to do this thing. So what is this? Let's find out. Okay. Larry, I know you're excited. Larry's excited to see you guys. So serverless storage designed for the web. Okay. Yeah, who knows what this is? You already know the drill. You know I'm not moving unless you talk. Because this is interactive and you don't learn unless you talk and you physically experience it. So let's experience it, guys.
So
What does this mean to
I'm
you?
assuming the database or Supabase held kind of larger amounts of data than what we would be looking at for here. Like storing chats is really short lines of text. So it feels like this would be, like it says, serverless storage for that type of storage. You wouldn't want to upload 10,000 PDFs to this service, probably.
Okay, that's half the answer. Anyone want to add to his answer? He's not wrong, but he's not 100% right.
Isn't KV a programming language, kind of like Rust and everything else like that?
So it's not a programming language in itself. It's something different. Anyone else have any ideas? I'm giving you some keywords right here on stream.
What is Redis? I ain't never seen that before.
Ooh, good question. Who can tell me what Redis is? Get to typing, guys. What is it? If it's a foreign word, we must figure out what the foreign word is, or we can't move forward.
This feels like a Rosetta Stone, where it's going to read and write. This is very cool. I have to find out.
So did anyone use AI Tutor and say, can you please explain to me what Redis is like I'm 2 years old? Has anyone done this yet?
I
I'm
asked
looking at what
ChatGPT.
Vercel KV is, but
Just ask what Redis is. Start there. What's Redis?
Like
I could tell you.
Redis and Redis and Vercel are two separate technologies, but they can be used together to build highly performative and scalable web applications.
This is true.
Redis is an in-memory data store that provides highly efficient way to store and retrieve data.
And bingo.
remote
Now can you say
dictionary
that again
server.
in English? Can we say this in English though? Not just like the fancy words. Who can break it down? What is it?
It says a remote dictionary server. So a place to store lots of information about your server.
Not about your server. What is the information?
Redis also provides other features such as messaging, queues, set operations, and analytics.
Which one of those are we using?
Wait a second. This is serverless.
Messaging.
Messaging, and yes, this is serverless. Now, Vercel KV is just a rebranded Redis. Let that sink in. Redis is open source, my friends. It's a GitHub repo that turned into $1 billion organization. I forgot to add that part. So we need something called Vercel KV. Okay, well, we don't know what that is. So let's try to deploy it. So here we are, Vercel Labs Gemini chatbot, part of the templates. So you can go to templates, AI, and oh my God, customer reviews. This is so cool. Okay, next week. We'll do this next week. But guys, look, this is a repo, Morphic. I shared it today. I shared Gemini today. This I did not share today, but super cool. It takes all the reviews of your product and summarizes them for your new users to understand what kind of products you sell. Summarize with all your reviews. Okay, so we're gonna go here. So there's like a deploy button. So when you click this, there's like a few things that are gonna happen. First, it's going to tell you you're going to create a new GitHub and you're going to make it private. You don't have to make it private, but since it's going to have your data, I would, unless you want to open source it. So once you do this, you're going to hit create. After you hit create, you're going to have to do a few things. So who's on my screen right now? Because guess what? You don't actually need to code here. Vercel owns KV, and they're just going to put it in for you for free. So who's on this screen? And I am on my hobby account, which means it's the free account. I am not on the Tech in Schools Initiative account, which means you see what I see. Do you all see what I see? Who sees what I see? Who's on my screen? I don't see emojis, Sarah. So are people sleeping? Wake up.
Some are. Some the UK folks have had to call it quits because it's 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time and it's like 4 in the morning there. So you're
Okay.
losing
Well, they're not
folks.
here.
Yes, sir.
The people that are here, wake up.
I'm a little lost in exactly where you are.
Okay, I can like literally easily go back. So I'm right now on Vercel. I'm on the main website. I'm clicking this cool little gradient and I'm going to dashboard.
Hey, I can help there too. If people still got the GitHub up from the project, you can deploy straight from the GitHub project at the bottom and clone your repository right on. It takes you straight to that screen he was on.
That's true. And if you're on Vercel, you can just literally go to browse templates and choose the template that is this. And to see it, you got to hit AI and then you choose Gemini.
I'm still kind of lost. So I'm on Vercel, right? And then I just go to search repositories and projects, or where do I go?
So you're going to go to, from here, you're going to hit, like from your dashboard, you just hit browse templates right here.
That's
I also think you can hit add project and then browse templates.
Yep.
Say that again.
So you want to hit add project. If you're on Vercel homepage, it's going to be in the top right. It's going to be a black button that probably has like a plus that says add project. Yeah.
I'm on a complete different page. I have to figure it out. It's just,
So
I see
you wanna-
Sherry's 2024 projects and I'm trying to go to the homepage, but it just jumps to this and I'm not
You can
really
just
sure
go
where-
to Vercel.com.
Okay.
Vercel.com. And then the top right, you have add new, and you're going to select project.
Yeah, it just keeps jumping back to my yeah, I see. It's just not doing it. I don't know what's wrong. If I have to erase my cache or something.
Hey Sharon, do you
Take a
have the
screenshot.
GitHub? Do you still have the GitHub up from this
I do.
chatbot?
Yeah, I
You
do.
do. Scroll down, you'll see where it's got the white screen that you could click on and see what it is. Scroll down a little bit further, and you'll see a little black box with a triangle in it that says deploy.
On the Gemini chatbot, that's what you mean, right?
And on the GitHub page for the Gemini chatbot, scroll down. You remember where Ross was clicking in the ENV file?
Yeah, I got that.
Okay, scroll down into the information and you'll see a black box there with the Vercel logo in it that says deploy.
Okay, I'll do that.
If you click on that, it takes you straight to where you want to go. Make sure it's private and just click and then click continue.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, now I'm there where where Ross is. Show me again where you were, Ross.
Create? Is that the word?
Yeah, right there,
so when
create,
you're-
yes.
Yeah, thanks so much.
You hit
Thank
create.
you. Thank you.
And then when you do, you want to add the KV database. So you hit add. And then once you do that, you'll get to here. Here, you want to put your key, right? And you want to put a random number here. And then we're going to go over that random number next time we meet. But this is how you build. We haven't even downloaded anything. Our computer was never actually used. We've deployed from GitHub to Vercel and never opened it on the computer.
So
Because that's the power that we have right now.
we're clicking on create, right? Because I'm jumping through between different screens. I'm not that fast. But I clicked on
So you
create.
want to hit
Yeah,
create.
okay.
And then you want to hit add to the database.
Perfect. Okay.
And then you want to put in your key.
Let me go on advanced options. Or do I do that by database name? No, that stays, right?
Yeah, you can
Yeah,
just hit next on
that's
database
right,
and
that's
get to here. You want to get to keys. Once you put your two keys in, which is your API key and a random numbers, you hit deploy. And then you build your first project from GitHub.
So I'm creating a KV database, right? And then,
Yep.
Okay.
And then you hit
And then I
next.
hit connect, right?
Yep.
Okay.
It's going to do all the work for
Okay,
you.
there we
It's
go.
awesome.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
Yeah, you're good, Sharon. We got you. So guys, when I'm not going to deploy it because I already have one. You guys deploy it and share your link. You just built an app, a full stack app that can go inside your Stripe. And you can charge people for this inside your other app that we made, which we're going to connect next week.
Hey, Ross.
So we're not actually going to do any coding today,
Hey, Ross.
unfortunately.
On
Yes.
my configure projects, underneath it, where it says name or where you're supposed to put your keys and stuff for at. Oh.
Got you.
My API,
Guys,
my API key is gonna be the key is gonna be the key from my
from
Google.
Google.
Okay.
Google, yeah. And then random numbers in the other place.
So, but my Google, hold on.
Do we need to
And then we're
remember?
going to learn about everything.
Do we need to
Huh?
that secret auth secret? Do we need to remember what we put there?
No, good
Okay.
God. Just put random numbers, like 32 random
You,
numbers.
you will always be able to go back in settings in your project in Vercel and see it again.
Yeah.
So the other number is just a random number?
Wait.
But 32 of them, Sharon.
I don't get it.
32 random. Oh my
So I,
Just type 32 numbers. Just type
Okay.
113376645532111 until 32.
You can also just go and ask the AI, give me a string of 32 random numbers, 32
Oh,
characters.
that's good. Alice, you're swooping in. Ask the AI to give you 32 random string characters.
okay, cool.
Where am I
So
getting the Google generative AI key from? What?
So we already posted where you can get your API. You got
Is
to go
that-
there and just get a key.
Is it
It
on?
is,
Oh.
Sarah will DM it
it
to
is
you.
aistudio.google.com.
Okay, there we go.
aistudio.google.com.
That's it.
Cordell, he tagged me and Kathleen in it too, so you can check also under that. Rosemary has her hand up, love, and then Bjorn also has a question, a quick one. Go ahead, Rosemary.
Okay, I got a little lost. I'm on the page where it says configure project Gemini chatbot. That's what I see, and the big white deploy button. What's my next step? Because that's where I got confused.
There's three things. You got to name it, connect the KV, put your keys, and hit deploy. So you should hit connect on where it says KV, and then it's going to ask you for keys, and then you hit the deploy button. If it does not let you hit it, you got to do the step before.
I'm trying to look at where it says connect because I don't see that.
If you look on stream, the connect KV is right here. You have to hit create first, then you'll be able to connect. Did anyone build it, by the way?
Yeah, mine's live. I had a question about that.
Can you link it? Can I see it, please? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So
What
it's
was your
obvious.
question?
So
There
it's,
you go.
it's travel plan focused. If we wanted to change that, how would we go about it?
We're going to learn that next week, but it's in the code.
Understood. I'll get to the bottom of that.
And
Promise
you can
Yeah, you can
also,
go hunting and gathering and bring this into GitHub desktop, bring it to your computer and run it locally and start changing it to not be focused on an airplane.
and now that
What I
everybody also has signed up for Gemini, you can actually go to aistudio.google.com, upload the whole project. So download it from GitHub, upload it to Gemini, and ask Gemini questions about your project.
This is true too.
Yeah, so mine's linked right now in the chat or in the bubble or in the purple
I'm going to go
messages.
check it out. I got to find it. Where is it? I hate this stupid
I
Twitter.
just posted mine too.
So proud of you guys. You guys are doing so awesome. And the other thing too is that when it is posted in the purple bubble, it gets attached to the space. So folks that are listening in will be able to kind of follow breadcrumbs, and it really is a kindness. So if you do post those things, and also, we have a lot of folks that are watching, right? Whether it's from Vercel or Supabase or any of these other sites. And so, sometimes they can follow what normal everyday folks who do not have the training or anything else are doing. And it helps hone their skills too in terms of teaching. It's not just Ross and Nick and Alisher and learning how to communicate and teach other people. It's also these big companies, because a lot of times, folks forget that, when you're immersed in a specific kind of language or whatever, fill in the blank, we sometimes forget that outsiders have no idea what we're talking about, right? And so sometimes you have a rude awakening when you go in a group of people and they look at you with deer in a headlight look. Rosemary, go ahead, honey. I see that your hand's up.
Yeah, I was gonna give up, but I'm just gonna be honest. I don't see what y'all see. I'm still stuck.
So
Take
listen,
a
just
screenshot.
don't even worry about it. Rosemary, just come tomorrow and we got you in the morning, 10 a.m.
Okay.
We'll fix you. Can you come 10 a.m. to the after party?
Is that Eastern or Central?
Eastern.
Okay, yeah, I'll be there.
So 10 to 11, we'll do one-on-one and help you. Me and Alisher. We got you.
Okay.
No worries.
And yeah, what we're gonna go over is we're gonna spend 10-15 minutes on the customer portal, maybe even less if most people get it, and then we're gonna essentially relaunch this again.
Yeah, so anyone who had issues, we're doing this again in the morning at 10 a.m., but like fast, not like super slow. We're gonna like do it again from start to finish, launch this thing, and get it on Vercel to show you how you go from GitHub to Vercel. But one more time tomorrow.
Ross, you've got a couple hands, honey. We've got Artie first. Go ahead, ask your question, and then we'll go to Mr. E and then Sharon.
Yeah, when I hit deploy, it said there was an issue. We're working on it. And then I go to my projects, and the project says no production deployment. Should it say that?
No, I would say just redo
Okay.
it. It could have been a random Vercel glitch.
Okay.
Mr. E, go ahead, love.
I think this is super quick. On Vercel, I don't know how on the forked repository for Gemini that I forked my GitHub, how to make that accessible to Vercel. It doesn't show up. I don't see where
You don't need to do that. You just got to go to add project, choose the template, choose templates, and then choose this template. And the reason is because when you fork it, that means that person gets to watch what you do.
Yep.
So like Vercel or whoever forks it, like publicly can see you build. By doing it this way, you create a private repository and nobody could see what you build.
Okay, so
So you want to do it.
delete the fork and do it.
You don't have to delete it. You can just leave it there.
Okay.
And you can just go into Vercel.
Yeah.
Go to add project, choose templates, choose AI, look for the one that looks like it has American Airlines on it, and then deploy it. That's it.
Okay, so go to browse all templates. I'll do it that way.
Say it again.
Mr. E, finish your sentence. It's always hard when people are talking at the same time. Go ahead and finish your sentence, and then the boys will jump in.
Yep. So go to the select the template, and then if I search for Gemini, I've got it right here. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah. So to answer, the fork is more for projects that you will not find as a template.
And then
And
just
that
click
makes sense,
deploy.
actually. That actually makes sense. Yeah. Sharon, you have your hand up. How are you doing? How are you faring? Go ahead.
I'm doing well, and I deployed. Now, I just want to understand the process, because when I'm thinking and working, I have trouble to understand what I'm actually doing. I just follow like a machine. So this project that I just deployed is separate from that subscription-based project, right? So I got two projects. Is that right or wrong?
Correct.
That's
And what you're going to do is merge them. So
exactly.
they have
That's
to
what.
pay for your
I
thing
understand.
to actually use use it.
Perfect. 'Cause that's what,
Yeah.
that would have been my next question. Do we merge that
Yep.
now? And is that the building? Is that how we do that? Is that the Redis thing? Is that how we do that? So we have building blocks within Vercel that we then can merge to our main project, so to say, or our foundation.
Yeah, so what you'll have to do in the next class is we're going to have to take the code from this app and bring it into the other app so that it could be one app doing two different things. One side takes payments, the other side grants user access to play with your AI.
Okay, cool. Thanks so much.
It's always so fun when it works. Cordell, go ahead, love. Cordell, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry. I was sending the version. What happened? I got the same thing I think that Artie got, which it gave me this like error, Vercel error. But so I went back and it still says Gemini AI chatbot, but it says no product deployment. So I'm not exactly sure what that is, but I think that maybe Russ said wait till tomorrow. But
Yeah, so you might have had an issue or you're using the fork and not the template. Just are you available to come tomorrow? It's really important that if you're able to come, we can fix it
yeah, I
for you.
could see I can try tomorrow morning and see if I can move some stuff around.
10 o'clock, come first thing, and we got you. And you could fix your
So
problem and leave.
nine my time. Is that
9 your time. With 10 a.m. Eastern Standard, we go live with a
okay,
recap.
let's see if I can.
And doing this one more time.
Okay, I think I might be able to swing that. Maybe. Okay, thank you.
I mean, if you really can't swing it, Cordell, you already know. Just DM me, dude. I got you.
Ross, even though I might have finished this and done this correctly, can I just come too, just to watch or just be part of it, just to go through it again?
Yeah.
That would be great.
You should come hang out in the morning, get your coffee, and do it again. And you can learn more.
Yeah, thank you.
And yeah, guys, this is going to be available publicly. Anybody can come. This is going to be on X Spaces, and we're also going to have a live stream.
Artie, go ahead.
Yeah, so I deleted my project, the old one, and then I'm trying to create this new one, and it's telling me that I reached my limit of one of the VC types. Is that just a matter of waiting a little while?
Yeah, no, this is real. No, that's real. So what's happening is you have to go to Vercel storage and like delete your VK storage because you already get your free one. You used it. You want more? Upgrade. Give them $20 a month and you'll have unlimited everything. But Vercel is not just like a free for all. It's a free for a little bit. So it's free, but if you make more databases, it's not free. So you already have one. Go find storage and delete your database and you're good to go.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, so we have Bjorn free, and then we have Mr. E. Go ahead, Bjorn.
So if I wanted to jump out there tonight and the rest of the week, I'm assuming I would push this to my desktop, open in VS Code, and then get busy with AI Tutor and changing the Gemini chatbot's personality. And then even if I wanted to go further, since they're both in Next.js, I'm only assuming that AI Tutor would even help me begin to merge those. So I could possibly even change the personality and set up the portal and my products to play with it following that path. And that was like last week's lesson, right?
Yep, and yes to what you just said. So AI Tutor can definitely do all of those things in the meantime between now and next Wednesday. And you could arrive at the beginning of next class ready for the next thing and already have done the part we're going to do in the beginning. And maybe you can even refine it and learn new things about how to communicate and code with the bots to make them more sort of like fall into the role play and environment that you are creating. But yeah, you could do all that, and AI Tutor will absolutely handle that completely, and we'll do the merge process for you. And if you do have an issue, feel free to shoot me a DM, and we'll hop on a Calendly, and I'll show you how you can begin to use AI Tutor to start merging these files together.
The man, thank you.
I love that. Mr. E, go ahead.
I was creating the secret key. I know you just said you could type random numbers, but I did like just a command line. I asked the AI for a few different commands. So I used the OpenSSL one with a random hex 32, but it's 64 characters long. Did you say 32 characters long? Because
Yeah, so we want 32 for this code, so you can do the same command, just not 64, 32. And you definitely get 10 Ross points for doing what we're about to do next class, where I introduce when we're like building code, how you could have generated this with a simple command. I applaud you, my friend, for going the extra mile and taking the extra step, because all those extra steps only help you. So thank you for helping yourself, because
cool. And
that's why we
I
do
can just
this.
take the 64 one long and take the first half of it, right?
Of course you
I'm in
can.
business.
We're
All right,
developers. We do
we're
whatever we
going.
want.
Thank you.
Oh, go ahead, Sarah. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I didn't mean to take off mic. I just kind of giggle in the background. Go ahead, Sharon.
I just wanted to ask you, Ross, is what with AI Tutor, because you have a couple of different subscriptions, which one should I choose?
So the one you want for like coding is going to be premium because it has everything. So you'll get 150 language models and the Beam feature, which means over between 2 and 8 language models can help you with code at the same time. Can you imagine if 8 of the smartest people in the world helped code your platform
This is really
at the same
crazy.
time?
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, I can actually then cancel because the only thing that's keeping me with ChatGPT is just the vision and that I can upload documents. I can do all of that.
Yeah, you could do all that in AI Tutor. We have vision bots, open source vision bots, Gemini Vision, OpenAI Vision, literally every bot in the whole world. And then I'll teach you how to use everything the way I use it, and you can begin to create your own workflow using multiple different
Yeah, I
AIs.
think I'm going to switch because I don't really need, I have too many. I'm Gemini, I'm using Gemini and ChatGPT, so I can cancel
Well,
both
what's
of them.
crazy is you get more than that. You'll get Gemini, ChatGPT, Anthropic, Mistral, and 100 other LLMs
Crazy.
available.
Yeah.
And it's unlimited tokens, so we don't even have a token count. There's no little number going down. We'll never stop you in the middle of your coding. Never, ever,
Oh,
ever.
that's so cool. Yeah, I'm going to switch. Definitely, for sure.
It's so worth it because if you add up all the subscriptions, you're paying so much more and you don't have to.
So I've already completed 2 projects in AI Tutor. I just haven't brought them up here, and they haven't been, but one was an HTML and CSS project, which we're not doing at all here. And the other one had a little bit of Tailwind in it, but AI Tutor, I didn't really need to know nothing. You can literally tell it to tell me where to paste it on what line of the code. I mean, it's wild.
Yeah, and Sharon, if you are wanting to get AI Tutor, I urge you, as soon as you get it, like DM me. I will get you into onboarding sooner than my Calendly so you can like get in there quicker because my Calendly is kind of like insane right now because literally in the last few days over 40 people have signed up,
Oh, yeah. Cool.
which is
Yeah,
crazy.
I'm definitely going to do this. I don't know if I'm ready to do this tonight because I'm so tired. I need to take the dogs out, but I'm going to do it tomorrow latest for sure. And I'll let you know as soon as I do it. Thanks so much.
Yeah, of course. You know, we created these tools to increase access for people like you that want to just like build and not have to deal with like 40 messages and you have to stop talking. I can't tell you how many people literally get AI Tutor and they're like, something's wrong. I'm like, what's wrong? They're like, it's not stopping. I'm like, what's the problem then? Are you complaining? And they're like, no, I just want to make sure it's okay. I'm like, it's okay, working as intended. It's crazy.
And you also,
Any other
yeah,
questions?
I just wanted to ask, you also have agents, right? I can build, right? Isn't there, or?
Yeah, so not only can you build like GPTs, but you can put GPTs on other people's websites and charge them
Oh,
for it.
cool. That's wonderful.
So I want to reiterate, well, not reiterate, but tell you guys one thing. We're going to end like in the next 5 minutes. We did a lot today. And don't think because you didn't code, like we didn't do anything. We increased knowledge. We got educated today. We learned vocabulary. We learned about GitHub, deployment, and we learned about free APIs that are large language models with billion-dollar companies. And next week, we're actually going to start splicing these two technologies together. So our Stripe dashboard SaaS thing with an actual app. Now, you don't have to use Gemini. So by next week, you better have something you're going to use. I gave you a lot of ideas and a lot of good things that you could use. If you do choose Gemini, Godspeed. It's going to work For sure, because I built it twice already. And it's going to be awesome because you can make it do things for your app. So just to frame it before we end, let's say you create appointments with Calendly and you have a link. Well, what if your bot can have all that in generative UI, like airline tickets? And then it could sell your course after they book an appointment or before. Imagine, just imagine. And so if you have any questions, now's your last
I think we have
call for
one more
questions.
question, last one, and then we'll leave all the other goodies till tomorrow morning for the night after space. Mr. E, what do you got for us, my friend?
Just the last thing on the private thing, it had given me the error that said I have to push it to main. So what's the final step?
So I'm guessing you might have skipped one of the steps. So I'll urge you to come tomorrow morning if possible. We're going to start from beginning to end, like
Alrighty.
from 0 to launched on a URL. And you'll be able to suss out any of the things you missed or mistakes you made, because though you may have made a mistake, you definitely learn a ton. And it doesn't mean just because it's not live like some other students tonight that you didn't succeed. Like, succeeding is understanding, not completion. And that's why it's important that during this process, not only do you guys show up, but you guys are repeat offenders. Like, you have to come back. You have to continue the good fight. And if you can't survive these 6 weeks, you definitely don't have what it takes to build software and launch to thousands of users. So if this space is like, I can't survive this, then that's a good reality check that maybe you're not building software and it's not what you want to do. But if you're here and you're excited and you could actually not even care about what's going on, if you fail or not, then let me tell you, you're in the right place. And we got your back, and you don't have to feel stressed out. And the idea that you want to be here, we're going to make sure you succeed. But just keep in mind, if you're feeling stressed out, don't get stressed out. Don't freak out. If you hate this, that's okay. Maybe you learned that because of this and you don't want to be a software engineer. But if you're empowered and you're excited, then we're ready to see you next week to progress your education and move you to the next phase of building a SaaS from idea to impact.
Let's go. This has been so cool. I can't believe we're getting to that Wednesday
I
of
just
the
wanted to
week.
say thank you before we close out. Appreciate all of your
Or
effort and
Rosemary, you
what you're
got it.
doing. And I look forward to me and Cordell being in tutoring again together in the morning, bright and early. And
Look,
again,
okay, Rosemary. Look, you look.
we stay in tutoring.
We stay in tutoring, okay?
I laughed so hard when you didn't get it either. I was like, we finna be in tutoring in the morning again. But anyways, y'all, I really appreciate you, Josh, everybody who is a part of making this come together. Frustrated or not, happy, sad, all the emotions. Is an honor to see Sharon and everybody just dedicated, because we are really building some and learning some epic things, stuff that people would love to know. So I don't take your presence and your dedication, Ross, lightly. And I'll yield there. Thank you for letting me speak.
No problem. Rosemary, thank you so much for coming into the room. It is so cool to see so many people growing and building in real time. And I was saying, we're getting to that Wednesday mark in the week, right? It's like it's Wednesday in the space. You guys just got done with the third session of 6, and you should pat yourselves on the back. It is just an incredible feat. And big shout out to the tech team. I want to say real quick, folks, if you're working on a project like Bajorn, if you're working on these ideas, at some point you're going to need to pitch these ideas if you want to launch them to thousands of people, if you want to be in a room informing people about it, if you want to get collaborators. So the ITT, part of that is to help iron sharpen iron, which means some of you should be showing up to pitch your products. You should be showing up, figuring out how you can concisely communicate the value of what they are. So I want to encourage you guys, on the ITT site, there's the apply to pitch section. Go on over there. It's a couple questions. It takes like 30 seconds to fill out. You can even choose an ITT date that's like a couple weeks down the line. but come and tell us what you're working on and use this as an opportunity to take the project even further. When you're going from idea to impact, certainly these MVPs that we have are going to be incredible, but learning how to come full circle with the communication that you have, learning how to lift more folks and inspire them to rally behind your idea or purchase it is going to be important. So don't forget to sign up for 60-second pitches on the website. This has been like incredible. We're 3 weeks of the way through. We've been doing this for about 15 hours so far, guys, and that is absolutely incredible. I think this whole idea that collaboration is the new currency is coming to life in this space like every single minute. And thank you to Nick and Alisher and Ross for all of the knowledge they're putting on the table right now. Everybody is just like growing yards, including myself, Cash Money, Mattia. You know, I know that our team is just incredibly stoked to be learning with you guys. So this is awesome. Sarah, you have been amazing during these spaces, absolutely crushing it. All in all, I mean, you're a teacher, you're a friend, you're a supporter, you're somebody who can challenge our thinking. You're so many amazing things. If there's any last thoughts that you have on, you know, building a SaaS from idea to impact, this is week number 3. I mean, any thoughts for all these amazing students before we wrap up shop here?
You know, it's interesting. We're saying it's a SaaS, software as a service, but really it's our own mind that is the computer that we're kind of molding and creating to do something, to serve other people, and to meet those pain points in whatever it is that we're building. I always think that that's something really profound when you think about how the human process, the human brain processes these things. I hope that each and every one of you that showed up today realize this is not blowing smoke up your skirt. This is a big deal. You know, to pay for this kind of information, you would have to pay a truckload of money to have a university class like this, or, you know, have a one-on-one tutor. Much of the stuff that we're learning, especially when it comes to AI specifically, you can't get in a textbook. You know, if you have kids that are in college right now, they're not learning this stuff yet. You are on the forefront of an emerging technology. And, you know, we don't have all the answers. None of us do. But the fact that you would show up is a huge testament to not only your own resilience and your flexibility, adaptability. You're going to need those kinds of skills, those soft skills, like we are talking about a SaaS, you know, software, soft skills that, you know, are preparing you for a new age. You know, we were talking about being literate in the next age, this next iteration. Being literate in that next iteration means having a fluidity of not just AI tools, but the idea of collaborating side by side with an AI, you know, constantly going back and forth between, let's say, AI tutor and, you know, sussing out what these things mean. It's a powerful thing.
All right, guys, good morning. Good morning. After amazing Wednesday, number 4 of Build a SaaS from Idea to Impact, Jonathan's grandma, Artie, Dallas, Rutro, Vladimir, Sarah, so good to see all of you this morning. I have a couple things going on, a couple meetings, but that doesn't change the fact that we have a recap going down this morning. I'm going to bring up the tech in schools. We'll bring up Alisher, Farhadi, as well as Sarah, and let you guys have a great hour of recap here. Guys, like and retweet the room if you're in here. There's probably some folks who missed last night and today could catch them up. It surely could. So, Alisher, I'm going to go ahead and give you the mic. I'll let you go ahead and run this session. I'll be back here after a couple meetings. We'll be sure to close it down and share some notes with innovators as well. But for now, Sarah, welcome up on stage as well. Good morning. You got some coffee and ready for a little recap or what?
I always have coffee. Coffee is proof that God loves everybody else, because uncaffeinated Sarah is no bueno. So good morning. Welcome to class. I'm so happy to see all of your shining faces this morning. I know you're crispy around the edges, but you know what? We're going to get her done, got her did, as they say out here in the rural area I live in. So I'll be watching for hands and answering DMs behind the scenes as Alisher goes through, and Ross and Nick, if they are in the background also. So if you have any questions, comments, concerns, or need help, just holler. We'll look out for you.
I love it. I'm so glad you're here, Sarah. Alisher, I'll go ahead and give you the mic. It looks like you're in the Tech in Schools account. If you wouldn't mind maybe opening up the room a little bit, sharing with folks kind of what happened last night for the most part, and then what we're doing today as well. So, Alisher, I'll give you the mic. Brother, thanks for being here. Those of you who are trickling in the room, really good to see you as well. Rosemary, welcome back in here. Leslie, good to see you as well. Crazy Jack, welcome back, my friend. Alisher, mic is all yours, brother. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Today I'm taking over the TSI account a little bit, and I'm gonna keep my account as a listener for now because I'm using it to record this space along with the live stream. So, yesterday we had a long session. We had a long and very technical session. And the whole point of the session was to take what we have found, the code that we have found on GitHub, to take our SaaS template and put them together. Start, sewing in all those parts of the app that we need to add in different features and make our SaaS product attractive to potential buyer, to your potential audience. Now, yesterday we went through a few modules. First, we went through understanding how to build, a basic feature with AI, using the proper documentation, and learning how to make proper API calls with our features. And then we took that and we started to combine that into our next subscribe payment template that we got from Vercel. And what ended up happening is we got through most of it. And at the very end, we just had a few things in terms of just different types of app structures and adjusting to that. Well, gladly, AI was able to help us. And today we're going to go through that. We're going to go through integrating actually 2 projects into our SaaS template so you guys can see that process. And understand that even though it is very much trial and error, you do have to go back and forth with AI quite a lot. At the end of the day, it does fix our code, and we are able to sort of proceed with the feature and use it. And hopefully, by the end of the recap, we'll have some people who have their projects in Vercel, and you can even start charging a subscription already at that point. Because now you're providing people with a feature that you are actually getting charged money for, because we are paying for the Stable Diffusion API call. And if you were using the Draw UI template, you are paying for that GPT-4 vision call. So right there, you can figure out what your margins are, what the user can do, and you can start charging people your subscription fee. So what I would say is let's do a little showcase first.
So let's go to the live stream, and I'll show you guys how far we got yesterday. So I'll give everybody a minute to get to the live stream, and then we'll take a look at the end result of what we did yesterday. And
Alisher, just for a second, Cash Money, can you add the ITT tweet that has the connections so that folks can find the live stream? Sorry about that, Alisher. I'm trying to populate the nest with the information that we had last night. I apologize for interrupting.
Yeah,
No,
let me
no,
go
that's
ahead. I noticed on the website as well. Let me pull this open here, guys. Apologies here. Okay, I see this. Sarah, we're going to get this fixed. So if you guys look at the Jumbotron here in a moment, we'll have a link directly to that live stream. We'll make sure the TSI_org is being ported over to innovatorsthinktank.com. So Alisher, sorry about that, my friend. Over to you.
yeah. And thank you guys for noticing that. It's important because we are going to need the live stream. Oh, and I do also see that it's not there. Yeah, thank you so much, guys. I'll take a minute, but I'll explain what we did either way up till that point. So up until that point, what we did is we set up our SaaS template. We did that in week 2. Now our SaaS template, our Next.js subscription payments template, straight from Vercel, it essentially uses Supabase, which is a database service, to keep all the user data, and then it uses Stripe to charge your user subscription and for you to be able to determine whether or not they have an active subscription. So it becomes very important when you're determining whether that user has access to certain features of your platform or it does not. And so once we launched that template, well, immediately, whatever products we made in Stripe started populating in for the monthly and the yearly on our website. Now, some other services that we used that week was Vercel. Now, Vercel enabled us to take a project from GitHub and immediately launch it into a live website. So you're able to give people a link that ends in .vercel.app, and they're able to visit your website, and immediately you can start using your website to sign people up, and of course start collecting the subscription payments. Now, for most of us, for now, this is in testing mode. But I would say, as of yesterday, if you have added new features, you should be able to change your Stripe to live mode and then redeploy your app so you can start charging people actual money and start using this template. Now,
Alisher, just so sorry for the interruption. We got you live on innovatorsthinktank.com with the agenda for today. And I will note that I put that in the Jumbotron and I said live stream link with a siren and an arrow going down. So guys, if you want to get the live stream that Alisher is referring to, click on the link in the Jumbotron. So sorry about that, Alisher. Our fault over here. Your mic is all yours, sir.
No, that's awesome. I was just checking the website as well. Guys, very important. Do go to the live stream and follow along with the live stream. The live stream is going to be extremely useful. It's going to give you that visual representation that, unfortunately, X Spaces kind of misses when it comes to learning. I think visual learning, a lot easier for some of us to understand what's going on. And right now, as I'm going through what we did so far in our SaaS template, if you're following along with the live stream, what you're going to see is you're going to see this page. This is the page I've been building out with you guys since week 2, since we launched this. And as you can see, at first, everybody's going to start out on the front page. Everybody's going to be signed out. Your page is going to look something like this. So what you want to do is, if you have not signed up for your own website, sign up. And once you're signed up, you'll be able to get into your account. And if you followed along with us last night, you would have some additional things in the menu. So for me, I have Joy UI, which is our Joy UI example. So I have it right here wrapped in my website So I'm able to use this to draw a UI and then have GPT Vision make it real in HTML code. So that's how Draw UI works. And here's our generate, which I got rid of the key last night, so I don't accidentally get charged. But this is the generate from last night that we may work as well. So you're able to fill out your prompt, your negative prompt, your aspect ratio, and as you can see, the style of this and the colors are terrible. So that's what we're going to do next week. Is we're actually going to take these pages and mold them into whatever UI and UX you, as a creator, want to present to your customers. And you guys know something like Pixio. We have kind of like a very distinct UI that's singular and unified throughout the app. So we're going to learn how to create that and how to use different components next week. But for now, this is good enough. And let's see if it still works or if it does not work. So I'm drinking a Red Bull, so let's look for Red Bull. And as you can see, the UI is not even letting me see the text because the too many text colors are matching. So I can barely see these aspect ratios. And let's generate. This generate button, very simple, failed to generate. That's because I took away my API key so I don't get charged. So by the end of the day, this will work for all of us. So that's our SaaS template. Now, yesterday, what you guys did is you started out with Ross by going through the Stable Diffusion 3 project that Ross himself open sourced to you. So let's take a look at that. So here, I'm going to go to the agenda from yesterday. So Ross open sourced the project to us. It was, here it is. No? Oh, I went back too far, I think. Did I? No. There it is, Ross project. Okay. So Ross open sourced the project for us that uses the latest Stable Diffusion 3 model. So it's a great way for you to, I guess, come out with a product that's one of the first to the market, so you'll be able to immediately gain traction. Stable Diffusion, also very popular model. It's one of the basis of open source image generation. Now, this project used the template, the starter project template that we learned about in our week 1. And all Ross did is he plugged in the front end code that's inside of Pages, and he plugged in the API call inside of API. And he used the AI to construct these two. So he went to Stability's website, he went to their docs, and he took the docs and asked the AI to analyze the docs and give him a page that would make this call, this API call. Now, some of the issues we experienced last night were because these two projects kind of mismatch a little bit. This project right now, the Stable Diffusion 3 project, actually uses an older version of Next.js that uses what's called PageRouter. So all your pages and all your API calls are inside of a folder called Page. And our project, our SaaS template, uses what's called an app router, right? It uses this new way of having all your pages inside of this. Let me go to my project, inside of this app folder. So that's really the main difference. Is in Ross's project, everything that we need is inside of the pages folder, and in here, everything that we need is inside of the app folder. So as you guys can see inside of app, I have all these different subdirectories that lead to different pages. And of course, I also have the API, which makes the API call. And that was our main hiccup yesterday. So I spent a little bit of time, I think maybe after the space, I'm pretty sure we actually fixed it during the space as we were wrapping up. So those last 20 minutes, I was able to fix this up just by using AI. I went in, I spoke to AI a little bit, and I got an idea that, well, it doesn't really understand that there's this new version of Next.js. And all I did was I went to Next.js, I copied over their documentation, I gave it to the AI, and it was able to understand it a little bit better. So giving it that extra context that we are able to give because AI Tutor Plus and GPT-4, they provide you with this huge 120K context window. Now, for here, we're going to get to this part. This is code that I open sourced back to you guys last night before we wrapped up. So, I think let's get along with actually integrating this code. So this right here is Ross's code, and in order to integrate it into our SAS template, well, we're gonna need to understand the structure of our own template a little bit. So in our template, we have a few important folders. First, of course, we have the app folder. So since our template uses what's called App Router, all of our pages and our API calls will be inside of this folder. And you guys are going to notice immediately, this page.tsx that you see inside the app folder, this is the main page that your users will hit as soon as they go to your website. So this is the main page, and as you can see, it has the pricing here. So just so you can orient yourself within this template a little bit. And then inside of this app folder, we have other folders. So for example, our template,
Alisher,
yeah,
Alisher, I'm sorry to interrupt you, love. Justin has a question, and I don't know if it's with something that you just previously said, because he wasn't here last night, so he might be following along at a different pace. So if you could answer his question before continuing.
Yeah, please.
Go ahead, Justin.
Yeah, hey, thanks so much. Real quick clarifying question. So is there like a preferred like top 3 like ChatGPT, Gemini, and one other one that you would kind of suggest as like your preferred like top 3 that you would like oh, these are like my go-to? Because obviously as part of the platform you guys provide like a ton of options, right? But from a general tip standpoint, can you share with me like, oh yeah, these are always my top 3: ChatGPT, Gemini, and whatever else?
So that's a great question. I think for this type of work last night, and what I personally use the most is the developer personality and GPT-4 Turbo from 0125, so from January. Those are probably your best combination. This will get you about 120,000 context window, and what will happen is you're really not gonna hit that context window in this project because this project is pretty light. But if you do hit that context window, then you can bump yourself up to Gemini 1.5 Pro, which has that 1 million context window. I don't have it set up here, but you can always go to models and then add and just add in Gemini. You don't need any API keys here.
Okay, awesome. And then as a really helpful, thank you. And then as a follow-up real quick, so from the general standpoint of using the AI tutor tool, are there like a top 3 that you would suggest, or is it just depending on which persona you pick?
So for coding specifically, I suggest Plus because Plus, it doesn't have a limit for your message. So in here, in this message, I can put in all of the code for my app. I can put in all of the documentation, and it'll go through it. If you go to something like Multibot, it'll cut you off. It will get you as much context as you want, but per message, you'll be cut off a little bit. But Plus doesn't do that. Plus lets you parse in. If you want to parse like a 60,000 token message, you could.
Okay, awesome. And sorry, last question. I promise, super helpful. So if I'm just like a marketer, right? Like I'm a marketer and I'm using AI tutor and there's all those different options. Are there like a top 3 that you would suggest, like, or it just depends on the persona I pick?
like specifically for marketing?
Correct. Yep.
Okay, so it depends on what you want to do. This is a great tool, but this is purely for, I would say, chatting with and getting responses. If you go to premium, for marketing, I highly recommend Magic. That's a great one for marketing. And let's see.
Okay. Yeah. That I don't want to take us derail us. So thank you. Super helpful. So yeah, continue on. My really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, but for you, for marketing specifically, I'll recommend Magic. I'll recommend AI Tutor Premium, and maybe Multibot. That's gonna be your trifecta of AI tools, and you can get different things out of them. Especially Magic. Magic has voice generation. It has different article generation. You can play around with SEO using Magic. So a lot of good marketing stuff in there. But yeah, that's actually a great question. How do we use these AI tools? That's kind of I guess that's the lesson today. Is today we're using these AI tools to try to splice in the code into our SaaS template.
Well, to give folks a better kind of word picture, we have traditional Legos, and then we have the other Legos. And you know what I'm talking about when you go onto Amazon and you see the other Legos that are compatible with the legit Legos. Now, sometimes when we're cobbling together, bits and bobs of open source code, they technically are supposed to fit together, but sometimes they're a little wonky, or they might have a different kind of connection in some ways. It's not saying that they won't fit, they actually will. It's just that you have to kind of go into the experience knowing that that might be the case. We have been trained on having everything kind of fit here and there, and then it all works seamlessly. That's not always the case. And when we're talking about my AI tutor, we have all these different personas that are wonderful at sussing out bits and bobs that we need to kind of figure out for ourselves. One of the main lessons and takeaways from last night and from today and from this point forward is that your AI is a cohort. If you don't understand something, you're constantly switching screens. And I know it's difficult because you're holding a phone, you're talking into the phone, you're looking at the computer, you're watching a live stream, and then you're also trying to navigate your own open windows, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, last night I told the whole entire class that I was an idiot, that I was trying to fix the screen that belonged to Ross, because that's what happens when you get tired and things like that. I understand that it can be difficult, but you do want to have your My AI tutor opened on the side. And this is not a pitch necessarily for their product. It's just that it's the best one. There are other alternatives. We did talk about that last night. If you have other AI systems that you're paying subscriptions to and whatnot, go ahead. But you don't have the suite of tools, and those suite of tools can play off each other to really suss out the code. And for those of us that are not developers, I am not a developer, I don't play one on TV either, I need that AI to kind of interpret as if I'm a 5-year-old artist playing with coloring crayons, right? And that was one of the beautiful things last night too, that Ross did have, the step by step, and it was through the vision of a wizard, right? So whatever analogies help you understand, make sure you're really pushing the buttons and really putting those folks to work, meaning your AI cohorts, because that's what they're good at. That's their superpower: aggregating data, distilling it down, and helping you understand so that you can do your job. Visual Life, I did see you wave. Did you have a question? I can bring you up if you need to. Or maybe you're just waving and saying hi. Or if you're on a desktop, I know that you can't raise your hand. So there you are. So go ahead, Ross. Or not Ross, Alisher. Sorry. Continue, love.
Ross is here too. But
I'm sure he is.
but yeah, so our app uses what's called App Router. So all of our pages and our API calls are inside of the app folder. And now think of pages. Pages are your front end code, and everything inside the API folder is your server code, your backend code, your API requests. So that's how our app is set up, and we're gonna adjust. So we're gonna need to kind of adjust the old Next.js and bring it into this new Next.js framework. Now, there's also components folder, very important. That's another piece of your front end code, and typically in these different React frameworks. So if it's React.js, Node.js, um, Vite, Nuxt, all these different React frameworks, they're gonna have components that make up the pages. So components are your different UI elements. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna first create a component for our feature, and then we're just gonna use that component within a page. Um, so we're creating kind of like this wrapper where it becomes very easy to integrate different features and not change the structure of our pages too much. So we're going to use the same structure for most pages, where it has the nav bar, where it checks whether you're logged in, whether it checks if you have a subscription, and then within that we'll put a component that is our feature. So in this case, the feature is using Stable Diffusion 3 to generate images, or using GPT-4 Vision to create different HTML UI elements with Draw UI. We're going to take a look at both of them because they're both pretty easy to integrate into the Sass template. So I would say first is we're going to create a page in our app that will have this feature. So inside of our app folder, we're gonna create a new folder. So I'm gonna right click on the app folder, and I'm gonna say new folder, and I'm gonna call this. I'll call it generate recap. So I know that this is from the recap space. Now, remember these folders. When you go to your website, whatever your website is, .com / one of these folders. So / account, you end up on the account page, / auth, you end up somewhere on the sign in page, / generate, you end up on this page from yesterday, / private, you end up on a page that's private. So these are different / directories of our website. And so now we have / generate recap that's empty right now. So inside of this / generate recap, we're actually gonna create a page. So right click, new file. We're gonna call this page.tsx. That's gonna be the only page inside of this folder. This is the new Next.js setup. That's slightly different because before you were able to name pages different things. I could have named this generate.tsx, but then it would get redundant because we already have this folder name. And as you can see, the page inside of most of these folders, if you look at sign in, they're all called page.tsx. So we're going to follow that logic. Now, inside of this page, we need the code to check the subscription, check if the user is logged in, and then display the Stable Diffusion 3 generation component that we'll create. So for this basic setup, I've actually already created the code for this. It's a code that's very universal. You guys can get it from the guide. So here we have the guide, understanding the project structure. We just went over that. Now we're creating a protected page. And as you can see right here, I give you the whole code for that page. So I'm going to copy that as well. Again, just generated using AI. I went to AI, and if you guys read through this guide, you'll see that I give you the prompt as well. It's a pretty big prompt explaining to the AI exactly what I'm doing and what I want out of this page. And so what I end up with is a page that, as you can see, checks for the subscription if a user has an active subscription, and it's able to pull this from Stripe and from Supabase live. So if your user cancels a subscription, they immediately lose access. And then it also checks if the user is logged in, of course. And now this is our basic setup for this page. So if I go to terminal and I run this, npm run dev, if I go to this website and I go to /generate recap, I'm going to end up on this private page. So let's go here, /generate recap. I'm going to end up on a page. It should say private page, but I'm actually not signed in. So it just shows me the pricing table. So let's sign in. And now I should end up, when I go to generate recap, on the page that says private page. Perfect. Most of us should get here. So, just to give you guys a little recap, I went to the app folder, I right-click on the app folder, I create a new folder, and then inside of that, and then what you name that folder is whatever you want to use the user to go to. So, if you want the user to go to /generate, you'll name the folder generate. If you want the user to go to /SD3, you can do that, and whatever the name of your feature is. And then inside of that folder, so I created generate recap folder. So inside of my folder, I right click on it and then I click new file and I make a file called page.tsx. And then the contents of that page, well, I give you guys an example for the contents of that page. You can really do whatever you want in here, but the example starts you off with a basic setup where on the page, it checks if the user has a subscription, checks if they're signed in. Otherwise, they'll display the pricing table. So otherwise, here, go buy a subscription, sign in, and then you can view this page. So that's our setup for this page. That's how we create this private page that's only accessible to subscribers. Any questions so far? Because now we're going to start integrating our code into this template. So any questions, guys, just feel free to raise your hand. I am on the phone, so I can see everybody. I can see
Give me
all
a second there. I see you. I just brought Artie up. It took me a second. I was like, dude, it won't come up. And I said it just like that under my breath. Dude, it's not coming up. Alisher, Artie is on stage. I do believe he has a question. And I am bringing up Rutrow is also.
Hey, Alisher. I've gone through and I've copied the code from the GitHub repository that was most recently updated. Every time I try to run this locally, if I go to /generate or /generate recap, I still get the pricing plans page. I don't get anything else.
Yeah, that's because, are you signed in?
Am I signed
Are
in?
you signed into your own website? Over here in the top right, does it say sign in or sign out?
It says sign in.
So you're not signed in, so you need to sign up for your own website and buy your own subscription.
Yeah, so Artie, it's working. It's just you're not able to see it because you didn't pay yourself yet. You got to pay to play.
It's not pay to play. You can use the Stripe test credentials.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't
You
know
gotta,
if it's saying pay to play.
well, fake pay. You got to fake pay.
Stripe test credentials.
It's just
Okay.
because it's not letting you see the private page because you have no subscription.
How do you get the Stripe test credentials?
It's the card number is 424242, just continuously.
And just make sure the date is in the future.
Okay.
Artie, also make sure when you're adding your subscription, right, to Stable, make sure you keep a note of it, okay? Because these subscriptions do add up, and you want to make sure that you're keeping track of those kinds of things and also writing them off because you are building a business. So make sure you know that.
Yeah, definitely.
I would say if you're paying for an API call, it's considered cost of goods sold because
This
essentially
is
that's your
true.
production cost.
Do not take anything that any of us say. You know, you're going to have to consult a tax attorney. But I know for me personally, that is what I'm able to do. So I'll just leave it there. Rutro also had their hand up too. I don't know if you're done with your question, Artie.
Yeah, until I get signed up. Yeah.
Bonus. Excellent. And I apologize ahead of time for the puppy in the background. There is a squirrel that is in the front yard and definitely needs to be chased off. So that's not going to happen, but you might hear the whining in the background. Rutro, go ahead, love.
Mine's real quick. I missed a step. I was on another screen, so I'm on the page and I copied all the code in there. And now what do I do? DPM run dev? Is that what we do?
So it's npm node package manager space run space dev.
Rutro, this will feel familiar. Those words or the NPM,
Node
they kind of package manager. Yes, those are you'll recognize it. It's going to start toggling in your head from previous lessons, but it'll start to make sense. You'll have that epiphany moment. It'll start to click. I swear it. It takes a while, but it will click. But yes.
Okay.
So guys,
So what is it again?
before we continue, what is the command?
What, peanut butter?
Yes.
Please repeat the letters. It's Nancy Paul mailbox, right? Is there a space or an underscore?
There's a space.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's where people got tied up last night. If you can see, can you see, I know, visual life, I see you're smiling. Can you see Alisher's screen at all? Are you lost on that step?
Okay, I got it.
Excellent, Smithers. I'm proud of you.
So npm run dev. That's what I said. But then y'all said package runner. Oh.
npm stands for
Okay.
node package
See,
manager.
I told you. The light bulb moment.
I was spelling
Yes,
it out. I go, I
yes.
never spelled
There
it
it
out
is.
before. What the hell?
It's
Okay.
morning.
Got it.
It's morning.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Don't
Move
apologize.
along. Sorry.
Don't apologize. You know, it's really interesting too that sometimes, especially in social audio, your brain is trying to connect the dots. So when you're listening to something, your brain is a different part of your brain is being activated, right? And so then you kind of think back and you're looking at the visual, and then all of a sudden it hits you and you have that aha moment, and it's delightful. All of us are smiling with you, Rutro. I think we are all on the same page, are we?
Give us
Thumbs
a
up
thumbs
to the
up if you
folks
guys
down
got this
below.
far.
Yep. Is anybody in the listening audience, if you can send emojis or thumbs up, that also helps us as visual cues. Rutro needs some help, Alisher. Oh, there she goes. She was just putting the thumbs down so that I would know. Mashing buttons. I love this. Okay. Just chime in if you need help. Go ahead, Artie.
Yeah, I feel like an idiot because I just can't. I'm not understanding.
You're not an
Like,
idiot. Don't worry about it.
It's localhost 3000. That's what I'm on, and if I hit subscribe, it says unable to access customer record.
Yeah, you don't want to subscribe on localhost. We don't have that set up. That's a little bit too complicated for us to set up. So once we get to Vercel, so if you follow through with week 2, you would have your project on Vercel. You can go there and you can use that link to subscribe.
Okay. I did have it on Vercel, but then I think so. I don't really understand how updates get pushed. Like it says sign up failed, email rate limit exceeded when I try to sign up.
Already take
So,
screenshots too and post them in the bubble because sometimes that helps us try to suss out what you're doing or where you're at, right?
so you want to use the project that we used during week 2. If you start a new project, then you've disconnected yourself from the project from week 2.
Okay. I think I got to the right page.
And the updates get pushed through GitHub Desktop.
And then you put any name for the card holder or your
Yeah, you
name.
can put any name, any date. Yeah, we can't do it locally because locally we don't have Stripe running. It's going to be a little too many steps for us to install Stripe CLI and then have a local listener. It is in the guide though. If you go to week 2 guide and you follow it step by step, as I was testing everything for week 2, I made a note of each step that I took to get to the end goal. So if you follow that week 2 guide, when you're reviewing, getting up to speed, it will help you drastically.
Okay. I think I'm good now.
Excellent. If we're all caught up and on the same page, don't hesitate to chime in. If I don't see your face or anything or your hand, don't worry about it. Just, you know, chime in. Tell Alisher to slow down. It's okay. We want to make sure that everybody is caught up by the end of this session, so that you can kind of marinate and connect with the next session. Okay. I see that Morgan and Rosemary have arrived. I see you too, Renan, and of course Blue Pace and Brain and Dallas, Karobro and David, Rock and M. All welcome to the space, and all of our mystery listeners in the background too. We all love them. And I see you too, Mattia. So yes, go ahead, Alisher.
Awesome. So that's good. If we're all caught up, that's great. Now, yeah, unfortunately, that's the problem here with this little test. Is you can't, if you don't have your computer set up for Stripe locally, you won't really be able to test it locally. But if you want to test it, it's actually very simple. You just go to your GitHub desktop. Let me make sure I'm on the right one and I'm logged into the right account. I'm not. Continue browser. Okay. All right, so you're gonna go to GitHub Desktop if you're trying to test this and you haven't signed up and tested the subscription. You didn't get to that part in week 2 and 3. So here, I'm gonna have this one change since we just created a page. We haven't gotten to integrating our feature yet, so we should only have one page change. If you have other things here, uncheck them and make sure you only keep this one little thing here. It tells you what changed is you added a page inside of app generate recap folder. And then when you commit to main and you push, this is how you add changes to the repository that we have connected in Vercel. And now Vercel will immediately start to rebuild. So I can go to my Vercel, I can go to deployments, and I'm going to see there's the rebuilding. So that's how you would eventually test the change, sign up with Stripe test credentials, pay yourself a subscription, um, And yeah, you want the subscription because you want to test whether or not this page works, whether or not this page in localhost. So let's see, localhost, generate recap. So you want to check if this page actually checks whether or not you have a subscription. So this one does. As you can see, I'm not signed in. It's asking me to get one. Once I sign into my account, it'll immediately unlock this page. And yeah, the rebuild should be about a minute, minute and a half. So after it's done rebuilding, I can go to my website again. I can refresh. I can go to generate recap. And I should be able to see this private page. Congrats, you have a subscription. If you guys haven't changed this. So that's how you would actually test this page. Now, back to our code. So the integration for Stable Diffusion 3 is pretty easy. There's really only 2 pages we need to add to our app, our SaaS template, to make it work. We only need to write maybe about a line of code and install 1 package. So fairly easy integration. All it does is it sends an API request to the Stable Diffusion 3 endpoint that they have, and then it returns you an image. So what I have here is my components folder, and the way we're going to do it is we're going to create a component that has the entire page first, that has that form that we fill out with prompt, negative prompt, and aspect ratio. And then we're going to use that component inside of our page that you need a subscription for. So does that make sense? We're kind of wrapping our page in a component and then reusing it inside of our actual page that people have to pay and have an active subscription to get to. And then you can also reuse that component in whatever other page you want. So if you make another page that's paid and you want to reuse that form there and add more things to it, you could. So it creates this reusable component that you can really use anywhere in your website. So very important, you're going to go to your components folder. You're going to right click on the components folder and you're going to create a new file in here. And I'm going to call this file also generate recap. And in terms of naming convention, just make sure you keep it consistent. So for me here, it's called generate recap.tsx. It must be .tsx. That's your front end TypeScript code. And the G in generate is capital for me, and the recap R is capital for me. So that's your typical naming convention for all the different components that you're going to have inside of your components folder. And that's also how we're going to call it on our page. So generate recap is completely empty. There's absolutely nothing here yet. And what I am going to paste in here is the code from Ross's project. So this is where we get to go to Ross's project on GitHub. Remember, everything in Ross's project is going to be in the SRC folder inside of the pages folder. So SRC, pages, and then index.tsx is going to have everything that we need for the form. So I'm going to go to index.tsx. I'm just going to copy the whole page and paste it as my generate recap component. And you guys are going to get one error in here. We're going to fix the error. You might have Axios missing from the project because that's the new package that we're introducing. But other than that, if you look at this page, it has all the code. It should have no errors. We're just going to change a few things here. So The first thing is in line 5 of this page. Since this is a home page that we're copying, it's called home, but our component is called generate recap. So we need to stay consistent, and instead of calling this home in line 5, we're gonna change this to generate recap. And immediately you're gonna get an error for the very last line on this page. And that's where you kind of like export this component. So we want to export generate recap instead of home. So keeping that consistent, in line 5 and line 92, you're changing home to the name of this page, the name of this component. Then we're gonna save this. Now, if you still have this Axios error in line 3, you know it's an error because it's gonna be underlined in red. You need to install a package called Axios. So all I have to do is run npm node package manager install Axios, exactly as it's spelled here on top. So that's going to be your solution majority of the time. And once it installs, it'll take a few seconds for Visual Studio Code to recognize it, and then that error will go away. So that's the first part. That's how we bring in the front end code for this integration. So again, to give you guys a little recap, I'm creating a new file inside of components. So I right-click on components, select new file. I'm calling that file whatever I want the component name to be. So it could be generate, if this is your first time doing this. I already have generate, so I'll call this generate recap. And then inside of this component, I'm pasting all the code from the front page that I found in Ross's project, in Ross's SD3 Stable Diffusion 3 project. Then in here, you just need to make a few changes. So wherever you see that it says home on this page, mostly in line 5 and line 92, we're going to change that to generate recap. Because we want to keep it consistent, that's what we want our component to be named, so that's what we're going to use throughout. And if you have an error in Axios, you can go to your terminal and you can type the command npm install Axios. And then that'll install it for you. It almost sounds like a Harry Potter spell. And that's how we bring in all this front-end code sort of in one swoop. We don't need to write this code again. You can just bring it in. It's a fairly straightforward piece of code that doesn't have anything extra that we really need in this project. It's the perfect little mold for you guys to start with. Then eventually maybe make it look like a beautiful image generator with different graphics, animations. Something we're gonna get to next week for sure. Okay, do you guys have any questions? Because we're gonna also get to the next step, which is the API call, right? Because Ross's project also has another file to making the API request to the stability servers to actually get the image to generate. So any questions, feel free.
I have one question. I pushed everything to Vercel a moment ago. When I'm on localhost, I can get the generate and the generate recap pages to show properly. But when I'm on Vercel, it doesn't. I get 404 errors when I try to go to those two sites, even though I'm signed in and everything.
Is that the right project connected to Vercel?
Yeah, the Next.js subscription payments project.
Yeah, but you might have several folders on your computer, because if you push to GitHub, it doesn't necessarily mean you're pushing to Vercel. What you would need to do is you need to go to your Vercel. I'll show you. So you can go to your Vercel, you can go to deployments of that Vercel project, and you can see what the last deployment was. And if it's not the most recent one, then that's not the project that's connected on your computer.
Oh, okay. How do you sync those two up? You go to GitHub?
So in I'm trying to think what's the best way for you, because you do probably have it on your computer, right? Because we did do this, and I'm assuming you're staying with the same computer, right?
Yeah, the only thing I didn't do on the GitHub desktop is I didn't hit push origin. Should I push that?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's actually gonna bring the change up. So if you click push origin, you'll probably start seeing the deployment in here within a few seconds.
Oh, I do. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think I'm
push
getting it.
origin is that actual step that brings it to GitHub. Commit is if you made something and you want to sort of like put it away, kind of to push later. But yeah, you do both commit and push.
Okay. All right. Cool. Thank you.
And if this was a project that's completely separate and wasn't even connected, you can just take the files and bring them into the project that is connected. Because these files, exact same projects, files are very plug and play. But that's good. It'll take you about a minute and a half to rebuild, and then you should be able to see them on your Vercel. So awesome. Okay, guys. So now what we need to do is we need to create an API route. So an API endpoint that will send the request. Now, in our app router, this is done slightly different to how Ross's page router app does it. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the API folder inside of our app folder. Right? So API folder is where you make all your API requests. I'm going to create a new folder in here. So right click, new folder. And for me, I'm going to call this generate recap, just to keep it consistent. So whenever I make an API call, I'm going to need to use generate recap. So I'm going to need to edit something here. Yeah, generate recap. For you guys, most of this is already set up. So whatever I did yesterday to make the generation work, the project is in the agenda. So if I bring the ITT website up here, I have the project right here. It has both Draw UI and Stable Diffusion 3. So if you guys want to get to the end of today, you can just go to that project and see what's happening. But in the meantime, we'll get this integrated. Let's see. Here's the empty generate recap folder, and if you take a look at these other API folders inside, each one of them has a little file called route.ts. That's going to contain the code to make the API request. So similarly, inside of my generate recap folder in the API, I'm going to right click, new file, and I'm going to make a route.ts file. Now, the code for this, I had a little back and forth with the AI. I gave it some documentation for the new Next.js app router setup, and it gave me a pretty good answer that did work in the end. So I recorded that answer for you guys, so we don't have to go through that again. And it isn't a step-by-step. Let me go to it. There you go. So it isn't a step-by-step here. It's the very last entry. Use this code to integrate the route for Stable Diffusion 3. So this is my little route that I ended up making work yesterday. So I'm just going to copy this code. I suggest you go to the step-by-step for this week and also copy it. Make it easy on yourself if you want to make it work. And this route is also pretty universal to other stable diffusion, other stability APIs. As you can see, this goes to SD3. You guys can just change this URL, change the model. You can change the output format as well. And it's also pretty universal to any sort of API call you're making. So if you're making a post call, which is what most of these requests are, you're gonna, well, it's gonna work. So you can use this as a template for all sorts of other API requests. But for us, this is fairly simple. It makes a post call, which if you go through the stability docs, a call you need to make in order to start an image generation. It processes all this data, so it takes the prompt, the negative prompt, aspect ratio, model, output format. Those are all the things you're able to edit in order with your image generation. And then it makes a call to the stability endpoint, uses your API key, and you eventually get an image back. So you can see right here, response is an image, and then it sends it as a B64, as a blob, to our front end. So that's the setup for our API. This is what you guys figured out with AI last night with Ross. I just had to rewrite it for the specific framework, which didn't even take long. It took about 20 minutes. Just figuring out a little bit, reading the docs a little bit, having the AI read the docs as well. Okay, now for the most part, we're almost done with the setup. Really, the only things left over is to go to that page that we created, our generate recap page, and actually add the component that we created for this form. So if I go to generate recap right now, and I look at this page, there's the setup to check the subscription, check if the user is logged in, display the pricing table, but there's nothing here about generate. All it does right now is say private page, congrats, you have a subscription. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go on top. As you guys can see at the top, almost at the top of every page here in your project, you're going to have import statements. So import means you're bringing in a component either from the packages we installed when we run npm install or from your project. So right here I have some grayed out components that are not being used. I can just delete those. If they're grayed out on top and not being used, you can get rid of them. You don't need them. And I'm going to add a new component. So I'm going to click enter. I'm going to start typing import. So import, what am I importing? I'm importing the new component we made. So you can see I'm going to show it to you right here. Generate recap inside of components. So I'm going to start typing generate. And there you go. Visual Studio Code does the work for us. Here we have generate, which we created last night. And here I have generate recap, which I just created today. So generate recap, once you click on it, it's going to fill it in for you. So it's going to import generate recap component from components, generate recap. Now it's grayed out because it hasn't been used on the page yet. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to plug this in right where we have congrats, you have a subscription. So you guys can orient yourself within this page. If you scroll down, the white text, so if you see the white text, that means that's the strings, the text that you actually see on your website. So I actually see this on my website. Private page, congrats, you have a subscription. I see it right here on my website. Private page, congrats. So I want to change this. I want to name this something else. So I'm going to change private page to generate images using SD3. I'm going to completely get rid of this little paragraph. I don't need it. So So now I just have the heading, and I'm gonna use the component that I have created. So if you guys are a little bit familiar with HTML, HTML has your opening and closing tags, right? So if you look right here, section is an opening tag, and right here on the bottom, / section is a closing tag. So we're gonna follow the same logic. We're gonna start with an opening tag. So it's a less than sign. I'm gonna start typing generate recap, which is the name of our component. And now I wanna close this on itself. Since this is a component, it doesn't need anything in between the two tags, so I can just go to / and then do greater than sign as the closing tag. And that's how you use a component within the page. You import it first at the top using an import statement, and then wherever on your page you want to put it in, you just use this one tag that's both opening and a closing tag with the name of your component. And then you can save, and I should have this generate recap on my front page. So let's see, am I running this somewhere? I am, right? Yeah, localhost 3000. Generate recap. Right. So this is an issue we did run into last time as well. So in this specific framework, it actually tells you what the issue is. It says you're importing a component that needs use state. It only works in the client component. So we need to let the code know that this specific component is use client only, right? So it's only a front-end piece of code. Easy. It tells you where the error occurs, so we're gonna go to that component. So it's in components, generate recap. Awesome, I already have it open. You can see it on top, components, generate recap.tsx. And now at the very top, I just need to add this little use client tag. And then once I save that, on our local host, it'll rebuild. And it should, might need to restart it in order to initiate the rebuild. Let's see.
Use client needed for this one too?
Hmm?
I think they're gonna get rid of that next time around. The next OC.
There you go. I'm not signed in, so it kicked me out. Let's sign in. Oh. What's that? No. There you go. And now I can find my generate recap page. Generate recap. Perfect. So now I have this page. It works. Now it doesn't work for us yet because we don't have the API key in. So what you need to do is the last step of this is to go to our .env file. So I have .env.local, and you want to add in your stability API key. So stability API key. Let me see what that looks like.
It's SK.
I know. Let me. Okay. So stability API key is you're gonna add something like this. It's gonna be stability underscore API underscore key equals, and then you're gonna paste in your stability API key in here.
And then you open it too, right?
Hmm?
And then you open it for the draw one?
I don't do that.
Oh,
No, not gonna do that. But yeah, stability API key. This is where you want to paste in your key, and then in Vercel we're gonna need to update our variables as well to make it work. But locally, you should be able to test it now. So let's get something good. If you guys are familiar with Stable Diffusion and Stable Diffusion prompts, this will give you some pretty good results. Let's check this one out. Can't even see my prompt because the UI is not built yet. So let's generate. Oh no, failed. Oh, good, because I don't have my key in.
Yeah, well.
Now there's some network tools we can use to get a better understanding of what's happening.
Maybe through your key.
Yeah. Yeah.
It has to be.
I just don't want to. Let me move this out of the way. I have to add my key in, so give me a second, guys. And then I don't want to accidentally stream my key, so let's see.
Now, last night there was a lot of discussion about these keys and how we do have to be very cognizant in protecting them. I encourage folks to kind of listen back to last night because it was kind of extensive when we were talking about it. But I'm noticing some of the folks in the audience, and some of you are familiar with not my keys, not my crypto kind of thing. But it is very important what we're playing with today, and we did last night. Staple 3 is not available to other people. And so having the ability to have that API key and have first mover advantage is really important. And there are a lot of folks, nefarious folks, that will try to extract those things from you, that data from you, and you have to protect it. So I am bringing you back up, Artie. There are some things that we've talked about before, and maybe I'll add it to an agenda item later when we have a regular session on a Wednesday night about safety in general. We've talked about different things that you can add to your computer to kind of give you the heads up that this is sus code or things like that, because we are dealing with the public domain. And especially last night, we had some issues. There are people that are not pleased with AI. And much like in times past, when there's emerging technology, you can be a big target when you're using technologies that other people are fearful of. And so I'm just putting that out there, not to add fear or FUD, as they call it, fear, uncertainty, or doubt. It's just being cognizant of your digital hygiene, for lack of a better term. Artie, did you have a question, love?
Yeah, so I'm getting an error. I think I just missed something in the so the page.tsx under the generate recap. I'm getting cannot find module at components / generate recap or its corresponding type declarations. I think you.
Yeah. So when you're typing here, I'll bring back my code into the live stream. So when you're typing, number one, you need to have a component inside of components. So as you can see, in my folder, I have generate recap right here. It's green. If you have it called something else, then that's what you'll be importing. And then when you start typing import, so here, I'm gonna go to my page. So this is my page. I'm gonna start typing in import. And then I'm gonna start typing in generate, and it fills it in for me. You don't have to type out the whole thing. So wherever it is in your project, it'll pull it in. And if you don't have a component there, then of course you're not really gonna have anything in here that you can pull in. Does that make sense? So you want to have a component inside of components folder. For me, I have two. I have generate and I have generate recap. They both do the exact same thing.
Okay. Yeah, I gotcha. I think I just something was spelled wrong or something. I think I'm good now.
Okay. And also make sure that that you use that component in your page. So here, in this page.tsx that's inside of generate recap folder, I'm using the component over here in line 44, right under the title.
Cool. Yeah, I did add that.
Good morning, Bjorn. I see that you've arrived. I hope that you're doing well this morning. I also see that Mike and Luke have joined the cadre of happy campers this morning. So hopefully you're catching up with the things that you may have had loose ends on last night. If you have any questions, just yell and scream. No problem. Excellent. I think we're all on the same page. Do any of the speakers have any issues that they want to bring to the forefront? Are we all caught up? And Alisher, what else is on the agenda for or this morning, I should say? What other things should people be on the lookout for when they listen to this recording? Because we are cognizant that we're all in different time zones. I anticipate that we'll see Dave eventually here, right? So I want to make sure that we're dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's as we go through the agenda from last night and making sure that we have everybody caught up. Morgan has left or has arrived. Rutro is here. Artie's here. And I cannot see Alisher, which is probably an issue. I'll see if I can bring him up.
Just a quick note for everybody tuning in to the recap this morning. We do have the ITT session, Innovators Think Tank number 50, will be this Saturday at 2 p.m. I went ahead and pinned the post and reminder up in the nest. And again, we talked about it last night. This is another reminder for you guys. If you want to pitch your project in an ITT, this is to get feedback, maybe customers for when you launch, maybe more collaborators. Please fill out the apply to pitch section of the Innovators Think Tank website. It takes like 30 seconds. And I promise, I won't let anybody throw too big of stones at you or stab you too much. And it's going to be a lot of fun. I highly recommend it. There's some people in here that I know are building really cool things. Jeff, Brain, Morgan, Visual Life, Dallas, Jonathan's grandma. I know you're building some cool stuff. It would be so awesome to hear a pitch from you. Artie, Rutro, each and every one of you, we would love to hear from you. Of course. Artie, I see you got a hand up. Any questions or comments? It looks like we don't have TSI. Maybe the GPUs ate them. It just ate all three of them. So, Artie, what do you got?
Oh yeah, my question is for TSI because I'm running into an issue on Vercel that I'm not figuring out.
Are you hitting the 404? I did hit that last night and it drove me nuts. I couldn't figure it out.
It's an error with deployment. It's a yeah, it's an error with deployment. Cannot install with frozen lock file because pnpm lock.yaml is not up to date with package.json.
Oh, we got Alisher. He's back. Alisher, did you hear the note from Artie on his error?
No, that's when Ross's phone died.
Oh, wait, is it the error we were fixing and then it died?
It's the JSON issue that the Artie is hitting that some folks had trouble with last night. And I also brought Karobro up too.
And the code that he's
So what was your issue with the what JSON issue?
Artie, please repeat. Yes, thank you, love.
I just messaged it to you, but it's ERR_PNPM outdated lock file cannot install with frozen lock file because PN.
Okay, you're doing this in Vercel, right?
Yeah, this is Vercel.
Okay, so what you want to do is, in that case, you want to delete package lock.json. And then when you delete it, you want to commit that. This is a generated file. So if I delete that,
it'll be generated.
And then I will PNPM lock here as well.
That's why.
But after you do that, you could also do an override command You can delete PNPM lock if you want to, but you just don't want package lock in there because this uses PNPM for in Vercel specifically. So as you can see here, it says I deleted this file, then I have all these changes, and that's the last step, is to commit these changes. And when you're committing, you just want to be careful. You're only committing the files that you have changed. So the file that you might have changed was package.json, but package lock is typically generated by Node. So I'm going to commit this. I'm going to say edit recap, and then we're going to see if this works. So commit, push.
And right before we crashed, he changed the code. We checked the code.
Yeah, and right before we crashed, guys, I did fix the code for this to actually work. So, and I did update it in Notion. You probably watched me update it. I just didn't know the phone died. But yeah, I updated in here. So this, you can use this route, this code as your route.ts file. And it is also, if we go to the ITT agenda, it's also in the agenda. I added it for today. Let's see. Where do I have the agenda open? Right here. So I have the agenda. It's in here for yesterday as well. It's the very last link. It's going to be in here for today's agenda as well. If you want to go straight to almost like the end and see what the end result looks like, you can grab this code and just pop the files into your project. And this is going to have the latest files as well. As you guys can see, this is the project I'm using right now during the recap. So let's go to our Vercel. Let's check it out. Here I have ready. If you're getting an error again, already still, what you can do is check this out. In settings in Vercel, I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. You can scroll down and you see where I have build and development settings. You can overwrite the install command. So you can turn this on and you can do npm install. Because they use PNPM, it's a little bit faster, but you can overwrite that and still use npm install. So that should help you as well a little bit. Now, remember, guys, we're going to need to go to environment variables. And in here, we need to add our stability API key. All right, so just like I added stability to my env, I'm going to come in here. This is in the settings in Vercel, in environment variables. I'm going to go to key, and I'm going to add stability. So stability API key right in here. And then you will put your key, you know, SK, whatever. Then we're going to save to add it in. Make sure this is a real key. Otherwise, of course, it won't work. For me, it's not. And then once you add a real key in, if you need the override command, once you write your override command in the settings for npm install, we can go to deployments, and then we need to redeploy this. And then we should get the result that we want, the result that has the generate page. And for me, the generate recap page.
And what's cool, guys, this is not just a demo. This is pretty real. So, like, if you give this to people, they'll pay and it will work. So it's actually really interesting that this now goes from a template to a full stack application that's SaaS. It's pretty cool. This is what we do when we build Pixio and AI Tutor. This is the exact process that we go through. We use our own tools and we build it.
Once it rebuilds, that's pretty much it. It built out. There is one thing we could add, which is the menu. We can change our menu up a little bit. I'll show you guys where to find that. But other than that, that's about it.
The only thing you need is put a domain on it, and that's really it. Just make a new domain.
I'll say in week 6, we'll show you guys where to find some domains, where to buy domains, how to connect them.
And then at the end, we're going to launch your project and make sure it has all the bells and whistles that people can actually use it, and no one's going to have a problem actually using your app. That's what we're going to do towards the end. Caro, you have a question?
Yeah, like I posted in the Popo Corner, I think Tech in School initiative, I've been working on a project for the past 24 years on how to change education. And I've developed 10 plugins to ensure that the technically rigid workforce among our MIS are technically and economically flexible when relating with people, objects, and environment.
Okay.
I think I'm sorry. I'm not changing the topic. I'm in line with Tech in School initiative. I'm speaking towards Tech in School initiative, and this program is more of Tech in School initiative, PCO, this thing. I'm looking at how DESTEC is digital entrepreneurship soft skill technology, how we can collaborate to build, develop 10 million technical soft skill talents, because those are the talents that can use this website effectively. This enterprise solutions softwares that Tech is School is introducing.
Karobo, I love the passion in
Yeah.
your voice. It's so wonderful to hear it. I would love to hear you talk on Saturday when we have all of the innovators in the think tank, because that's where that kind of collaboration can occur. This morning, this is just the tail end of a class last night. So the most of the listeners are just trying to finish
I was in the class
their
last night
homework.
too.
So
Yeah.
forgive me
Okay.
for mentioning it, because this class can't go on as
Okay,
long
cool.
as last
I
night.
think Josh should give me the opportunity to that day to get the mic and do a 1-minute
Absolutely. You
pitch.
can
My
sign
pitch
up
is ready.
right there on the website. And I would love to
I've
hear what you're
already
building.
signed up. I've already signed up for that. I've signed up, so I'm on the waiting list. But I can repeat again. I can resign again.
Oh, please do. It's
today.
just right now we have a handful of students that are trying to get past the page.
Okay,
So I
good,
don't want to be rude to
good.
them
Thank you.
because the time is very, very limited. But I appreciate you coming up. It was wonderful hearing your voice. And I look forward to hearing from you on Saturday, okay? I see that Artie has his hand up and he's really struggling right now. We're going to try to figure out his problem, his snag, and then go on if that's okay with you, Karobo. And I thank you again. Go ahead, Artie. What is your question, love? Did you get past the JSON screen?
No, sorry, I just feel like the problem child right now.
Oh, no, you're not. I am the
Alisher,
problem child. I own that
sent you
crown.
I sent
Go
you
ahead.
I sent to Alisher a screenshot. I'm getting failed to compile, like cannot find a module, and then some import dynamic stuff. I don't know if I just had messed up completely. I don't know.
Just, you don't worry about it. So I have fracked up more things than I can possibly imagine.
One sec. I'm looking at your screenshot right now.
Alisher's looking at it. Just right now, Artie, take a deep breath, because you know what? They'll
Okay,
suss it
yeah.
out.
It's because that project specifically has some more stuff that you don't have. So trying to think.
Hang on 1 second, Artie.
Because he's pulling in my project. That's why. Withdraw.
Artie, sweetie, is there any way that you have the ability to share your screen in the back channels with maybe Ross or Nick?
So Artie, I know your error. So your error is because you're pulling in everything from my project, right? The project that I shared on GitHub.
Yeah, I was copying over things.
Yeah.
And
So check this out. You're all fine. You just need one more step in there. You're gonna go to my project. So I'm gonna go to my project too, so you can see it. And you are missing a few packages because my project also has Draw UI, right? That we didn't get around to integrating. So in my project here, I have it on a live stream. You want to go to packages.json, package.json. I describe this in a step-by-step, and you can just copy this whole thing and copy it into your package.json.
Sorry, I took me a minute to find the screen where I had the live stream on.
Yeah, so you're gonna go to my project on GitHub, go to package.json, and you're gonna copy this whole package.json file into your project, your package.json. Does that make sense? Take a minute, try that out, then push to GitHub again, and see what happens. Because this package.json, this has some of the things that you're missing. Or does it? No. Yeah, it does. So you're missing TL Draw because it also has Draw UI in there. So this will bring it in, and this will bring in a few other things like Canvas, some other React elements. So you can take this whole thing. Let me check my GitHub because I did just push to it, or my Vercel. Yeah, so it should work. It's really just you're missing that package.json, a few packages in there that you need, and that's the error. So if I go to your error, I hope you don't mind. I'm gonna read this out. So his error says, cannot find module at TL Draw. A module is a package. So immediately, if it can't find a module, we need to think to, okay, where are all these modules being recorded and pulled in from? And they're all being pulled in from package.json in our project. So if you guys take a look at my package.json, I have things in here like TL Draw, which is used for drawing the UI in Draw UI. I also have things here like Axios, which we installed today and last night to make Stable Diffusion 3 work. It also has other things in here like Stripe, Supabase, and all the other packages that make our app work.
And Artie, anytime you add on to this project and you make it better or add features, you have to add more package JSON to make it build.
That makes sense. I'm waiting for it right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll wait with you because I think after this, just remember you want to add the environment variables in Vercel as well. So I'll remind you guys, our last step for this project is to go to our settings in Vercel, go to environment variables, and add in stability API key and your Stable Diffusion API key value. So that's very important. It might require you to redeploy after you add that, and then it should work. And I'm going to give you guys one more little, I guess, nugget of knowledge into this template afterwards, after we see Artie get a win right now.
Artie gotta get the W. Hey guys, just to reiterate, we use this template for the first year of AI Tutor.
That's true.
Like it managed all of our users, all subscriptions, and all our products for 1 year until we shifted. This template is really good, guys. Probably one of Vercel's best. And ours looks way not as nice as this. Theirs is way nicer.
I wanted to welcome Morgan and Cordell to the stage. I know they're both busy working in the background. Cordell, I'm hoping that we can get you caught up, love. I know that you had to leave last night. Did you suss it out? Did you follow the agenda and kind of get yourself to a place where you're not going to want to destroy the computer or, yell and scream obscenities and ruin your joy? How are you doing this morning, friend?
Cordell.
Hello. What's going on, everyone?
Oh, you sound like you're just waking up. Oh, you sound like you're just waking up.
Girl, I've been going. I'm exhausted.
Yeah,
I'm
either that or
exhausted
you
today.
haven't gone to bed yet. Either one of those. You sound tired.
What?
You
Oh,
work too hard,
girl,
buddy. You work too hard.
I'm exhausted. Yeah, I'm just now making it here, and I'm just now even like getting to my back to my computer. So I'm.
It's
Oh,
okay. Take a deep breath, get some coffee in you. It's time to get to work. We want to make sure that everybody's caught up. This is the hard part. It is hunting and gathering, yes, but for those that were not here last night, there were some significant changes that happened in between the the announcement of the class and then the 6 hours in between until we started the class, amongst them being that Stable has another version, Stable 3, and Ross and Nick and Alisher spent literally 5 hours before class preparing these models for us to, or these hubs, I should say, or repos, for us to fork and kind of make our own. And it's really important because, as everybody knows, the entrepreneurial mindset, that maker mindset, has the ability to be flexible and pivot when necessary. They see opportunities where other people do not. And for the folks that have actually put all of these pieces to use, they're doing some fantastic things and it's monetizing in real world. I know that money is a motivator for many, many folks. And so, being able to pay off your mortgage or have some groceries on the table. I know that there are single moms that listen last night, especially, and folks that are on, a fixed income here in the space today. The ability to generate and revenues by, the fruits of your labor, for lack of a better term, having that first mover advantage, especially here on the social media platforms, whether it's Twitter, whether it's Farcast, or whether it's Facebook, LinkedIn, etc. The ability to say that you've already created something using a model that no one else has access to is very powerful. And becoming more versed in these things, we did talk about earlier having your AI cohort and allowing my AI tutor doing the heavy lifting for you. Now, whether you have my AI tutor or not, obviously I'm very biased and partial because, one, I love the organization, I love the boys, and I love what they're doing. Their mission to get technology in the hands of every student, irrelevant of where they come from or the backgrounds. That's really important to me because access to these tools can make or break a person. It can literally change their stars. And I've watched ordinary people in this space do extraordinary things over the past 4 weeks, in building out ecosystems and, making bank. I mean, Bjorn's not here. I think he already left, but I mean, $5,000 upfront check and $2,000 a week is not anything to scoff at, especially if you are paying $5 or $6 for a dozen of eggs, depending on where you are in the United States. So,
right?
I know, right? But it's also some of the other things that he is thinking outside of the box. The kinds of tools that he's thinking of are simple man tools. The ability to look at a roof and judge based on, the data that can be gleaned from these models is powerful. It used to be that you would have to have a person out on the roof with your ladder and everything else. If you can take drone data or if you can take satellite data and you have the ability to suss these things out in a very powerful way, accurate way, the ability to maximize your time is so powerful, so cool, and it's useful. Other people know that this is a pain point, especially in rural areas. Think about gas costs. Think about all of the other things that, are involved in traveling from place to place and how those things can be, taken out of the equation and those profit margins can expand. That's really cool. And I love listening to him think of new ways to use his new skills. It's so much fun. It's contagious. We had a couple moments last night, even over the last 4 weeks, where you'll hear the giggle, the contagious giggle when someone has something that clicks, whether it's Vivek or, Rutro had that moment this morning. It's like, oh my gosh, I understand it. And you hear the little giggle and the giggle is, I understand it. I'm not a coder. I'm not all these things, but for the first time, the building blocks make sense. It's a powerful thing for all of us because it instills hope, but more so it instills that can-do spirit, and it's the can-do spirit that we all need, especially in uncertain times with emerging tech that can be fearful, can be anxiety in a bottle, whatever. So at any rate, I wanted to welcome everybody back to the stage, resetting the conversation a smidge while Alistair gets resettled. It's hard, you guys. I will just tell you point blank, when your phone dies, or if you're driving, this is another thing. If you're driving and all of a sudden you lose the signal and trying to get back into the space, you feel so obligated because these aren't just faces. These are your pocket family. They're people that you care about, and you're dead in the water and there's nothing you can do. You're just kind of pissed and you're trying to push buttons, which make things worse. So hopefully, Alistair, you're all settled in. And Artie, you're sussing out your issue. Do you see what's connecting the dots, I should say? Are they helping you in the background?
I'll help out Artie right after. I just want to start wrapping this up a little bit. But Artie's issue is it's a singular issue. It only pertains to his project. Most of us, I think, only did Stable Diffusion 3. Artie's project just also happens to have TL Draw, which we'll fix it with him. But the fixes also, if you want to know how to fix his specific issue, I do go over it here in the guide. It's actually right here, integrating. And it is, let's see, it's in step 6 of integrating. Essentially, Artie is just missing a few packages, which afterwards I'll help him install, and we'll take a look at his code. But for most of us, if we only added Stable Diffusion 3, or if we're using my project directly, we should have everything that we need. We should be on Vercel. It should be redeploying. And one little change I want to do before we finish up is actually adding this new page, this generate recap page that I created to my top menu right here next to generate. As you guys can see right now in the menu, I have pricing, account, draw UI, generate. Now I also want to add generate recap. So I'm going to go to my VS Code, and now this is the navigation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to search. I'm going to search for nav. And here I have a few things. I have nav bar and nav links. So I can go to nav bar, but nav bar is just going to tell me that it's using nav links. So I'm just going to go to nav links, and in here, you can scroll down a little bit. You can read through some of this code, and you're going to start seeing, well, here's the link to go to pricing. Here's the link to go to account. Here's a link to go to draw UI, and here's a link to go to generate. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to click one of these links. I'm going to copy the code for the link. Remember, the whole code for the link, it goes from link opening tag to link closing tag. And then I'm going to paste it right after. So generate, except this is going to be generate recap. And then this is the page is going to go to is generate recap. And that's going to be the last change I make. So now when I go to my GitHub desktop, I have this change in here. It shows me the change. I have one change. Shows me the exact change that I made. I added these tags. I changed it to generate recap. And now I'm just going to commit. I'm going to push origin. And now Vercel will take about a minute to rebuild. And I should have a new link here on top that says generate recap in about a minute. So that should be our last step. So again, you're going to go to your project. You're going to search for nav links in the very top bar. This is your file search. So I'm going to search for nav links in here. Then inside of nav links, you're going to find how each link is being displayed. So it uses this link tag with a text in between. I'm going to copy and paste one of them. And then I'll rename it to generate recap for me. And now after about a minute, my live link should be updated. Let's double check. Let's see if it's updated yet. And there it is. I have a new link here, generate recap. And it takes me to this generate page. Now, for me, it's not going to work. I didn't put in my real stable diffusion key in here. But now I have generate recap. I have generate. If you guys followed my, I guess, my tutorial, my step-by-step from the Notion doc, you would also have Draw UI. And as you can see, this is actually wrapped inside of our page. And then, of course, I have account, which is what it came with already. And I have a little front pricing page.
Actually, it's not that, guys. This is real. So cool. This is like something that somebody would pay for. It lets you draw a UI using OpenAI and lets you generate the unreleased Stable Diffusion 3. Instant buys for people. They would literally buy it.
And then next week, we'll learn how to, spruce this up, make it look like your own and not like a Vercel template.
Which is the fun part. Making it different colors, adding your logo, making it branded.
Yeah.
Woo! Creative parts. Yay. I like customization.
You can't customize what's not built, so that's why this
Oh,
part.
you know what I mean. You said colors, and I got happy. Be quiet. No, just kidding. I love
That's
you.
all it takes is just say colors.
Guys, just a quick note before we wrap up. I highly recommend that you go through the week 4 guide, you go through the step-by-steps on integrating Draw UI, and you also listen to this recording that I will post, because I think this recap, we went step-by-step through actually integrating the Stable Diffusion 3 code from all the pieces and the projects that we have available to us. So this recording is going to be about 2 hours long. So if this is what you're working on, if you're adding in different elements into your SaaS app, I highly recommend you go through this recording specifically, because it's a little bit shorter than the recording for the space last night. As soon as it gets posted, I'll shoot you guys a link on Twitter, and the guide will take you through building one project, and then this video will take you through building a different project. So you'll have 2 new features for your SaaS app under your belt now. And then from there, if you understand how all this works and how you can use AI to build out the different features with their front-end code and their API calls, then you should be able to start building out new features on your own. So let's see, do we have any final questions?
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Innovators Think Tank. This is week number 5 of 6 of building your SaaS from idea to impact, led by the amazing team over at the Tech in Schools initiative, as well as accompanied by Sarah Hudson. For those of you who are joining us 5 weeks in a row, it is a pleasure to see you guys. For those of you who are maybe dropping in and trying to get caught up, we are stoked to have you. Welcome on in. I want to do a quick recap for a couple things, and then I'm handing over the mic to the incredible TSI and Sarah. And then guys, feel free to come on up and grab the mic. But just a couple notes to give to everybody. Look, in week number 5 of building our SaaS from idea to impact, there are a couple things that are critical to keep in mind. One of them is, look, you're in a community of other people who have been alongside of you building this whole time, learning this whole time. Don't forget to use the comment section, not only here on X, but also on the website to connect with other people in this space. I know so many of you are connected already. I see so many familiar faces in here, which is excellent to see. But don't forget that you're in a room with other amazing builders. Connect with them. Connection is the precursor to collaboration. Collaboration is the new currency here inside the Innovators Think Tank. So make sure that you're sending a DM, a follow, learn what somebody else is building, and connect with each other. Absolutely. 2 things that you guys want to have up in front of you before we launch into week number 5. The very first thing that you're going to want is this X Space. So you're going to want this X Space open. This is your 2-way audio to all of the speakers asking your questions and so on. This is also where we'll put any links such as the second thing that you need up, which is the ITT.com, innovatorsthinktank.com, the agenda for this week. We have a live stream up there. We have all of the resources, all of the objectives, and everything that you guys need posted right below the live stream. If you have yet to connect your X account to the Innovators Think Tank ecosystem, go ahead and do that. In the upper right-hand corner of the website, you can hit sign up, connect your X account, and welcome into the ecosystem of innovation. That being said, those 2 things, the X Space and the live stream in front of you, will be what you need in order to take on this space. I'm not going to do a full recap of where we are on week 5, where we need to be. I'm going to let our team do that. But I do want to encourage folks to set a reminder for ITT number 50 coming up this weekend. If you guys are working on a project and you want to pitch it to a community of innovators, 60-second pitches is your place in the ITT. It takes like less than 30 seconds to sign up on the Innovators Think Tank website for a spot to pitch. So I want to encourage you guys to do that. This Saturday, we will have session number 50. We're coming up on 52, a whole year of doing the Innovators Think Tank. I am so stoked for what's in store for session 52, as well as 50 and 51. Don't discount those. But we do have a big surprise coming up on the year mark. So you guys definitely stay tuned for that. That being said, that is up in the Jumbotron. Set your reminders for this weekend. And also keep in mind that tomorrow morning, we do have a morning after recap space, after all the drunkenness of learning and applying all of that knowledge live right here. Look, I say we dive right into it. I wanted to be sure we start before 5:10. Sarah, have you noticed that class is starting early and earlier? We're making everybody come and sit in their seats on an earlier time basis. Soon enough, we'll start right at 5, maybe session 6. That being said, guys, thanks for joining me on this amazing expedition of innovating education with the Tech in Schools leading that charge, Sarah accompanying us in learning and developing our skills. What we're doing here is transformational, guys. You are part of something truly incredible. And also big shout out to Ross and Nick and Alisher for getting on Robert Scoble's podcast, Unaligned. I think that dropped earlier today. That is incredibly impressive, guys. We know that you're innovating, to extreme degrees, but to see that type of validation from your peers in that industry, I'm sure it has to be awesome. And just know that we have your back 100% of the way. We are here to have your back. So I think those are the couple notes I wanted to share. We're still on good timing. I'll hand this over to Sarah and our friends over at the Tech in Schools initiative to kick off week number 5 of building our SaaS from idea to impact. Sarah, welcome back up. We'd love to hand it your way. Ross, welcome back up. Let's do this thing.
I'm so giddy. I'm still just bouncing off the walls with the news of Ross's interview. I'm just so excited for him. I'm hoping that my mic is okay. I did have trouble already getting into space. So if anybody cannot hear me at any time, just holler. if you have questions, comments, concerns, always put them in the purple bubble, or you can DM me behind the scenes if you're really scratching your head and trying to figure out stuff. And I will do my best to interrupt and try to make sure we can get those questions answered. As always, make sure you have your laptop open, that you have your notebook and a pad of paper, just kind of pen, whatever, writing utensil. Taking notes really does solidify those neurological pathways. Yes, we are dealing in AI, but there is a muscle memory component here, and click 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 does not always compute in the same way as chicken scratch scribe and across the pages. And it's the gift that keeps on giving if you have terrible handwriting, because trying to suss out and discern what you wrote in the haze of the evening is always the gift that keeps on giving. So there are a number of you, I know that this is a very late night, not only starting point, but ending point too. Just know that we see you, we appreciate you, we know the struggle, and we really thank you for being here, because it is tough. If at any time you don't finish up, or you have to kind of bow out for the evening, your mind is just, it's just too much or whatever, just know tomorrow morning we have our post-mortem. So you get up, a cup of coffee about 10 a.m. and we go through the entire thing at Mach speed a little bit, but it's not, the same nuances and stop, go, stop, go, stop, go. So sometimes that format's better for some folks. They don't want to know how the clock's made. They just want to know what time it is. And that's perfectly okay too. We all learn in different ways in our digital maker space here in the Innovators Think Tank. So without further ado, I think that the boys are ready behind the scenes. Nick, Alisher, and Ross are behind the Tech in Schools PFP. And once again, couldn't be more proud. Could not be more proud. I've known Scoble for, well, more than most. I'll just leave it there. I think I started following him when Twitter was a brand new beta. So to make his list of people and to be sitting in that chair and to have that interview, what a tremendous honor. And it's just so much fun to watch from the cheap seats that a tool that we all are using is something that's on everybody else's radar. And you are taking part in something that is really monumental and changing the way that education is from here on out. So congratulations to each of you too. We are in week 5, which means that you've come a long way, and you should be proud of your achievements. If this is your first time here, by the way, don't feel overwhelmed. I'm glad that you're here, and we can catch you up. So, you know what? Sit back tonight, just listen to the terms, write down those terminologies, add to your vocabulary lists, kind of poke around the edges, look at the previous classes. And your job is not to have it all finished at the end of the night or anything else. It's just to sit back and listen, figure out where your place is, what you want to do, what you want to build, and then get to know the people next to you in the room tonight, because they're your cohorts, and they're the people that are going to cheer you on and do the happy dance when you see the confetti each step of the way. So anyway, that is all I have to say in opening notes. I hope that I didn't bore you to tears. Just know that I love you to the moon and back. And I'm excited for this evening. We're going to connect a lot of dots and herd a lot of cats, as they say in the engineering world. So Ross, Alisher, Nick, whomever is behind the PFP, it's your turn.
Hello, everybody. What's up? So today's kind of going to be different than all the other ones, a little bit, because we have to have a quick chat about scaling with AI and utilizing it, relying on it, building with it. As you all think about your
Ross, real quick, I'm so sorry to step on your toes. One
Good.
thought that I was thinking is we have a number of folks in here. I'm sure they have a lot going on in all the other aspects. Maybe what we could do real quick is retrace where everybody should be as of this point. You know what I mean? Just kind of give them a quick recap. Okay, this is where we are as of today, and then what are we doing today? That way, everybody can feel some continuity there. You're the educator. I'm so sorry I'm stepping in. I had a note here that could be helpful.
I'm definitely going to get to that, but and we're going to talk about about building with it, because it's not just like you put an API key in and you're good. But yeah, so at this point, we should be, we should have a website that we built that is running in Next.js. It should connect to Stripe and have plans. What it doesn't do is do anything worth paying for right now because it doesn't have a product. What we're doing last time is we started building out what it is someone would pay for. Now, my example to you, it's not like a put a price on it, launch. I mean, you could do that. And you're still in that timeline. So anyone who decides like, hey, you know what? My idea, like I don't care. I'll do that next. I want to launch this SD3 now. You could, and you will make money like right now. But what you have to think about is what I'm going to go over in a few minutes. But basically, this is the part that everyone kind of goes in a different direction, which is the part that is most difficult. And that's why having something like AI Tutor is very, very important, because you need to be able to build out features that actually don't exist. And you need to integrate them and make sure that users don't go above a certain amount of credits. And like if the next month happens, like make sure those credits go on to the next month. Like don't be that guy, you know, like build the thing you would want. But it's really important that everyone here that's building understands like a few facts, and we're going to go over them. One, if you're going to build a business revolving around AI at all, it's great. Like you will see profits in a way that you have never seen before. And I'm not like saying like because I'm a millionaire, I'm just saying because like traction is going to be so high right now that it's like almost an 80% chance someone would buy your thing if it's AI. And especially if it's using something that they don't have access to. So part of building is having really cool things, but the other part is cost. So I'm going to use Cash Money Kev, for example. Let's say Cash Money Kev takes this thing that he built, right? And then he's like, I'm going to put it live and put the monthly. Okay. Well, Cash Money Kev, I raised you this. What happens if I join your thing, pay you your $20, and then generate 5,000 things? Then what? Do you see the problem, Cash Money Kev?
Yeah, then I'd lose money, right? On credits?
Yeah, you'd be immediately negative. And you've only made $20. So what we have to think about is we have to research, and this is not something we're going to cover like in this particular thing, this or next week. But for those interested in actually continuing and building this, we're going to have a way where you can actually, and we're going to talk more about it like way later because we got like a lot of stuff to do. But there's going to be a way you can take a different kind of class that's not necessarily just live on Twitter Spaces, very one-on-one, like an actual class, but in the same style where you just learn the really important things and build whatever you want. But more importantly, you won't sort of have to asynchronously catch up and listen and learn. Just a quick shout out in the middle of randomness to Josh Hellman, Cash Money, Kevin Mattia. Like this was truly, you know, very experimental to say the least. Yet the amount of people that you guys have, well, we together helped is just insane. And I don't think it's ever been done this way in this capacity. And what's cool is if you can harness that and actually take it to the next level, I think it could be really impactful. And then you can have like these crazy success stories. And then maybe, just maybe, they want to come back and lead a Wednesday class with us. You know, I think it could be so impactful and so crazy because once you learn how to do things, it's like all you want to do is just go to the highest mountain and just like scream it to as many people that will listen. So it's really important that as you guys build out this stuff, that you understand that you're not building something fake. It's very, very real. And we're going to go over like some cost after I hear what Sarah has to say, because I'm sure it's very important. It always is. But we're going to talk about cost because what I don't want any of you to do is go do something, go live, and then be negative.
I'm just going to jump in real quick. One, Ross is absolutely correct. To teach is to learn twice. And so you yourself, anytime you share this information, you gain a deeper understanding. I wanted to point out that we have a live stream, and it's really important for those that are in the listening audience to make sure you're checking with the link up top where it has the live stream. You need to pay attention. You can't just do the social audio thing and listen and kind of tune out. When we talk about muscle memory, seeing where things are located, believe it or not, on the screen for you spatial learners, you kind of have to see exactly where things are in order to understand it, because some of the platforms that Ross uses can be confusing, and trying to navigate and figure it out can sometimes be difficult. So make sure that you are on a laptop, and I understand completely how frustrating it can be to toggle between so many different pieces of technology. Not everybody here has, the, man cave or whatever cave, of multiple computer faces and a spinny chair in the middle, and you're looking like a supervillain. Many of us are talking on a cell phone. We are looking at a screen, and we are clicking and praying that we're not closing windows that we shouldn't be, and flipping from place to place. We get it and we understand. So just make sure that you do have the live stream on and are looking at the screen, because it is kind of important to make sure that we're all on the same page. Go ahead, Ross.
So I won't spend too much time. I'm just going to go over a few things, and it applies to potentially anyone who's building anything with AI. And if you already have something built and you're curious, Sarah, is your hand raised, or is that a glitch?
That was a glitch, sir.
There are two ways to get around this for your product. One, you ask the user to do an API key. Not the best. Possible. What I think you guys should think about is, and this is just a recommendation, I am Googling this live. So you can do like usage-based billing. So like, it's obviously possible, right? Because this thing does it. You can see Stripe has usage. And this is like some database structure and code. Now, you can like build this yourself with AI Tutor and Stripe Docs, or just skip to the end, the fun part, and just pay $1,000 or $500. And you're going to get like the whole entire fully production working level code. Now, why this is important is because, if you're passing 3,000 transactions, you got to make sure no one's like going over their limits. I'm not saying this is a requirement to keep building. It's not. It is something you want to think about as you build, because costs can be huge. Like, especially if you want to train your own model. I mean, there's resources, and we're going to go over a couple. So if you have your pen and paper, I'm going to just give you a lot of different things. Some are paid, some are not, that are very useful in whatever you're doing in AI. Because there's a lot of things I learned, and I made a lot of mistakes. And so hopefully you guys can avoid some of them. Are you guys ready? I can't see emojis, but hopefully there's some emojis, and you're ready. So the first thing we're going to talk about is Hugging Face. Hugging Face can host your model. It can host your model, it can inference your model, and you can pay them $20 to do this. Now, here's the cool thing. You pay them $20 to inference, not to host your model. That's free. Think about this. You can have your model in Hugging Face. Then they give you like a URL and a way you can hit it with API keys. You can do that all day, and it will cost you $20 a month. That's one way. Then there's Railway. Railway is like the grown-up version of Vercel. It's really good, but Vercel's amazing. But Vercel kind of dies when you do something crazy. So when we first built Pixio, Vercel like just died when we put it there. We needed more power. More power came with Railway. So I highly recommend Railway for the more power needs when your Next.js app gets a little crazy. Now, when it comes to GPUs, there's a lot of different ways. I'm going to just tell you some ways that I've used and that are really good. One, we partner with a few companies, and the ones I'm going to list are like the ones I feel like if you built with them, you couldn't be in a better situation. So first, Protea. We are partnered with Protea since the very beginning. They are a Stable Diffusion, GPU-centric organization that has access to over 200,000 GPUs. That's a lot. Like, come on, guys. That's like a lot. So we partner with them. They offer you a way to utilize their technology in your app. Now, I can't see, thumbs up or anything, but hopefully you wrote that down. If you need me to repeat it, somebody stop me. No?
I think we're good. I also know that it's going to be documented too, probably in the class notes as a link, but
No,
just to make sure. Is it not?
It's not. This is real life. Like, not everything is going to be planned and not everything is going to be written down.
Excellent, Smithers.
We're trying to do what we can, but, I don't know of any free service right now that's doing what we're doing on Spaces right now. Like, it's the craziest thing ever. Like, what we put together here is the quality level of what you would get in, like, an actual course or an actual college. What's crazy.
So for code speak, folks, take good notes because he's not going to add Hugging Face and the rest of these websites. This is insider knowledge, and this is the bonus and brownie points for sitting your butt in the chair today and being here rather than folks that will, you must be present to win. Put it that way, okay?
Yeah, it's going to be like a crazy knowledge brain vocabulary dump. It's going to be like the craziest vocab thing you've ever been through, but there's no test. The only test is you. The test is just you versus you. It has nothing to do with, like, you're not going to be scored. Like, if you really want to learn, listen to what I'm saying, because even if, like, you think I'm wrong, like, this is actual experience that you can possibly avoid. Like, make a better decision. Because I'm not going to tell you, like, only the best thing. I'm going to tell you what I used first and then what I got to. So, like, another good example is I first started with Stable Diffusion. I thought it was super cool. I used something called Automatic 1111, and it's quite a beast. However, it does not play nice with API calls. So the next thing we're going to learn is Comfy UI. It's going to be the most important thing you've ever heard in your whole entire life if you're building with Stable Diffusion. And all this stuff with clothes trying on, yeah, that's Comfy UI. All of it. I wouldn't even be surprised if 90% of these companies that are AI, that are doing like image and video, are just Comfy UI in the back end. It is not only the best, most like customizable way to interact with GPUs and CUDAs, but like one of the highest trending GitHub ever. Like ever. That's pretty crazy, I think. And this guy does not get paid. Who even knows why he updates it 17 times a day? Who knows? But I'm not asking questions. And if you don't believe me, look him up. His name is Comfy Anonymous. Comfy UI. That's your term for today. No, there's going to be a lot. I'm lying. There's going to be more. So the next thing we're going to learn is COG. Who knows what it means? Anyone? You get like 100 Ross points if you can tell me what COG means. That's like super impressive if you know what it means. Nobody wants to guess? Just take a shot. Fine. Sarah, guess. You have to like take one for the team. Not even Sarah wants to guess?
No, I was cheating and you caught me because I don't know. And so I'm like, stop, because I just want the freaking answer. And if I have to leave the stupid screen to answer Ross, I won't have it. I know what a COG is in the maker world.
Okay, listen. I want you to Google COG AI and just tell me your understanding of the first result. It's open source. Just like look at it. You don't need to be a programmer, I promise. I wouldn't set you up for failure, only greatness, as you say.
And guys, come up to the stage and be part of the show. It helps your learning process. Guess 4 times. It's going to help you know what's not the answer. Sounds silly, but it's real.
Cog AI refers to advanced artificial intelligence systems that mimic human cognitive functions.
I was thinking cognitive is also part of it, but yeah, your AI tutor is also talking about it. It says that it can refer to several things, Ross, just so you know.
Yeah, Cog AI could be a company, but search Cog AI in Google. You're going to find a GitHub. Do you see the GitHub result? And with your searching, narrow it down. And Amy, I know you here. Learn what this word is. This is your new favorite word.
Oh, hey, one thing. Is it okay that I searched for those links and I put them in the comments?
Yeah,
So
sure.
that I would have them for reference later, actually.
Listen, I'm just doing a
That's
lot.
okay.
And if you want to volunteer to put them, do it. That's going to help the world right now. Now, Amy, I'm going to correct one thing. Prodia is Prodia, and make sure you know which one, because Prodia right now, today, if you signed up, Prodia.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good. But if you signed up, you would get 1,000 free API credits a month. That means your app can generate 1,000 things per month for free, and you don't pay nobody. That's pretty cool. Now, if anyone doesn't know the answer to Cog, I'm going to tell you, but does anyone know? So it's really important for the next thing that I'm going to tell you.
I'm getting all sorts of weird things, including synthetic cognizance.
Did you get a GitHub repo?
Not even. And I even asked
Really?
my AI tutor for a specific GitHub repo dealing with cognitive AI, but I have really screwed up my...
It's just Cog. It's just Cog. C-O-G.
Cog.run on
Killing me,
GitHub.
Smalls. You're killing me. Just a second.
Here, look, I'm going to show you guys. And it's important that you guys understand like the difference between like what we're looking for right now. And I actually want to show you the search. So check my screen. Look. Cog AI, right? Well, not that. You got to write AI. But I want to show you what you should get. So see this GitHub repo right here? I'm going to put it in the comments somehow.
I think I just found it and I put it in the comments. I don't know.
Did
Is
you?
that the right one?
I can't
Should I
see.
put in there?
I got to find out. Let's see. You might have done it. Yes, you guys are awesome. Anna, Amy, yes.
I just
Now,
found it.
Let me
The
tell you
replicant?
why. Yeah, let me tell you why this is actually important. So, Amy, we're going to use you. Do you mind if I use you as example?
Yeah, sure. But like you don't go into like
Oh
details,
my God, Amy,
okay?
relax.
Because like yeah.
Just relax.
Come on.
He's going to
Gonna
be
make
gentle.
gonna hurt gonna
Otherwise,
make me
I'll
cry. Oh
take.
my gosh.
Don't you dare! I'll take the bullet.
Listen.
Because Ross knows a lot of dirty details in my in
Nothing
everything.
even like that. So don't worry. So if we're going to use Amy as an example, Amy has a product, right? And she has a model. Now, for Amy to run her model, she needs serious compute and GPUs. Now, something Amy didn't know that Amy's going to learn right now is Cog. Cog allows you, Amy, to run your entire model in what's called Cog, which is open source. So you can tell your CTO, hey, run it in this. And then you do it. And then you push to replicate. Now, that brings me to my next vocabulary word, replicate. Now, I have pushed Cog models. It's really easy. Replicate is awesome. So you can go to replicate and choose anything you want to do that just came out. So you can see like style transfer, super cool. I'm probably going to like build that. This, a lot of you know this as TurboCraft. So we inference this ByteDance as the XL Lightning to do TurboCraft. You can see anything you want to do, it has a way to do it. But here's the crazy part. Amy, we're going to pretend you're using Llama 3, which you're not. You're using your own model. So this would be yours, right? Because you would push it to Cog. Okay? Imagine you can just hit your model like this. Look. This is the call. Now, check this out. I've done this. So if we go to AI Tutor Pixio, look, Pixio Generate, Pixio Upscaler. I deployed this. I deployed this to my own API on Replicate. How insane is that, Amy? Come on.
Ross,
Yeah.
so what you're saying is
Wow.
basically like I'm envisioning these as like little Tupperware things that you kind of can put in the refrigerator when you're meal prepping or something, that you're packaging these machine learning models in a production ready kind of container. Is that kind of, am I understanding it
So
correctly?
so as a non-developer, that's really good. The only word you need to know there is Docker. So it's a Docker containerized version of your model that runs asynchronously, self-contained, privately, running on Replicate, who is going to be one of the few most important companies in the knowing future. And if you don't know who they are, well, today's your day. Replicate.com. Welcome to the planet. It's crazy. And they have every model you could possibly dream of that your app can use. And now, you know what it doesn't have, y'all? Stable Diffusion 3. So if you launch that, you'll make money now. Literally, just one post. Hey, Stable Diffusion 3. Sign up, get 100 free credits. Boom. You're making money tomorrow. That is real. That's called riding the wave. So if that's you, get your surfboard. Because you need to listen to everything I'm about to tell you. Any questions?
I have so many questions actually. I mean, the fact of the matter is, I know, Josh, I'm just sitting back going, and I'm doing the mental math and the first mover advantage, right? For those of you that have truly been here from the beginning to the end, you have the skill set to actually knock the ball out of the park and have a paycheck by the end of the week, right? And I'm not kidding. Like, the first mover advantage that you have is incredible, but the window of opportunity is very small. So to those of you in the room, and I'm not going to name names, but you know who you are in terms of being very gifted at what you do and understanding these kinds of materials. If I just understood this correctly, yeah, you will be able to just rack up dinero. and I have so many questions, Ross, that you continually give out these nuggets, and the folks that actually pick up the baton and run with it, they have no excuse, right? So it's just time and will, and if you have them both, you're going to do very well.
Yeah, like I'm just gonna show you a quick thing just so you can like get the gist. So this is like a brand new chat with AI Tutor right now. Hopefully coming up on the stream. Yes. So because you got to be nice, we're gonna say hi. We will turn off all that so we don't see it. Now look at this. Guys, this is like undocumented. This is real. First set of docs. And then I go back. And this is the schema. Getting a prediction. I don't even know what I'm doing, you know? I'm just getting the raw data and pasting it. Like everything it tells me, all the rules that I don't understand. And guys, like you could honestly do this. Like it's crazy. Look.
And this is a good recap of last week when we took the Stable Diffusion 3 docs, and we used AI to extract this little code to generate images with Stable Diffusion 3. Of course, before it's available in any of the other different image generators.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So this is similar, but now you're using Replicate to create almost like a different feature of your app. And then this is what, style transfer?
Yeah, it's brand new. Okay, so like let's say I wanted to build this. Okay,
Build it, dude. Let's go. So easy.
Ross, your typos are crazy. Worse than mine.
I just don't care. Like, there's like an element of non-careability that I have about that. Like, for what? Like, what do I gain from caring? I just lose time. It's not gonna make me a better writer. I'm still gonna suck. So I just built it into AI Tutor to like fix that along the way. So like, here's the thing. In like 2 seconds, I have the page. This is the page I put for people to generate. This is the page that they generate from. Now, watch this, guys. This is the moneymaker right here.
I'm hearing a musical rhythm with that typing.
I'm going to jump in real quick, answering some of the questions in DM. There are other options, but let me just preface that my AI tutor is ideal for these kinds of things. In order to cobble together all of the pieces that you would need in order to kind of retrofit, um, just save yourself some time and energy. It's not that expensive per month, obviously, to be able to have my AI tutor. And up top in the ITT, if you put that in the discount code, you'll get 20% off. So the fact of the matter is that if you are not running my AI tutor now, this is the time to get it because it's just going to make your life easier. And from a entrepreneurial point of view, this is the cost of doing business. You need to have the proper tools because trying to work around and not having the ideal tools is actually going to cost you more. This is the cheap shoe scenario where you're going to continue to have to buy, and pay through the nose for certain things when you could have had the steel-toed work boots that were made for you and they're ready to do the job. So I know that that's not probably the answer that you want to get, but you know what? I've purchased multiple my AI tutors for various people in my life, and it's because I feel beyond a shadow of a doubt, very passionately, that this is the ideal tool for the next, iteration, right? They cannot be well equipped if they do not understand these tools. So, and having them all under one umbrella streamlines your entire process. What Ross is doing right now, and you're seeing on your screen, is that he is working side by side with his AI cohort, right? And he is co-collaborating and creating this entire ecosystem. The tool itself is filling in the gaps, the skill gap. I am not a coder. I don't play one on TV. I can navigate bits and pieces here and there, but that's not my superpower. And if I have a tool that is able to fill those gaps, it means that I'm able to free up my time, leverage the skills that we have on hand, and then I can go ahead and do the thing that I'm the best at, right? So I'm hoping I'm answering your question. I saw that Bjorn Free did have his hand up. Did you want to say something, love?
I did. While we were on the subject, I was hoping to talk Ross into doing a subscription tier that's his entire tech stack, like the AI Tutor, the Pixio. If he would put it all under one link, where I find benefit in just dealing with the one subscription, and then getting all of that because.
I will tell you what. Like, I don't know if we're gonna launch it officially, but we can launch it in a way where, like, if you do it, it'll work. Like, we have a separate link because I just don't want to have this like price that scares people. Because you can honestly, pick any version of our software and actually get things done. I just don't want to scare people away from crazy price. But I understand.
Oh, no. So price aside, I was just again speaking of me personally and the value I have found in it. 2 weeks ago, I didn't rightly have a clue about React or Next.js or nothing. And now I am almost ready to launch. I just got to finish doing my equation on the Supabase side, and I'm ready to launch that first roofing project. And that's what, 8 days? So I mean that it's worth it. So when you sign a contract like I had the ability to sign, even if your tech stack was 100 or 200 a month, I can't tell you the amount of time I've saved and what it's taught me as far as importing libraries, wrapping elements, everything. It's just worth it to some people. And if you had that as an option, if it's worth it to me, it's got to be worth it to somebody else.
Yeah, no, you're actually 100% right. And we actually have a few things coming. Not to derail the conversation, but it's helpful for you guys to know. If you're like him and you're serious, we will announce it at the end. But there will be a way for you to get something different that's sort of not like this, but to really help you with your problem and how to use AI to like 10x what you're doing. And even you may learn things that you didn't even know were possible. And like this is something that we've been working in the background a lot to create. And also we are going to be releasing a new tier of tools that is going to have Beam in it, which allows you to talk with 8 language models at the same time, which honestly for coding is insanity mode, because now everyone gets to say what they think could be the answer, and then we synthesize the real answer.
Amazing. It's amazing. I really just wish I could share screens and show the rest of the room what all I've been able to do with what you've introduced. It's beyond amazing.
Yeah, like that's why I'm showing this. Like right here, guys. Like I'm gonna break down this conversation just so you guys see how I talk to this thing. But I can copy this like this, right? And paste this into Supabase, and it will create the new table for credits. See? Select credits from user. Then that's that part. Then over here, this is how you actually buy credits. So this is copy and pastable, no code changing needed. No, you don't even need to know what's going on. It actually tells you what's going on in the top part right here. So it says this is the button that does this. Now it went and studied the Stripe documentation and the replicate documentation. So it knows. Here's how you check out with that, with your webhook that you already have, right? Cool. We already did that.
Ross, Amy has a question, love.
Oh, does she? I can't see nothing. Amy, just talk. Shut me up. We're good.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you, Ross, for sharing all of these great resources. I'm going to be meeting with my CTO, but I just wanted to say for people who are maybe like using the AWS startup credits, like it's really, I'm only saying this because I made the big mistake of like just not being prepared, not knowing how, like like knowing the process of your moving your database over to like a local GPU, um, like and how much money that can save you. Like, it's just things that they don't really talk about, even in Y Combinator or in most startup accelerators. They don't really talk about what you need to do to save costs and all. AWS can really trick you into thinking like, oh, I'm using all these credits for free, and it doesn't really prepare you for what can come next if you're not like ready for all the expenses that hit you. So this is definitely like such a gift to be able to know that this is a really great way to save you a huge expense in the beginning, because I will say that like yeah, it's super easy to just set up with AWS also, right? And they'll give you free credits in the beginning. But if you want to do this all yourself from beginning to end, then this is a great, these are amazing resources. So I just wanted to say to anybody who's doubting it in the audience, like whether or not this is the best way to go, or if it's better to go with, Y Combinator, like Startup School, and all those, the AWS credits that you got with that can be really helpful. But this is the ground level, really. And you're really not going to. Yeah, this is great. Thank you so much.
Well, Amy, you brought up a really good point. One of the things, the unique characteristics of my AI tutor that's different than most is that it susses out backdoors that are not obvious. And what I mean by that is when you're working side by side with it and playing dumb, and you're saying, I'm 5, I don't understand. I'll use the example from week 1 where we had an issue with Windows and that stupid S mode. Um, Going through and figuring out how to do that without wrecking computers, it was so brilliant in terms of how to have workarounds because AI is very its superpower is aggregation of data and sussing out the little nugget. And it can do it far better than we can. And it can ask questions. If you continue to ask and press, it continues to, you know, distill and regurgitate and try to figure out what it is that you need it to know. And that is one of the things when you're paying, let's say, a big program, maybe it's AWS, maybe it's Y Combinator, fill in the blank. It's not saying that we're discounting those kinds of programs and those kinds of ecosystems. It's just that the curriculum is geared towards what they want to teach you as opposed to what you want to know. And I know that sounds weird, but Bjorn had brought it up a couple sessions ago. He's like, I need an a la carte menu. I don't want to sit through all of this. Most business people do not have time, right? They want too long didn't read. They have a different mindset, a different thing that they're trying to kind of navigate. And oftentimes it's not what we think it is, you know? And when you have that kind of canned curriculum, it's leading you down a primrose path. And that's time you can't get back, right? The opportunity costs are there, right? So when you're looking at these kinds of ecosystems, for me personally, I am not a coder. This is going to drive me nuts. This 6 weeks was so vital for me to understand because now I know exactly what kinds of questions to ask of IT departments, of the folks that will be developing these things. And I have a first mover advantage in the sense that I already say, you know, we need Supabase, we need Vercel, we need Stripe, we need to understand all of these pieces. And if you do not understand it, guess what? I'm going to equip you with the right tool that is going to blow your mind. And that was the one key takeaway is that as a business owner, every one of my students is going to have this. And I'm not going to be afraid that they're going to go somewhere else or anything else. Because in the moment that I see, you know, value in building them up from within, they become entrepreneurs. Those are the folks that are creating inside of my business. My business actually becomes kind of an incubator, and I have now, you know, empowered the people that I am, you know, employing to do really wonderful things and maybe find new ways of doing things within their superpowers and their capacities. And so those efficiencies are really, really amazing when you are, you know, kind of the give and the take and whatnot, and learning these things because, you know, honestly, I don't want to go anywhere else because I just don't have the time or energy. It's every minute counts, and we are now measured in units of attention, right? And so if you are pushed, pulled so many different ways, you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, which is building your business. So I just wanted to put that out there. But excellent points, Amy. Ross, I see the screen is moving. What are you doing?
So this is a new AI tutor feature. The idea behind it is that we can visualize what it thinks we want to do. So like if we're like, oh,
how'd you do that?
Oh,
rewind.
So, yeah. So you just go to this giant thing, right? And you're just like, make a diagram. It's new. And then it gives you what exactly is going on. So what we just built in like 10 minutes was user click buy credits, front end, create checkout, initialize checkout, session URL, redirect, Stripe checkout, complete payment, checkout completed, update credits, redirect. How crazy is that? And that's exactly what we want, right? So every time they
Wait, how did you get that though? What did you press in order to get?
Just went here and I hit diagram.
I love you. This is for all of you visual learners, you kinetic learners that need to have something tactile and to, you know, really grasp onto. Many neurodivergent people require this kind of, you know, ecosystem. So kudos to you guys. I love you so much.
Yeah, well, thank you. I think it's really important that people can visualize like this crazy code. But guys, like this is copy and pasteable. Like It's not like, oh, I gotta still write it. No, you just copy it. And like this is your new ENV that you have to add, because now you need a special product for them to buy credits. You go into Stripe, call it credits, and then it'll be like 1 credit equals $1 or whatever. 50 cents equals 1 credit, whatever it is. And then that will be the ratio that will be used in your app. And so the thing about Replicate, guys, is you can do anything with Replicate, like any AI thing. Now, the other thing I want to show you is our friends at FAL. We've talked about FAL before. FAL is so fun. This is their website. I may have to incognito this. Yeah. This is what FAL looks like when you first get there. It's so cool. Let me not be logged in. Cool. This is the website, guys. FAL.ai. They will let you build anything image related, pretty much. They're super cool. Then there's things like Grok. So Grok is an LLM that is very fast. So it's interesting if your app needs to move fast. And these are just a few, but like they're really important because your provider is everything. And Amy, I have one more thing to tell you about Replicate. Are you ready?
Yeah. Okay.
Replicate can do private models too. So you can build your model and nobody will see it except you. They can be inference and hosting. And unlike AWS, they only charge you when the thing is running, which is the best.
Oh, okay. So like, are they an all-in-one alternative to AWS, or do you have, or
Not
you have
in
to
any
use?
way, shape, or form. See, what you're
No.
doing
Okay.
is what you're doing essentially. Hold on. My brain can only do one thing at a time, unfortunately. I wish I was there.
Well, it's like you're using Replicate
so Amy,
to
here's the
redirect
hang
or
on for
something?
1 second. Listen.
Or
So let's say you were like, AWS, see you later, we're breaking up. Cool. Now, in order to do that, you would have to run your website, which can be run on Railway or Vercel for next to nothing, right? And then when it talks to the model, right, it would just talk to Replicate and their infrastructure, and you don't have to even worry about anything. GPUs, not your problem.
okay, but like, what if I am running? What if I'm like running it off of another GPU? I still I need Replicate and the other thing you were
Well,
talking about.
Replicate will be cheaper than your own GPU. So you'll get the speed of like an H100, which costs $34,000, at the cost of a cup of coffee. It's a no-brainer.
Okay, so like so you use Replicate instead of using your own GPU.
Yeah, so like with
and
with Pixio, if things get crazy, it just goes to Replicate instead of our local GPU.
But your origin though is your own GPU, and then it goes to it redirects to Replicate or something. Is that what? Or no, you just use Replicate.
Oh, you can just use Replicate. You can skip that whole GPU process. But if you want to use your GPU, you could say, let the software use my GPU. And then if it gets crazy and it starts to slow down, because that's dumb, we don't want to do that, switch to Replicate. And then when the usage gets lower, switch back to GPU. It all depends on usage.
Okay.
It depends on like how good. Like, are you talking a regular GPU or industry grade GPU?
I'm talking about
Yeah.
regular GPU. Yeah, I mean like whatever a
Yeah,
startup would be starting
you would
out
not
with,
want to
yeah.
use that at all. You would skip that whole process. Just don't do it. Go right to Replicate. You will be in love.
Is there like an initial sign-up fee?
Of course not, Amy. I'm not gonna tell you companies
Okay.
that are gonna like ruin lives. I'm only gonna tell you companies that are
No,
awesome.
I mean it's got to cost money though to like keep the lights on and everything. I
No,
mean,
Amy.
I don't see how they would be able to make money if it's not
But
running.
Amy, imagine the power of open source, right?
Now imagine a company says, you know what? I'm going to raise $100 million for this. And that same company is like, oh, give us your open source model. We'll turn it into an API before you could even blink. And that same company is called Replicate. And they're
Okay, so what was the other one? It was Replicate and something
well,
else.
you only could use Replicate for your scenario, but the other one was FAL. For
Okay.
you, Replicate is your solution. There's nothing better or cheaper or faster.
Do you have like are you partnered with them in some kind of way? Like
It's
do
not
you
an
have some kind of
affiliate,
deal with
and
them?
it's not an official partnership outside their prorated pricing that they give us because of what we do. But
Okay,
I'm a customer.
but the oh, okay. So and you do prorated with them, like they charge you. Well, wait a minute, charging based on usage. That's just what they
Oh yeah,
do,
that's their business
or
model.
like okay, but they do they also work with like big industry companies? Like I mean, the reason why I'm asking this is because I don't want to face any kind of issues with a company that I mean, how long has it been around? Like, how strong is this this
Probably a
company
few
here?
years. Like they're new, but they're good. They're backed by Google, Nvidia, Apple, like all these different companies, and they just raised
Right,
$100
right.
million to power the open source community and run everybody's code for free.
Amy,
Right. Well, sorry, sorry,
no,
sorry.
it's tough to understand and wrap your head around open source, right? Oh,
Oh no 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 no
oh,
no
okay. I'm
no
trying
no.
to figure it out.
That's not the
Okay,
thing that
good.
I was. That's not the thing I was doubting. The thing I was doubting is that like sometimes what can happen when businesses are not charging enough for their services, then then you kind of can experience a little bit of downtime or like or issues with with the tech. And so there's like this trade-off that I've realized is that like, you know, um, you can experience a lot less downtime. Like I've experienced this like directly, like with products that people, like that we're all like feel very, very strongly about, right? But like if it comes down to it that like there's a, any kind of downtime which can happen, then it can really affect like a lot of things. Like, oh man, I've been caught like in the middle of a demo when something goes down like that's like a third party thing that is powering what my solution is, right? And that's so difficult because then what's also painful is then sometimes you're not even able to get in touch with the people who are powering that thing. So like what I'm talking about is after you've built the thing and you're demoing to customers, right? It's gonna be so important that even like, I mean, you're not always going to um, be making money, and sometimes you're gonna have to be spending money on things that like you're like, oh, I don't want to have to pay AWS, but I mean, I didn't
Well,
know
no,
an
what you're making
alternative to it,
sense
right?
in a lot of ways. It's like what happened to Hugging Face recently. You know, when it goes down, 60% of all of the AI tools are just like dead in the water, and Twitter is just, ablaze. And whenever you're depending on anybody, that can happen. It's like if you're a degen, it's like not your keys, not your crypto, or someone else's platform. You're at their mercy. One of the things that is interesting, it's always hard to do, and I know that the boys have, and I say boys loosely, Ross, Nick, and Alisher, I've adopted them and they just don't know it. It's like they've mitigated exposure. And that's kind of what you're doing is when you're stacking different tools, there is a natural redundancy that's put into place in order to limit your exposure to certain outages and, fail safe, you putting fail safes in place. The problem is that AI is for the public use. Think about it. ChatGPT just arrived on the scene in November of 2022. we haven't even had a full 2 years of it out in the wild, and already you have so many different facets of, different tools that you have at your fingertips. Ultimately, you have to look at all of the tools that Ross has mentioned today and say, "Okay, just like eh, I'll I'll strip all the tech out of it. As an artist, I have signature tools. I have signature colors. They are my go-tos. Those are my ride and die because they get me not only what I need to get done, but also people start to recognize exactly those signature colors in my artwork, right? And they can pick it out in a crowd. You have certain things that you are totally going to lean into because they naturally speak to you. If you're an animator, if you are an artist, or if you're fill in the blank, you're going to pick the tools that fit the thing that you're trying to build. And that's what the hardest part of tonight is that we're looking at all of the faces in the crowd and we kind of know exactly kind of what you're building. And that's why Ross is saying, Amy, you're going to need this. Why? Because I have an idea of kind of what you're building, and this is going to be, your little golden nugget. Now, if you are going to build your entire business around it, sure, you're doing your due diligence. You want to make sure they're going to be around, they're going to have someone to call, those kinds of things. When you have an open source community and you yourself have been contributing, for instance, if you're on GitHub and you are helping out and you are earning those social currency credits, if something goes down, you have all sorts of people in your pocket family that come to your rescue, people that you never even anticipated. I mean, how many times TSI has been under DDoS attacks or whatnot, and something goes down. You have people on speed dial because they understand, one, you're building this ecosystem, you're helping a lot of folks, and you're creating a different kind of network. These are parallel economies we've never dealt with before. So, and you're integrating an AI component, and that AI component, we still don't know if they're a good employee or not. I understand the way that you're asking these questions, but ultimately, each and every one of us, you included, me included, there are a handful of things that are my ride and die. I can't do anything without Grok now because I've been so spoiled with Grok with a Q. It's too fast. I lust after Beam because it's so helpful to me. But I can't work without Hugging Face or Comfy UI. Those are kinds of things that are my core little nuggets, and then I can build around it and decide, if something else goes down, can I fit it with something else? And luckily, when you have My AI Tutor, you have all different availabilities. You have all different choices. I mean, you can go through all of these models. If a model disappears, you've got 175 more. I mean, it's kind of one of those things where you have to pick and choose. And for me, I just kind of think about it that way. But I definitely understand what your question is, because I can tell you, I was reading the timeline in real time when Hugging Face went down, and I could have collected the tears in major 5-gallon buckets. It was not pretty.
Wait,
So,
Sarah, we didn't go down today.
yes, you didn't actually, and that's why we were mentioning. I was mentioning the fact that you guys do have built-in redundancies, and
We didn't go down today.
yes, you don't have downtime. You didn't have downtime during the great Hugging Face.
No, we never had downtime.
Nope, you didn't. And you should tell people how and why, because it was really important, and it's a lesson we all should learn anyway.
Well, that's good, what I was about to get to, honestly. So, like, Amy, you say how long's it been around? Who cares? If it's doing what it's doing, great. And just for your information, they've been around since 2018. But
Yeah,
how
yeah.
long someone's
No,
been
but
around
I think it is a smarter
doesn't
choice
actually.
to have it on the GPU and then switch it over to replicate, though. I think
Yeah,
that
but
is a better move.
even better, though, think about it like this. Cog is open source. So the container that it's in is open source. So that means Replicate could disappear tomorrow. And if it does, you just download the container and put it anywhere else.
Right, right. Oh yeah. I mean,
There's
listen,
100
guys,
places
I gotta
that
tell you
make
is
it
that
Cog.
you always have to have a backup. Yeah.
But
So
worrying about like a good solution that is new should not deter you from using it. Because I will tell you, Pixio and AI Tutor, it's like a hybrid. Some of it runs locally, some of it runs on Replicate, on FAL.
on Protea, and like we partner with these people, even Google and Gemini. Some like we don't host Gemini on my like for what? One, you can't; it's illegal, and two, like how would you? I would need to spend like $500,000 just to get it to turn on. It's not possible. So it's important to learn about companies, even if you're not going to use them today. You might use them tomorrow.
Well, we're leveraging, Ross. That's the point. Is we're leveraging. You are giving up some of your security, because there's no way we can afford it. I mean, if you don't go the route that Ross did, then you can't democratize AI. You are going to be you're beholden to those that control the
Yeah,
GPUs. We're all GPU poor.
Saying that's what someone wants to do. No, that's not what they want to do. You're incorrect. That's what I want to do. I'm crazy. Don't be like me. Don't democratize. Charge for it. And you could run private models in Replicate. So like your model, Amy, could actually run in its entirety in Replicate and probably at, I don't even want to say, it's not even half. It's like a 20th of the price. Like it's probably even more. And the other thing, here's the other thing, guys. I'm going to give you this like weird mental thing. You could agree with me. Bjorn Free, I hope you agree with me and you've hit that stage in your development. But the cooler the company, the less the phone support, the less the instant support. Like Replicate is one of them. They have email support, but like they assume you know who they are. If not, why are you here? And trying to make API calls. Like Stripe, for example, they have chat. It's great. But like all these other companies, Replicate, if you have a problem, you got to wait till they answer you. But that's the beauty of it. You're not going to have a problem. You're in full control. You can boot up the machine and stop the machine. And there's a bazillion GPUs that you can use. So if you make one blow up, that's fine. On to the next one. And like, that's cool, I think. Like, I think being able to build anything is super important. And I think not having to worry about GPUs is super important because what if, like Amy, for example, the output of your model gets sent to something like Sonar, which can then analyze using the internet based on like other companies and their percentages. So you can see like what your percentage is versus a lot of other people. Stripe does this with like fraud warning. It'll be like your company is this level versus companies like you are this level. It's super cool and informative. And that's something you could do with the Perplexity API and your model once it's really cheap. So if it costs like $5 a day to run, you could do a lot more, I think.
You mind if I jump in and talk about cost, Ross?
Dude, go for it. The more they can learn from other people, from me, not that I don't think like I know what I'm talking about. I just think the value is in people telling you what they've learned and how they got to where they are, like what they understand. So yeah, go for it.
Okay, so I've announced a few times I'm building a roofing app for a client I've already signed a contract with. And he wants to be able to just do an honest condition of a roof and be able to measure it and give a good quote for nationwide fulfillment on contractors, right? So that sounded to me initially like a website with an API from Google Solar to get that information, and maybe some other APIs get some information, and we're done. In the process of me looking for the first API to use, I came across a company. I'll just leave company names out of it, but they're an API company that basically offers the same thing as Google, but their leverage is high res. So I set up with a sales call with them, just trying to get costs, and they were 80 cents to $5 per API run. Okay, and then if I wanted to look at history, on top of that, it could get up to $500 per API run. And some of their biggest clients were insurance companies and government agencies and things of that nature. And then what I heard was they strap big cameras to planes so they can get high res images. What it equated to is I have a really good friend, Ross, that knows how to take regular images and we can upscale them to high res. So, what is stopping me from getting Google's images of the same roof, upscaling, getting the same images, applying the same in depth measurements, adding a bit of weather history to it? And now I've built my own solution that is only going to cost me 4 cents. So I'm going to be around 4 cents where everybody else is retailing theirs for 80 cents to $5. And I've been able to build it in about 9 days.
Yeah, that's like super cool. Like, I mean, upscaling now, you could upscale with FAL for like less than 1 cent right now. You can go to like 8K, 1 cent, and it will happen faster than your page could even load.
And what's interesting about Bjorn's use case, which is really fascinating, is that because he saw a pain point in his own business model, right? And he's looking at this and saying, look at these tools. Creativity is not about the stuff, it's how you use the stuff that's on hand. And he saw something where other people may not have noticed. Not very many people pay attention to the roof of a house, but for him, that's his world, right? What is your world? What is the one thing, the vantage point, the thing, this that just better than everybody else? And then how do you see that thing through the prism of the tools that you have on hand? It took a very special kind of person to say, all right, I need to have that scaler. I need to have that upscaler. I need to understand those pictures and make them crystal clear. And when he realized that that was, able to happen, now he has the whole suite of tools. And it opens up a whole new parameter, not just for insurance, any number of things that it can kind of play into. And he can license that out, he can sell it off, he can do anything he wants and then create something else very similar to somebody else. Those are the kinds of things that set certain mindsets apart. And if you're crazy enough to build it, I will tell you there is somebody out there crazy enough to buy it. I guarantee it. So go ahead, Bjorn.
Yeah, so I meant the important part. Just to open an account with them, they wanted $15,000, and that would cover up to 2,500 API calls. Now imagine you go out there and now somebody thinks they want a roof. They run through your scenario and they don't quite have all the money to get fulfillment. There went what, $6? So when Ross is talking about cost and where these computations land, it is super, super important. There's a difference between bootstrapping and getting yourself in a jam. Google is kind enough to give you some credits to play with to kind of get yourself off the ground, but there's not many companies like them. So make sure you pay attention to your API cost. Sorry, Ross.
No, it's actually good. And also, every company I'm mentioning outside of Replicate, because they're just too good and they get it, all these companies are giving you credits. Replicate they used to, they don't anymore because people abuse it. We can't have nice things because people abuse it. That's why a tutor can't have trials. But, when I encounter good companies that you can build on top of, I make sure to tell you. And from there, then there's databases. And there's a lot of ways. You guys have Supabase. But if you ask me, Ross, for real, if I'm going to launch my company, would you use Supabase? And I have two answers. Supabase is incredible, and you should use them. But they're a little expensive. So you can do Supabase database for $25 a month, which is fine. Or you can use Neon, which is a new company, brand new, and you can have 10 databases for $19.99 a month. So Neon will give you a free database right now. If you sign up right now, neon.tech right now. But then if you upgrade, you get 10 of them, which is equivalent to over $100 anywhere else. And that's pretty cool, I think.
Well, it also puts into play, you don't have to have all of the most expensive stuff right out of the chute, right? You can have something that's aspirational and that you can work yourself up to. Those are the kinds of things when you think about if you have Neon, for instance, it gives you what you need right in the minute. And then as you get bigger, when I was a stockbroker for Morgan Stanley, it was the time when Charlie Schwab had just come out. And it was very fascinating because everybody thought that, we were going to go under because Charlie Schwab gave all of the tools at the fingertips of the everyday Joe, and the everyday Joe could now manage their portfolios and do their stock trades. What ended up happening is that as people's account grew, they realized I actually have some serious cash here and now I need someone to manage it. And so we noticed that at about a $250,000 account at Charlie Schwab would eventually come back to Morgan Stanley. And it's the same kind of concept here, is that you can use the skills and the tools and the things that you have at your fingertips right now, right? And you can cobble together a solution. And as you grow and as you streamline and build, then you can upgrade to your Supabase or whatever else. And there's no harm, no foul in doing that. Sometimes that's the way you have to do it. And honestly, we have to bootstrap, um, use the shoestring, as they say, for lots of things. And so, making sure you understand that there are tools out there, and Ross did tell us and show us how to use, GitHub, where you look at the new things that are coming out, right? Following Scopalizer's lists on AI will help you discern and suss out some of these things. But I've found, honestly, that I don't have to look at those lists as much. I do in the capacity as a media person, but usually Ross has already kind of sussed out the things that are the more valuable and then has already implemented them into the ecosystem of tools. So in a lot of ways, he's doing some of that continuing education for you and doing the managed money, air quote, kind of job that you would have, hired someone else to suss out. So it's just some things to think about.
Yeah, and like another thing, like users are like, if you ever use Pixio, you've seen image to image, right? And when you do image to image, the user has to upload an image. Now imagine 100,000 people upload images that are 4K. Who's going to pay for that? That's expensive. Supabase will stop you immediately. Like, immediately. And other companies also will stop you immediately. But what you can do is
misinformed in a lot of ways because, they're doing something very, very special. And this time that we have with them is a spot on the timeline of history that you're all going to remember. I know I am. So, Bjorn, I know you had a question, love. Go ahead.
Well, if it's that kind of opportunity, then let me do it.
Shoot your shot.
Yeah, so current customer flow for me, right? So this is going to be a customer that's responded to a funnel, and on the back end, a contractor can kind of look at the measurements and see a quote. So what we're really discussing here is taking a Google image and upscaling it, right? But then my idea was just to use Google Solar's arithmetic for, measuring the pitches and applying their vector mapping. But looking around on GitHub, I found some stuff that kind of does its own vector mapping. So now it's just a question of applying that to an upscaled image. And anyway, I'll research that a little bit more before. Maybe we'll talk about it next week because now my mind's running too fast to formulate words.
Yeah, I mean, building things differently and using new technology, like diffusion, can save a lot of money for a lot of different ways. Like, I know, it's funny, like everyone doesn't really resonate with this, but everything I say isn't meant for everybody, because at the end of the day, like the initial reason why we built any tool ever was for teachers and students. But like, if a teacher was trying to figure out how to find or teach about a horse with braces, and what that x-ray looks like, there's not a book in the world. Isn't that interesting? Not a book in the world for this one thing. Not an image, nothing. So they had to generate it. That was the only way they can get this actual image. So not only can it do things that are impossible, but it can also speed things up that are being done now. Like, you can go on AI Tutor, you can add Open Router, and you can talk to Sonar. That's a Google search in half the time with no ads. What do you think Perplexity is, guys? For real, though. Like, they're great. Like, we use them. We're partners. But, like, what do you think they're doing? They're just speeding up your search with no ads. So you can use AI to do things faster and better, with better quality, better accuracy on the results, and you could do it probably cheaper. And that's why we're doing this, because I think personally that there's like a whole lot of people on Twitter, on Facebook, that want to make money. I think there's a lot of them that have no idea how to code. And that's why they get stuck in something called platform hell, which is like you're stuck in a platform and you don't know how to get out of it. And so you don't know what to do next or how to scale up. Because imagine you build on Webflow and then you get like 4.3 million users. You know what happens? I'm going to tell you what happens. You go down. All your users stop paying. And it's over. You had one chance and you blew it. Technology can be your downfall. So for us, if we get 4.3 million users in the morning, guess what happens? Our systems go fully cloud. The GPU here just takes a nap. Presumably forever. Why? Because it makes no sense. Why would I overload my GPUs, cause a fire, when I can just seamlessly hit a button and scale directly to our cloud partners? Some of which, and this is a thing that's specific to us, and as you build a brand and an organization, people will stand behind you fearlessly. But you know what's even crazier? When people step up to the plate with the weapons and we're willing to fight too. And when you get companies that are willing to step up to the plate, things happen. And that's what we fortunately have. So if we got to 4 million tomorrow, nobody cares. Everyone's cool. Because I've planned for this. I've planned for that exponential growth. And I have to. Because just today, 20 people from different walks of life and places joined. Like that, I have to be able to scale. I can't just die because 20 people join or 100 people join. Or Morgan, she's like a monster. One day, Morgan set up a meeting, and next thing I know, 50 people joined. Whoa. Like if the servers weren't ready, that'd be bad. And I think it's really important to think like that before 4.5 million people get on your platform. And anyone who has our platform know that we've had experienced scaling issues. Like we've had run into these problems. Like this is real. It's called growing pains. And when you hit the problem, you got to fix it. Like I have people using Beam right now in our beta testing group that are just pushing our servers to the limit. They're like, how long till you die? Let's see. And they're just like, just slamming it. And it's like, if I thought one LLM was bad on the server, cool, try 8.
Goonies never say die, Ross. Goonies never say die.
Like, there's times I get messages on Twitter and it's like, yo, did I break something? I'm sorry. But also fix it. So it's like, yeah, there's compassion, but it's also like, yeah, okay, fix it. And
Well, that's what happens when you create a bunch of addicts. I'm not kidding.
Like, I have people that I write Pixio's going down for 30 minutes, and I get them writing, like, GIFs, being like, oh, no. Oh, my God, what am I going to do? So people start to
My life is over.
Yeah. Like, people depend on your solution. So it's really important that you maintain stability at every turn. And it's hard. Like, it's not even, like, building code. It's far beyond. Because now you're managing, like, all this stuff and making sure like nothing goes wrong. Like I had someone today, she like was, I want to buy your stuff. I love everything. I'm buying everything. I'm like, great. She's like, I have this affiliate code that I got from someone. I'm like, okay, great. Use it. She goes and uses it. And guess what? It's all like, it doesn't work. And I'm all like, wait, what do you do? I go on it on my screen. I use the coupon code. It works. So now I'm faced with this thing. I see it and it's working and you see it, it doesn't. So what did I do? Of course, they checked out. They got no coupon code. And I went to Stripe and I added it because that's why you partner with Stripe. Because them handling your back end and payments is like a 100-pound weight lifted off your shoulders every single day of every time you're owning your online business. And so I can go in safely knowing and tell her, like, no worries. You're going to get that coupon code. It's going to work. And I applied it to her account and she was super happy. She bought everything. Like, imagine if you were like, I don't know, I'll talk to my team. Cool, you just lost that sale. Enjoy that when you sleep tonight. So you really got to think about that.
Ross, I just wanted to answer some questions that I have in DM. This is not the last time that we're going to be able to ask questions. It just, at this stage in the development of our SaaS, these are the kinds of back and forths because you really can't progress until you figure out your pricing structures and figuring out what, you're actually going to have to need to implement this. When we're talking about pricing, and this is a touchy subject for folks that are listening in. There are a lot of folks right now that are out of work, that they don't have 2 nickels to rub together and are struggling just to keep the lights on. There are single moms and in our listening audience, maybe not tonight, but definitely recording, that I know of personally, right? That are trying to change their stars. They are trying to learn new skills and have sat out, these 4 weeks or 5 weeks, and they've gone through all the checked all the boxes. And now they're coming to the point where they're like, I can't progress. I have to make a subscription fee. I have to do this. I had a couple of questions, just to kind of put them out there and frame them. That, let's say you sign up for my AI tutor. My AI tutor is currently, I think, $20 or $30, something like that. And I know that you can put in the ITT code and get 20% off. You can cancel at any time. If you can afford $20 or whatever it is, that point right there, you can have access to all of these tools and perhaps be able to build the ecosystem that you need and put those pieces in place to generate some kind of income. For those that are sitting in the audience today and listening, and you're looking and thinking to yourself, what am I doing on Twitter? How do I make money now? Because really, I can't afford to do any of this. And I'm listening in and I'm hearing these stories and I feel stuck. First thing, put a buy me a coffee on your profile, right? Give people an opportunity to help you. Make sure folks understand and know that, we don't have handouts necessarily, but we do have hands up. And there are a lot of folks here in this audience that will help in whatever way we can. And if you can scrape together even just 1 month, you don't have to pay for it all the time. And if you have to discontinue, the kid that you are sponsoring still gets it. Okay. If there's a possibility of gifting to a student, let's say your own child, that might be an option for you too. We can think very creatively, but having skin in the game also keeps you accountable to what you're building. And it's no different than like a gym membership or something like that. It can be very tough, and I understand it. I know that my own mom had very similar issues where there were some nights we had popcorn because she didn't want us to go to bed with, rumbly tummies. And, you had to be creative around Christmas time. I will tell you, there is hope. And you've been given some incredible skills, the skills that other people don't. So if you are and have available the opportunity to use my AI tutor, if you need help maybe making an NFT, or if that's your thing, if you're dabbling in pirate money, that's your thing, there are people here that can help you. If you're able to craft one single image, you can put that up on DeviantArt. You can put that up on Redbubble. You can put it up on Cafe Press. You can put it on any number, Spoonflower, print on demand kinds of websites. You can open an account for free and somebody else can buy your art. That's a start, right? And then you can build off of that. If you can make one image, there are people here that can put it on a website, that can put it on a coffee mug, whatever. There is a fair exchange there and a bartering, the dignity of an actual piece of art on a piece of a mug or, tchotchke or whatever, then it's no longer handout. We're purchasing your artwork, right? So I want you to marinate on that tonight too, because I do know the struggle and I do understand and I hear in your texts how you feel hopeless. But I will tell you, you have some powerful skills. And the whole world can take everything away from you, but the skills that you learn are yours forever. They're yours forever. And so I just want to make sure that you know that. And if you do need help, DM behind the scenes and we will marinate and figure out ways for you to make sure that you can pay for your subscription. And that's not because we want to, ding you or Ross needs more money or anything of that sort. The fact of the matter is that that's your subscription, but that's also your ticket to freedom. And when you have those tools at your fingertips, anything is possible. Absolutely anything is possible. And so just be encouraged, love, and we'll figure it out for you. So I wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, and it's not like it's the last time, but guys, you have to understand, like, not only is my time limited, which it very, very much is, like, I have to not only spend time building out what we're going to talk about and what you're going to download, because, like, if you're like, oh, I want to skip the whole thing, by the way. So, like, the whole first 3 thing, I want to skip it all. I just want the GitHub. Can you give me the GitHub, please? I'm not going to be like, oh, that actually costs money. No, I'll just literally give you the GitHub, and you can just build it and skip right to now. And you'll notice, and I hope, I don't know who's picked up on this. I can't see emojis. If you've picked up on this, right, already, please throw emojis. If you picked up on what I'm about to tell you, because this is like kind of funny. So who has picked up on the idea that, and I'm putting it in the comments, by the way, the latest GitHub repo for today. So like if you skipped everything and you're like, just give me the good stuff. But like, okay, who has figured out so far that no matter where you join, right,
At any point, you can just fork the GitHub repo and be exactly where we are. Who's figured this out? Anyone? Like, who's actually figured this out? That, like, you can take what I just posted in the comments, you can hit npm install, npm run dev, and you're literally where everyone is right now. Is anyone aware of this? Who's aware? Yeah.
I will tell you, I cheated. And Kev is like, hey, thumbs up. And I'm like, dude, I totally get this. And when you said it, I was like, huh, yeah, I can do that. So just so you know, that counts. So anybody in the room that has done what I have done, you are in our tribe.
Also, not only
Poor Ross.
not only can you do it, but you can just skip the whole entire thing, right? And you could just go right to Vercel, tell Vercel that that's the code in your GitHub. You fork it, and then you just build it immediately, and you don't even do VS Code. And you're just like, what? No, I don't want to do any of that. I'm super lazy, but I'm also super ultra smart. So I'm like a combination of smart and lazy, and that is a dangerous combination, and dangerous in the best way. Now, second order, we have a lot of order of businesses to get through. First order of business, you're not going to like this, guys, and I'm sorry. But we are now in the throes of transitioning our Stable Diffusion into reality on Pixio. Therefore, what I said was not a threat, it was a promise. This is the last time you're going to see this GitHub repo, and I mean the last. After this conversation, it goes private, and it's over. You'll no longer find this ever. Any link you click will be your favorite friendly neighborhood 404. So this is your last call to fork this, because it will no longer be open source. It was only open source for you guys, you know?
All right, I got a question because I'm not going to reveal sources.
Sure.
There's folks in this audience that are saying, can I fork off of someone else's fork? Just because they're not there yet. And I don't have an answer for them. So I'm going to.
You could fork off of a fork. You can fork off of my main repo. I'm the creator. You can fork me. And once I go private, you'll have your fork, and it'll be like it's your app, and you're the only one that has it.
So make sure you're friends with your Pocket family, folks.
Where's the shiny link for me to fork
I
this?
posted in the comments.
And also, what I would say is from last week, if you go to the agenda for last week and the recap, I have posted the link to my repo that has the SaaS template integrated with Stripe already and has some private pages that check if the user has an active Stripe subscription. So that's like the full Stripe setup, and it has Stable Diffusion 3 already set up in one of those pages.
And that also won't remain open source forever.
Yeah.
Because we're actually going to take that and turn it into the full-fledged thing we're going to talk about at the end. So if you don't have a fork...
Is this like Hunger Games? Which one is
No,
better?
no, this is like actual Hunger Games. You better fork both now. Like, it is a Hunger Games status. These will be 404s. And I don't want you to message me and tell me it's 404, because all I'm going to tell you is I know. Because at that point, it's part of Pixio. It has nothing to do with GitHub, public, or anything. And there's no rights, there's no license, so it can just disappear like Houdini. So fork it now. This is literally your in-verbal warning, not threat, just warning, because we will close source what we build and put into Pixio. Because Pixio is something that is crazy. Please.
This is not Ross being mean, by the way. This is not Ross being mean. This is Ross actually rewarding the folks that have showed up for 5 weeks in a row and have learned the skill set to do this. This is not, folks, you're missing out. This is FOMO. No, this is, you've reaped the rewards of learning a new skill. And if you're able to employ it, that's also a proof of capabilities, which is really, really important, because from here on out, a degree doesn't necessarily matter. I know that hurts to say out loud. People are going to want to see what you're able to do when they ask you a question, when they are trying to suss out whether you know your
Wait,
stuff or
I have
not.
to interrupt you. I'm so sorry. Please remember what you're about to say. This is super important, and I want to address it in real time. Smoke, that option for your own purposes or contribute to parent project, there will be no parent project by the end of ITT. That will not even exist. You have to choose for your own purposes because it will be closed source by tonight's end.
All right, and I'm finishing what I'm saying. The reason why this is important is because each and every person that has invested your time, energy, sweat, tears, yes, lots of tears, yelling, screaming, interesting swear words, etc. This is the payout. You're getting your first mover advantage. If you're forking it, that means you have proved proficiencies and you are now able to monetize those and profit from your labors. That is at the core of anything cool. I mean, when you think about the fact that we're offering mobility, mobility to people matters, right? The ability to move, to change your stars, to do those things. And it all revolves around skill sets and hacking your own education. So he's not being mean. And I know that it can make you feel bad if you're not able to fork at this very minute. And if you're listening in on the recording, I will say that last week in the boys' defense, because they did post this is already there. And if you had followed through, you would have been able to do that. Now, if you have questions on how to do that, you know what? Now would be the time to shoot your shot. If you're coming up and saying, okay, I understand that I have to do this right now, and I'm struggling, I'm having troubles. The boys are in the DMs, right? And you can make sure to have your piece of the puzzle and your piece of the pie from doing these things for 5 weeks in a row. And it's no small task or small feat because these classes are on an average, 5 to 7 hours. Poor Dave. Dave, it's got to be what? I don't know what time it is in the morning, but he's significantly hours ahead of us and he still has to go to work.
2:40 a.m.
And there it is, 3:40 in the morning.
My boss is going to be grumpy in the morning.
Yes, it
Thankfully,
is.
I am my boss.
Exactly.
Hate that
But
boss.
he still has to get up in the morning and he still has to do the things, right? That's part and parcel of the gig, right? If you have a 40-hour and you have an 8 to 5 every day, what you do with the other 128 hours belongs to you. If you back out how much you have to sleep, there it is. Those hours belong to you, and how you invest them is going to decide how you're going to profit from them. It can be in many different ways. You can spend time with family. For me personally, I get it. I understand how frustrating it can be. We had a death in the family, and I didn't get to finish certain things. But the fact of the matter is that you can still put in the time and you can still dedicate the things that matter the most. And right now, each and every person that's sitting in this class matters. It matters to Josh, to Cash, to Mattia, to Nick, to Alisher, to Ross. None of these men are being paid. Not a single one. They're not receiving any money and anything else other than the fact that they care about other folks, and in their core, in their heart of hearts, want to see each and every person here succeed and have the tools that they need to be successful in the age of AI. So I just wanted to put that out there because I do understand and I do know, and it can be rough, but yeah.
I want to say one quick thing.
Go ahead,
And
Ross.
I don't know like whose hands are up because to me, like 17 people have a hand up, which is bonkers. But I know maybe you expected us to be like coding right now and doing a walkthrough, but even if you fail to realize it, I'm gonna help like bring you right back to reality. Me coding is not gonna help you actually. Newsflash. Like this part where we're at, it's like you have to figure out your next move. We gave you everything you could possibly need to build a SaaS product. And if you're not here coding with AI Tutor, well, that's a shameless plug with any AI. But honestly, listen, it's not just a shameless plug. Like, I said it in this interview, and if you didn't watch my interview, that's it. We're not friends. I'm offended. No, I'm kidding. But the thing is, in my interview, I talk about like how learning does not have limits. And so if you think you're going to build this whole app in GPT with your little premium subscription, like, I hope it works. I just know it won't. Like, I have deeper future knowledge of you in the future. Like, I've tried it. It doesn't work. But let me tell you, like, OpenAI has a great product. However, the way they're packaging it isn't proper for what we're doing. And so you need something that has no limits. And if you have like a token limit, it's not going to work for you. Like, there's going to be a moment where it's like over for you, and you have to find something else, and then break complete like concentration. And like, I wouldn't be able to use AI in that fashion. I have to be able to have no limits. Like, I just can't deal with limits with GPT-4. Like, I need unlimited GPT-4. And as far as I know, and I could be wrong, so feel free to come up on stage and be like, no, you're wrong. Show me someone that does it also. One company, just one, in the whole entire world. Give me one. And make them at least $1 cheaper than me. If you find that, I want to have a conversation with you and I want to meet them. I would love to meet them. I haven't seen one. And I think maybe we have a question. I see 18 hands, but then there was a 19th hand. That might be real, but we'll see. Sarah will tell you.
I'm laughing. I am only seeing Douglas's hand. I haven't seen anybody else waving
Well,
because
Douglas,
we are on
hand,
laptops.
just so everyone is clear, Douglas's hand has the strength and power of 19 hands.
Yes, he does, and he's one of my favorite people. So, Doug, go ahead, love.
I am so humbled. I have the power of 19 hands. Okay. So actually, I'll put a little social proof out there. I signed up. I signed up for AI Tutor this afternoon, actually, for the premium, and I look forward to my onboarding call. I think it's scheduled for Friday, so I do appreciate that. I had no idea what I was signing up for. I just had a bunch of people tell me based on what I was talking about doing in the last space that I was in, that I need these tools. So I just went and signed up and put my money in there, and been poking around and trying to understand just a bit. I've been a software engineer for over 20 years and learned to code when I was 12. Actually, C++ was my first language, and AI is really killing it, y'all. I know. I see the future, and it is this. But like Ross was saying, there is no way that ChatGPT is going to put together the stuff that I just went and saw. I was cloning all these repos, cloning every repo, and there's just no way that GPT is going to put that together. So this is something. Go get it now. Go fork it. You can come fork it from me because I forked everything I could find. And thank you, man. I look forward to actually talking to you one-on-one.
Excited for you and your onboarding. Heck yeah.
Onboarding calls are so much fun. 9 times out of 10, you just get to know each other, which is actually the most important part, because until you know where each of you stand and what your goals are, you don't really know what you don't know. And so I am excited for you, Douglas. Welcome aboard. And I'm really kind of just giddy. I'm proud of you for doing it. And the fact that you could see the value right away. I may steal some of your forks. You know what? And
You little fork stealer, Sarah.
I am a fork stealer.
It's my name,
I
basically.
collect silverware.
On GitHub, it's my name. So if you look at my name here, it's the Douglas_Hirsch on GitHub too. So I'm the same everywhere. Or no, Douglas-Hirsch. Yeah.
I will say something else, and I don't usually say this out loud, because it's involving another platform. We're talking in social audio here, on X. The skills that you're learning right now, if you were to solicit on what we call the purple app, which would be Farcaster, if you have Warpcast, there are more robust tools on that platform. And it is something very interesting in terms of how to put your skills to use in an ecosystem with folks that appreciate what you're building. And so, one of the things that you have to think about when you're creating these ecosystems is who are your core customer base and where do they live? And if you don't know how to answer that question, Saturday, Josh has an awesome space. It's the Innovators Think Tank, and it's really important. If you're not familiar with the basic core tenets and building blocks of building a business, that's also something that you need to do. It's not just about building the product. There's a lot more after this, right? A ton more after this. And being around people that understand these things, whether it's Dave when he comes up to speak, people like Douglas. These are the folks that you're going to meet and get to rub elbows with. And there are a lot of other kinds of guest speakers that can help you flesh out the rest of your business model, because it's not just about having, your GitHub and your repo and all of your collection of forks and silverware and Pyre Money and all that stuff. You also have to understand the core tenets of building a business. And so I highly encourage putting that on your calendars and making time. There are certain segments, and Josh and Kev and Mateo and Luke are very, very good about keeping to that agenda. So maybe you can't spend all day with us, right? That's okay. And maybe you don't want to be there for the pitches, although I will tell you, now that you have a product, you better learn how to pitch, right? And you better learn how to, and I know that that word can sometimes be abrasive to some people. It's not pitching. It's sharing, and it's sharing with your core customer base, right? Learning how to communicate with them in a fast, efficient, concise way. Call it a pitch, call it a share, call it, interacting, whatever it is that makes it easier for you. You still have to practice because you have to distill that down into that nugget. What Ross has been teaching you is asking good questions and using your AI cohorts, figuring out what it is that you actually are capable of building. And if it's too big or too grand, if it's outside of your price points or whatever else, you have that little ecosystem over there in one pot, and now you have to go and you kind of have to fill the other pieces to have a whole cohesive program. And so I just wanted to put that out there and make sure it's on the recording for our friends that will be listening in after the fact. And I highly encourage everybody to follow Doug and to make sure if you're missing any of your forks. So thank you so much, Douglas, for coming up. I always love hearing your voice. You can tell that you're smiling when you talk, and I love that about you. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ross, it's up to you now. Tell them what to do.
So one other thing I wanted to mention is Retool. Retool is a company that if you apply to and you have like a good enough idea, they'll give you like a ridiculous amount of credits for free. And it will allow you to manipulate data with a non-database situation. Imagine. It's like, you're like, oh, delete all users in Supabase that have not logged in 6 months. Boom, it'll do that. It'll actually alter your data and manage it. You should check out Retool. We're not going to go into what they do and everything they do, but just know they're important when it comes to not knowing code and manipulating data. Our first rendition of AI Tutor, we used Retool to manage our data. And it was awesome that even worked. Now, next week, we're going to very much focus on like specific scenarios on like billing where it's metered. So like if a person logs into your platform and they sit there for 30 minutes generating images, you could charge them for the time that they were online. You don't have to charge them for per image. There's a lot of things you can do. And I think like we're also gonna touch on building out, production ready products and how to protect your code from, hackers and things like that. And I know that I'm not gonna sell you a pipe dream. I'm not gonna tell you that by attending these spaces you're gonna be an entrepreneur and make $100 million. That's like a lie. And I'm not about lying. what I will tell you is that if you attend these spaces and you've intaken at this point like this much knowledge, your brain like understanding has been shifted. And like there's really no going back. What you could do, however, is just ignore it. Just like forget about it. And then like over time it will cease to exist. But if you are really serious, we have a lot of cool things coming, and I'm gonna announce it at around 10:30. But we have an idea that could potentially be something so cool that it could allow people that have literally just an idea and actually bring it to market. Like understanding that whole route is so important because anyone essentially, right, could listen to me right now and be like, you know what, you right. And after these 6 weeks, they could just go on a deep dive of 400 hours of this. And if they do, well, they're going to make money. But also, they're going to like actually turn this into something that's very, very real. And the part of that nobody talks about, so like it's one thing to have like some platform that has your course, like Coursera or whatever, and you sell that course and that's that. But when you have actual human beings with their credit card paying you money, it's like a whole different ballgame. It's not even code really or development. It's like running a business. Hold on, Alisher.
What's up?
Can you please hook it up and refresh or restart and or Band-Aid fix ProCraft because Cash Money thinks he might have broke it. What he doesn't know is he can't break anything. He could try though. I urged him to try. It won't work. All we're gonna do is just restart it and it's gonna work. You can't break it, man. Like it's like break proof. But we will restart ProCraft for you. And that's just a testament to how good that tech support is. Literally, my whole brain just stopped because a customer said something doesn't work.
Picto Pro.
Picto. No, Pro. Yeah, we have a lot of stuff going on. Things break. That's okay. You can break things. Just put it back together. Turn it back on. Plug it in. Just unplug and replug. It's okay, though. People can break our stuff. It's fine. It happens. If you haven't broken our tools yet, consider you haven't used them good enough. So get in there. But yeah, like people break our tools daily. Like we should award points for this, honestly. You should get points for breaking it, but then double points for reporting the breakage, honestly.
Oh, I want that. I want a
Honestly,
leaderboard.
leaderboard for the most breakage reports. Because we build crazy things. Like Dave regularly breaks beat because I don't know what he does even. But it's fine. Like that's why it's in beta. Like we're figuring out what
You don't want to know, Ross. You don't want to live
I
in
don't even
nightmare.
know what you do to Beam to actually make it die. That's crazy. Like, what do you ask it? And by the way, guys, for if you don't know, AI Tutor Premium has this little weird beta going on right now. It's called Beam. It allows you to talk to 8 language models at the same time, which obviously makes my servers blow up. But you know, that's the fun part. Like, I'm gonna figure out a way for it not to blow up, and then I'm gonna release it. But that's why we're in
It
beta.
makes it so much easier for me, Ross. Beam is
Really?
so good.
Awesome.
Because of my newsletter Scale with AI, I create lots of prompts for people to use and kind of, simple prompts at the moment, but it normally I create them for myself and I just go into Claude or I go into Gemini. But having Beam just gives me that convenience of seeing like GPT-4, 3.5, seeing Claude, and seeing such a big variance in that output that allows me to make more effective prompts that are a little bit more universal for people as well. Because you get that kind of tunnel vision when you're using, your flavor of the month sometimes. So really handy for that, but also really handy even for screenshots for me to say, well, here's what it looks like in 3.5 and 4 for people.
Yeah. Can you repeat that?
Repeat which part?
Just
I said
just
so
the
much.
question part.
Yeah, you broke up
No,
a little bit.
Sorry.
No, I'd no question. I just said it was really easy at the
Oh,
end for
so
me to
I
take
guess
screenshots and see each
okay. So
one.
then Alisher was asking before we like got to answer you. He was saying, and Nick was, what are you? What are you using it for? Is it comparing, like merging? Like, what are you doing?
It's actually mostly comparing rather than merging. So when I'm creating prompts for people, I'm testing the prompts out really quickly in multiple models to actually see that I'm not trying to make the best prompt ever for Claude. I'm trying to make a good prompt for Claude, GPT 3.5,
Like
4. So really seeing those, yeah, so universal because the Scale with AI newsletter, anybody can take the prompt and do what they want with it, but I may use it in GPT-4, but I have to be aware that other people are not using GPT-4.
Yeah, and you get to see like what would happen if they use a different model. That's
Yeah, and it's so quick because I can edit the prompt at the top and just go, spin it up again, 4, 5, 6 models straight away. And it's really interesting, those little nuances, instead of me having to have 6 browsers open with six different models with 6 different interfaces to use as well.
yeah. So side thing, ProCraft is back on. If you break it again, let me know. Cash money. And Dave, wait till you see version 2. Oh my goodness. Just wait. All your feedback was put in. Just wait. It's gonna be wild. And guys, if you have never tried this, like Douglas, you just signed up, man. But during our onboarding, if you would like to try Beam, you can. We will give you access. It's a premium beta. So if you're in premium, you can get the beta. You just got to request it. And oh my goodness, like I showed it to Sarah on the first day we launched it, and she like lost her mind. So that's what turned us on to make
Completely true.
public beta.
Completely true.
And this is backed by PhD in scientific paper, over like 10 papers. And I gave up after the first 2. Sarah read all 4. She's crazy. She can kind of maybe give you a human summary of what all 4 papers are doing and why Beam is cool, if she's feeling up to it in like 2 sentences. But I didn't read the last 2. I just built them.
Whenever there's a white paper and you just kind of put them out there and you say, hey, this would be cool, I send him something about CAD because I wanted it. And instantly he's like, yes, it's done. We're doing. and those are the kinds of things when you understand the premise. Yeah, you can put anything into my AI tutor and suss out what a white paper says, but I am really nerdy in terms of I want to know all of the details in a stupid AI kind of way. I do see that Rosemary has her hand up, and I don't think that Ross saw that. So, Rosemary, what would you like to say, love?
I'll be brief. I finally have something to say. I wanted to bring up a question when it comes to the hosting of the model. I know you went over this, Ross, but I have another question in regards to that because I feel like I'm finally fine tuning my idea. So, did do we choose from the various suggested platforms? Because I'm looking at the agenda, or because you brought up Hugging
Hold on.
Face and all of those. So you know just a bit about what I'm creating. So what I know you want us to be independent in our own thinking, but which route would you
Okay.
suggest for what I'm building? Because that's where I was kind of hung up at.
So,
Hopefully you understand
oh,
my
I
question.
definitely do. So you can go and do all those things, right? But because you have AI Tutor Premium, you can actually build your entire AI in Botcraft Pro and put it on your website in Next.js. So all the AI part and all the conversation and all that handled by AI Tutor. Like you have that. So when it comes to a repo, it's like, well, you may not need an actual repo because you have AI Tutor. You can use Botcraft Pro to create a bot. Morgan, I don't know if she completely understood when you spoke before, but if you could reiterate
in 4 steps how you went from Botcraft Pro to WordPress. That'd be really helpful for her.
How I went from Botcraft Pro to WordPress, how I put my bot in there.
Yeah.
So it was actually super simple. Within Botcraft Pro, there's the options that have you to embed it into your website, or you could just take a link and give it out, or you could put it in your Discord. I know I'm missing one. I am missing one other option. I forget which one it is, but but I literally just took the code and I just embedded it into my WordPress site, and boom, it was right there. It was really super simple. And what's cool about it is that, like, as everything, we all know that these LLM models, they get updated all the time and they're always changing. And I feel like the more and more that I talk to my bots that I made, they just keep getting smarter and smarter, which in a way I guess is kind of scary, but but it's also beneficial. Yeah, it was super simple to put it in there. It was just a link, a code, and I embedded it right in my WordPress. That's what you were looking for, right, Ross?
Yeah, and Rosemary,
Okay, sorry.
understand that you can just. So, Rosemary, quick thing. You can take your whole idea, like if you could just write out what it's supposed to do, right? Then you upload some PDFs with supporting documents. Then you put it on your website, and now you have your own GPT, and it's live for the whole entire world. Then you date it behind your monthly payment. Done. And if you have any trouble, normally I'd be like, oh, well, wait for what we're announcing in the future, or research it. But you are in unique positions, like some of you, and you have AI Tutor. And technically, even though this seems like a not AI Tutor call, technically you're like, I want to use Botcraft Pro and put it on my website. That falls under a customer support call. So if I were you, Rosemary, I would book a call like now, and I would write in the what we're talking about, I want to use Botcraft Pro and put it on my website. That's what you want to do. Your website is just the Next.js Stripe platform.
Yeah, it's super simple, and it's really amazing once you have it on there, just how people can use it on your website. It's something really special.
And what you're trying to do can be accomplished without any GitHub repo, actually. It's already existing in what you have, your resources that you have access to.
Yeah, I didn't use GitHub at all for anything with that. I just built it right in Botcraft Pro. And there's on the left side, there's a little integration puzzle piece, and you click on that, and the coding is right there for you. So it's just simple copy and paste into your WordPress.
And there are GitHub repos that you can use. However, I just don't think you need them. I think everything you're trying to do exists already in AI Tutor right now in what you have. And all you need to do between you and it working is setting up a Calendly. And if you forgot where Calendly is, that link, I just DM'd it to you. So you can schedule an appointment, and we'll make it together. And we'll put it inside what we built in this build a SaaS idea from Impact. We'll put it in it.
And I promise you that it's going to get a lot easier, because I know that Ross and I and the guys, we're going to start making some videos on how to do things like this, so that you have, complete instructions on what to do.
So I hope that answers your question. And if you still have a question, please ask. But I think you have everything you need to actually do this within the tools that you already have.
The greatest thing about Botcraft Pro is that there's so many different models for me to choose from. You're not just limited to OpenAI ChatGPT. You can choose everything from Mistral to Mixtral to Llama, whatever one you see fit.
Doing this, guys, and again, I don't see hands at all. If they're existing, I don't see them. But I'm doing this because if you're going to be out there and you're going to be creating a product, right, you have to understand what is going on. You're not just creating just a product. People are going to pay for this. Not only are they going to pay for this, there's going to be expectations along with that payment. And you have to be able to serve all those expectations. And if you're unaware of them, like you need to understand, like, yeah, it's cool to build a SaaS. It's a whole other thing to launch it. Like human beings are way different than like if your thing builds on Vercel. Like it'll probably build on Vercel, you know? Like that'll probably work. But are you gonna be able to deal with it when someone like uses the wrong card? And like who are they gonna call? Ghostbusters? No, you, obviously. So you have to remember, like, building a product is not just like putting a thing on Stripe and on Vercel and connecting Stripe. If you're gonna build something new, you have to deal with people asking you how do I use it, what's going on, how's that working? For us, luckily, we have we figured out a way to do onboardings where we can show people how to use our tools. And we found that this is incredibly useful because 9 out of 10 times, people don't know what they just bought. I mean, they know it to chat. They get that. Multimodal chat, like they get that. But what they don't get is the vast capabilities that the tools have. Whether they're just chatting or creating chat bots. But it's really important that you understand. Also, I got to use the bathroom, but Alex is going to tell you a quick, fun 2-second story about how you can build something and it ends up costing so much. Tell them the little MakerKit thing where you like built it and it was super cool. And then like tomorrow morning, it was like $200. That's crazy.
Alice, sure. I know that you're going to fill in. I did want to point out too that you do have Ravi who just lifted up his hand. So that may also be a distraction, to say the least.
Okay.
So Alice,
So
just so you know that Ravi does have his hand up, love.
let's hear what Ravi has to say.
Russ, I think. I'll be quick. Yeah, a couple of questions. So, if you want to build something like what you have
Ravi, sweet pea.
like ASP
Ravi,
here.
Ravi.
Yeah,
Your
can
microphone
you
is really bad. Are you talking in earbuds? It's sounding very crackly in the background, and it's difficult to hear you, honey.
Now, can you hear me well now?
Ooh, I can't. Let me see if Kev can.
It's very faint.
Yeah, there's something. Yeah. Smoke is saying nope. Try again.
Man, if I ever sound like that, shut me down right away.
It happens to the best of us.
Actually, Ravi, I think it's because you're getting feedback. Are you talking on a phone and then having the laptop on in the background so you have the push-pull of the two audio streams? He is testing his mic.
Why is there feedback?
I'm not sure.
I do not know.
It's not on my end. Look, watch. If I mute, somebody talks.
If I talk now, there is no feedback. So it's the problem with having multiple mics open. And I will say too, holding spaces, keeping them open for this length of time does cause wonkiness. For those of you that are Spaces hosts, sometimes if the audio starts to go wonky, either the co-hosts or the hosts can temporarily mute everybody and it kind of resets it sometimes. Don't quote me, it just seems to work sometimes. So you can hit mute all and then restore everybody's mics, and sometimes that can help.
Cheers. But I'm here, so if you want to try talking right now, we'll see if I can hear you, dude.
Yeah, can you hear me?
There you go.
Yeah, you did it. Yay.
Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry. Yeah, there was some feedback, and I think that caused the issues. Yeah, so Raj, I was I was having a couple of questions. So if you want to host the models locally, right, Llama 3 or 5 for the recent releases, and bundle them together, right? What is the best approach? That is one question. The other one is, I know that you have integrated almost all the best models with MyTutor, but if you want to build something like MyTutor, what kind of GPU servers you need to access, or do you want to have local GPUs, or with your own servers, or cloud is the best?
So I would say, as far as booting up new models locally, you can use something like LLM Studio. They're really good. Also Olama. They're both very good.
And we use them.
Yeah, they're both very good at booting up, everything that you need locally. And as far as GPU goes, if you want to do it locally, like on the premises, in your office.
Oh, tell them also how you break all the rules and do it on AMD.
Yeah, so
you break every
you
rule.
could either do
That's
it
awesome.
on an AMD card that's like 6900, 7900 XT, or you could do it on an NVIDIA card that's a
Big
4090
Bertha.
or 3090.
The big guy.
One of those 90 ones. That's locally. And of course, if you want to do something that's like production ready, that's something where you're expecting a lot of, at least 100 users to be on, then you're going to need to upscale to something like an A100. And then, of course, once it's in the thousands, you would want to upgrade to something like AWS or Google Cloud GPU inference at that point. That's when you'll go cloud.
And that's when Replicate comes into play. Because Replicate can actually run as if you had 20 A100s. You could just be the boss and be like, yeah, I got 100 A100s if you need it. You need it?
But yeah, Replicate is really good for media generation. So
Yeah.
if you have like audio, images, video, but if you have something like Llama 3, like the latest text models, I would say check out OpenRouter. That's a very good proxy for just the text models.
That's true.
And
but the only difference between OpenRouter and Replicate is if you sent 100 calls on OpenRouter, you would get charged more, because on Replicate you get charged for GPU time, not GPU calls. And this is, well, very different. So a call versus it running are two totally different things. So when you're paying for calls, it's kind of more difficult. When you're paying for GPU seconds, it's better, technically, for scale. So you have to, it's like a delightful dance between what's local, what's not, and what provider you use. You can't successfully build a company with AI like Stable Diffusion and not think about GPUs. You make a very big mistake if you do this. And by GPUs, I mean API costs. Anything related to the thing working is very important. And so if you haven't thought about this, this is what today is. I decided that you're going to benefit more from this conversation than me coding something in particular. Why? Well, I gave you all the code anyways. GitHub repos posted, which, by the way, will be closed source by the end of tonight. But more importantly, like, when I looked up how to do this and like how much it would cost, someone wanted to charge me like $300 an hour. And it was so sad because I couldn't pay it. So today, you're getting like hours of that for free, using all of my knowledge over the last 15 years developing. And I think it's valuable.
It's not $300 per hour, Russ. It's surely much more worth than that. I mean, you're doing fantastic job. This is incredible, actually. Yeah. So, are you also having API calls in AI Tutor, or it is only accessible as the chat interface?
So with AI Tutor right now, our API is not yet built, not yet done. We're almost done building it. But Pixio has an API that's publicly available right now, actually. And we're working on getting AI Tutor to be. So the idea, guys, behind the AI Tutor API, like, we know you can go get an API from all the companies, but you know what you can't do? You can't use our magic. And our magic is we route you to what's like the best AI like language model. So if it's like super something that has to do with math, you'll ask GPT-4. But like if it's like a poem, you'll go to haiku, and this can happen on the back end, and no one needs to know about it, and that's the best part. Imagine your app can like swap models depending on requests. That's what we're building, and it's crazy, and it's hard, and it's difficult. But I think it's really important to have something that could use all the language models on demand based on requests. So it's coming, I promise. But right now, Pixio API is live if you are interested.
Yeah, okay. That's fantastic. So you also had some 3D integrations in Pixio. All those are available via the API?
Yes, so most of what we have in Pixio is API, minus some partnerships, but we use 2 versions of 3D. So if you have, do you have Pixio?
No, not yet. I'll get it.
I urge you to get Pixio and try it. There's 2 versions. One of them is via API, and one of them is through partners. And they're both different. But the open source one is different, but it is available in the API for sure.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Ross. Yeah, what does it cost literally to run these things, very roughly? It is per user or any?
Hold on, right? So there's 3 ways you can answer that. Are you talking about 1, cloud GPUs, 2, your GPUs, 3, Pixio API? Which one are you talking about?
To run something like Pixio with the kind of resource requirements, like say 1,000 users, GPU cost roughly per month.
For us, for Pixio specifically, we pay per GPU inference, so it's per call. So it's essentially we know the price for like all these calls. For example, if you go to TalkCraft and try to create like a talking head video, we know the price, approximate, average price per each call, and then we'll go from there. So it's like per generation, we know each price, and then we figure out the monthly pricing.
Okay. That's the best way to do the pricing, I think, yeah?
But what Ross is saying, some of our image generation specifically, that happens on the GPU here in the office.
Yeah, like right here.
Like a foot away from me.
Literally.
So, yeah, that was an initial investment of us getting a computer with a nice and
I don't know how to do
strong
that.
GPU.
So your friend over here, Alisher, decided to go all mad scientist and like build it like he calls Legos, right, Alisher?
Yeah, I mean it's easy. It is like Legos.
And he built the first machine that runs Pixio by hand. Like he bought all the pieces, then Legoed them together. It's crazy. And that's what you could do right now. You can actually build something local and inference it on the internet, which is like insane. From your home computer.
Well, that is on the public GitHub Pixio repository, or what is that you're referring to?
So are you asking is what we're doing open source, or are you asking if Pixio, the entire platform, is open source?
No, not Pixio the enterprise. What you just mentioned, that you can build something on the home computer, do just the inference on the cloud. That kind of tooling, what you're mentioning right now, I was just wondering whether that is in the GitHub or something like that.
So no, that is something Alisher and I built completely custom to inference our own GPUs. He basically spent, I don't know, how long did it take you to figure out how to talk to GPUs?
It was a few days, but I think there are, I guess, projects on GitHub that do allow you to do that. Yes,
but not in the way that like we do, where it's seamless. Like Alisher built that from scratch. Like he inferenced our GPUs from scratch. Like he figured out how to connect to them and make them generate from any URL on the internet. That's something that Alisher figured out with AI Tutor. Did you not use AI Tutor?
I did.
Shamelessly, we use AI Tutor. I will be the first one to tell you, and I am not ashamed because I don't care. And if anybody wants to come for me that I used AI to build it, cool. DMs are open. Let's go.
I mean, that is a fantastic use of the tool. Why not, actually? This is,
Like AI Tutor actually built Pixio. Honestly, for real. Like first was AI Tutor. We were like, oh my god, we built a monster. Then we used monster to build next monster.
And many more monsters are coming, I think. Yeah, that's fantastic.
You have literally no idea. There's so much coming. We are actually just getting started, believe it or not.
I love that. Many monsters are coming.
Thanks a lot, Sarah, Ross, and everybody. Yeah.
Like, I know this seems dumb, but if you're sitting in this room and you're like, why aren't we learning how to code? This seems stupid. You're not seeing the bigger picture. The bigger picture is, like, even if you learned all these skills and you were like amazing coder, do you know how many coders that are full stack engineers just fail? Just like graciously? And to put it in a metaphor, it's the equivalent of like approaching a huge giant staircase and then just jumping and being like, I'm gonna dance my way down there. That's what it's like to learn code. You won't even get the chance to make your first sale before you actually finish learning how to code. That's why it has to change. That's why if you haven't went and watched my interview, you need to just like do that, like right after this. Just, and if not, bookmark it for tomorrow. And at the very least, I have DMs that are like, are you even real? Can I see your face? No, you can't see my face. But in this interview, you can see my face. So go see my face. Who's behind this profile live on that interview. And listen, you're going to learn for sure. It's educational. Definitely. Yes.
Ross, by the way, congratulations on the interview by Scobelizer. Okay, this is I'd like to watch it.
Yeah, no, it's super cool. I've known him for a while, but what it really is he's such an awesome guy. You know, like I know this is Build a SaaS from Idea to Impact, but like I've known him for a few years and we've been talking and he has like kept his finger on the pulse of what we're doing. To the point that like when he saw the most recent things that we were doing, he was just like, you know, we got to talk about this. And I'm so grateful. We are so grateful that he wants to share our story because not many people know our story. They know what they see here on Twitter. But there's so much underneath that. You don't just wake up like this. Like, it's not maybe it's Maybelline, like one of those commercials. Like, there's so much that went behind this. Like, my entire life was this for the last 15 years. And the last 2 years, like, things changed with AI. So much so that I saw an opportunity. I'm like, what if, like, hundreds of people on the internet want to make money and they don't know how? And they're like, how does development work? And they're like, I have to pay a developer. But then they're wrong. But how do they know they're wrong? Because they don't know they're wrong if they're wrong, because they don't know what they don't know. But then what if somebody has a good idea? Like, we'll just say Sharon, because she's like full of good ideas. What if she wanted to make a website about her flame thing, which as soon as she goes on tour, I'm booking the front row seat. But like, how cool is it that she could literally use this? Make an entire website about her flipping her flames, right? And it doesn't even have to be AI. It could just be her website that lives on Vercel for free because Sharon now knows she does not have to pay for hosting. It's like a new thing. And I know she's a listener and she can come up if she wants. I won't put her on the spot, but I just use her as an example because everyone could be like her, like Sharon. You can just put your ideas on the web and it's free. There's no cost for Vercel. Like, it's actually free. Guillermo's awesome, dude. He's awesome.
I have one caveat with Vercel, just to throw this out there because I ran into this myself.
Oh yeah, what is it? What happened?
Yeah, if you're hosting videos that are gigs and people are coming to your site en masse, you might hit overages. So I would say try host those in S3 buckets or something.
That's what we talked about earlier, like Upload
Yeah.
Thing. And then if you graduated from Upload Thing, guess what you graduated into? An S3 bucket. And if you're like, what is that? Oh my God, dear Lord. Literally.
Yeah, I just don't store it locally. Don't put it in your public folder, basically.
Yeah.
Is what I'm saying.
Never do that ever. Also, like, and if you're, and this is not like a shameless like plug or not an affiliate, but we're just partners and like we love them. You can go to DigitalOcean and get like a really awesome S3, and it's like $5. It's crazy. Alistair uses them all the time.
They're
for our services.
even though they're also S3, somehow they're able to get a much better deal in terms of like transfer limits
It's a
and all
really
that
good deal.
stuff.
Cloudflare, I think, is also a good option.
Yeah, Cloudflare is good too. We use Cloudflare for a number of things, and they're very good too. Look, there's
Very
a lot
secure.
of free things, guys. The question is, do you know about them? And like, I'm not gonna say I know everything. I don't. And like, there's things I miss that I use that I just miss because of the human brain. You know, I can't remember everything. But sorry, you have something to say. I heard you.
I was just going to say there is a life hack too. You can use my AI tutor,
That's true.
and you can also copy and paste, sorta. Let's say all of Scoble's AI list. So there are lots of ways that you can aggregate data to help you suss out certain things, but the important piece is that you don't want to be just a digital hoarder of information. You want to be able to have the quick and the dirty. I know that sounds awful, but it's true. Is that you don't want to waste your time with tools that may be inferior or not as complete as you need them to be. So, like now that I've experienced Grok with a Q or even Beam, I've been spoiled rotten. So now it's really hard. What in English we would call that ruint, ruint. You've been ruined because you've been spoiled rotten. No one else can kind of live up to that expectation. And so that's one of the things that I wanted to put out, is that if you do have this propensity and you really want to know, use AI, my tutor, or my AI tutor. Just, I mean, having these things at your fingertips enables you to do many different things outside of your normal capacities. But I did want to say too that Douglas has his hand up, love.
Hey there. So I had to go back to my phone because the desktop experience was bugging out on me. But um, I wanted to kind of like say that even from the senior engineer side of things, that we are heading into a new era where there may not even be the need for as many senior engineers. And I have actually been wrestling with how to put a program together because I have actually been through the years, I've had training in sales, I've had training in some marketing, and I've had it's odd because I don't meet many other developers that kind of go out and do these kind of things. But the thing is that we're going to have to get to a point where maybe we don't even get a company to work for, where we get a W-2 income from. And we are going to have to figure out how to create these SaaS products and get them out within a week or two or a month instead of a year, as a side gig. And so where I see a lot of these tools coming into play is that where I see AI coming into play is that if we can get the right Lego bricks together, then we can build out all of these um, ideas way faster. Even senior engineers can, and people that are just getting started can build out ideas a lot faster. It's just there's the entrepreneurial side of it too, which is that once you build something, you've got to know how to go out and talk about it and sell it, get money from people. But uh, everything I'm hearing is great. Like I wanted to kind of put it out there. It's not just from this other side. It's also from the senior engineers out there that I see that are losing their jobs, and it's taking them way longer. Famous people taking way longer, and maybe even giving up finding another W-2 position and trying to start a startup of their own because there's just not as much work out there from what I can tell. And this is from programming's been my entire life, y'all. So it's an interesting time to be in. We got to know how to roll with it, and when it's time to pick up the new computer, people who didn't pick up computers when they should have kind of got left behind. Well, we've got these
Wait, I'm
AIs,
sorry
and
to
they got to pick
interrupt
them
you,
up.
but who's talking? Because I can't see. Who's
That's Douglas, love. That's
Yeah.
Douglas.
Hey,
Where is Douglas? Why is he invisible? I hate Twitter so much. That's sovereign.
You're not. You don't
Hey,
incite thunderbolts
no,
from the Elon
there.
gods.
He's
So
somewhere. I found him.
Douglas continue from talking from a cloud that
Hey, no, it's
Russ
okay.
cannot see.
So I have like thoughts behind what you're saying, Douglas, because I
Yeah.
thought about this for so much time, man. But here's the thing. As a developer, like, do you work at a company right now?
I do, but I'm at a point where I'm just looking at what's next.
Okay.
Because I don't expect it to last forever.
No, of course. I just have like a very real question that's gonna help everyone.
Sure.
So, like, have you built something that launched to users yourself?
Have I built something myself? No, I have actually never built anything myself, but I have run my own business and I have sold services for very high amounts of dollars directly to other companies, and kind of we were lived off of it for a while. So no, I've never built a SaaS product, but I have sold to people.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm just asking specifically if you've created something where people like signed up and paid, whether it's one time or monthly, for a thing that you created on the internet.
Not yet.
And how long have you developed? And did you go to school, by the way?
That's an interesting question you ask there. There's people that have been in some other spaces I've been in recently. They know the answer to that. I will tell you that did I go to school for this?
Yeah,
No.
you don't
I started when I was
I just
12.
asked. I'm curious. You don't need school.
Yeah.
So
no, man, I just picked it up at 12
that's so
and
cool.
just didn't stop
Yeah,
doing
so
it.
like I'm gonna give you some like fun advice. So like just as a fun side thing while you have your job, right? Just like build something cool. See what happens. Like what happens if it makes like $6,000 a month? What do you do next? Like what's your next move if that happens, Douglas?
Yeah, I'm probably looking at how to make more of those, and I'm probably leaving. I'm gonna go off and be on my
What
own.
if I told you literally what you're doing right now, even though this is your first time here today? I know that. I get that. But like what if I told you what we're talking about here is literally that plus more? And I can speak from just experience, not like BS. And it's recorded so I won't curse, but like you get it. I'm not gonna tell you fake things. And as an engineer, man, like, you have so much power you have no idea about. Think like Harry Potter when he was just like locked under the stairs and had no idea what the hell was going on.
I get you.
And then like he went to Hogwarts. So you're in Hogwarts. Hi, how you doing? If you use your magical spells, aka code. By the way, we are coming out with soon a textbook. It's going to be called Open Sorcery, the Wizardry of the Web. I'm plugging it because it's so funny because we're talking about this Harry Potter thing. But dude, you have like magical powers. Stop using them for other people's BS and use them for something cool and make money, sleep money, where you go to sleep on your pillow and you make money. Also, build something impactful. Do something cool. You have the power. You're like the dude. You got the skills. You got 20 years in software. Like you can do things. Yeah. People can't do what you can do. You could do it. Now you're in the Renaissance. You were dead, not dead. No, you weren't even alive. You can't be dead. You were not alive during the Renaissance, bro. Now you are. Squander it.
Yeah.
Take advantage of the digital AI.
I'm in.
I would say
in.
the
Let's go.
SaaS setup probably takes less than an hour, and then another 20 minutes to create your own little image generation platform, or even some sort of niche platform, like maybe the paste your own furniture into a real estate photo type of platform.
And I know this is crazy, guys, but listen, you guys
You
made
gotta do some market
SD3,
research.
and when you guys made SD3, like you missed this, Douglas, but we learned how to launch Stable Diffusion 3, the unreleased model, live right now. And I have customers that are telling me I'm in timeout. I'm like, what do you mean? I'm like, who put you in timeout? They're like, you did. I'm like, where did I put you in timeout? They're like, Stable Diffusion 3 put me in timeout. I'm like, how many did you generate? They're like 300. I'm like, well, yeah, timeout. Yeah, we have a timeout. It's not unlimited. It's new and it's beta, and we're still testing what it can do and what makes it break. And we have timeout, and you will be put in the corner and put in timeout if you hit it 300 times in like 5 minutes. Like, come on. But I love that our customers are doing that. That's like crazy. And
Yeah.
if that's happening, that means that this customer actually told me, they were like, hey, can I pay for like not being in timeout? Do you have a not timeout upgrade? That means that you can make money now with Stable Diffusion. Don't wait till next week or the week after or a month. Make a little stupid app now. Your stupid app will make so much money, guaranteed. Like
Dude, I'm
it's
all in,
crazy.
man.
You could do it in a weekend.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like it's so crazy what is possible now. And if you have AI Tutor, that's like amazing. You're awesome. But Pixio AI is like a contender. And it's like can stand on its two legs and offers so much. It's unbelievable that we're able to put that all in one app. So like now's the time to build. Focus, build, make a plan, and don't go broke while you're doing it. So make the right choices and don't go broke. That's it. It's that simple. Make the wrong choices and go broke in 24 hours. It's kind of like a big gamble. That's why it's not a gamble. It's a choice. Make the right one. That's why this conversation is happening. And if you find it invaluable, I'm sorry about that. But there's a lot of people in here that are actually building something. And they need to be told the right things. It's so important. Because the wrong decision, if 1,000 people buy your thing, and your thing costs too much money to actually run, you are now in a lovely place called the negative. Not fun.
Yeah, see, those are actually the things that people don't really understand. A lot of restaurants suffer from this too. Like a mom and pop restaurant, they don't understand the actual cost of making the thing that they sold for the price that they're selling it at. So those are extremely important words that a lot of people don't get. I love doing numbers. I love looking at like how much a thing costs. I can cost out a ham sandwich for you, in my household. I don't usually have to do that, but I can do it. And so I get about the cost, and if it costs more than you're charging, then you go out of business. You can't stay in business if it's going to cause you to go in the negative. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's why what we talked about here. I don't know if you heard like the whole thing, but like replicate. If someone's like crazy and makes a replicate go for like more than 10 minutes, I just simply go cancel it. And if that user has an issue, they'll DM me.
I got something to say.
Oh, Alistair has something to say. Let's go.
Oh, and I was going to say, in terms of figuring out the costs, since this is the topic, you also want to, kind of probe the market a little bit. For example, look for other platforms that do something similar and what they charge. And I didn't put this in the overview, but the example I like to use, because I was actually looking this up, it's again, in painting furniture into a real estate photo of like an empty apartment, right? Something that's very useful for real estate agents, and something that a lot of these companies charge per image for. And so great industry to turn into AI, great industry to automate. And so once you do your research, you kind of understand that, okay, well, I don't want to charge per image, but I can still charge a fairly large subscription fee per month. And then you just got to figure out, in terms of pricing, what does it cost you to generate a certain amount of images, and whether or not you could just say it's unlimited. And if you know the market, then you kind of know that, oh, well, real estate agents don't actually get that many listings throughout the month. So you could charge them monthly and kind of leave it unlimited. So you just got to kind of understand your industry, do a little bit of market research. Do your competitors charge per image? If you're doing image generation, do your competitors charge per tokens, or are they unlimited? Do they limit the number of messages? And then from there, you can go on in terms of the pricing strategy. Because at the end of the day, you still want to stay competitive with the pricing. For example, I think ChatGPT, they have a limit of 40 messages per hour, something like that. And we don't have a limit, right? That's something that we differentiate on. So you want to figure out what the market is doing, and try to do something that's different. right? Kind of figure out your
Yeah.
differentiation strategy.
Yeah, I can't wait to get started building with the tools. I mean, again, I do have a huge vision. I don't, if I go over it now, it's probably gonna, extend out everything quite a bit. So, you and I will talk, when I got my onboarding going on. I've got this vision of what I'm trying to use AI to do. I've had it since 2014. And when I mentioned it earlier, there was a couple of customers that said, Douglas, you need to go to AI Tutor right now. And I did. So that's why I'm here. I'm actually here to build something. And the more I hear about it, the more I know you have the tools that will help me do it.
Yeah, like we
Don't die on us, Ross. Don't die. We need you.
No, we're good. That was Nick. We built this tool to be able to, and by the way, yeah, guys, we are all together because you can't build something crazy without being together. Like sometimes people break our stuff at 1 a.m. and it's like, oh, get up. Like, good morning. And it's important that we have, even though we're a small team, doesn't mean we can't like be awesome. You don't need a huge team to be awesome. You could just be awesome.
I think the smaller teams are awesome because the bigger teams, we can't reach out to them. I can't call Sam Altman. I can't call anybody, but we can call you guys.
Now, I have a tiny little 2-second announcement, but next week, on our last and final week, when we have our little graduation ceremony, so adorable, we are going to have hopefully a special guest where we're going to have more information. But I just want to take 10 minutes before I pass it off to the amazing Cash Money Cavmatia and Josh Hellman. I put this cool chicken in the nest, and if you click the chicken, he's going to be all like, are you ready? And you're going to click a form, which works, and you're able to fill it out. If you fill this out, you are going to be put in a list. And that list will be contacted by next week, after next week ends. But we are rolling out a class, a real class, where you don't have to attend spaces or worry about your time. Actually, the class can be adherent to your schedule. And you don't have to pick all of them. You could choose some of them. And it will be affordable for everybody, no matter where you are in life. And those who want to go next level will be able to. And this is huge, guys. You all are the reason this is even real, because of these spaces. This is now becoming a very, very real thing. To the point, if you're doing something in real life and you want to like actually make money and like transform your future, this is what you need. This is where you get to go one-on-one with our team and other people, not just our team, to help bring.
I submitted mine. Did you get it?
I'll check after. I'm sure I did that. That's how it works. Like, I better have. I'll check. Yeah, it works. So if you submitted it, you're going to be put into a list. Now, this form will just close because we obviously can't handle 200 students at all. So, like, even though hundreds of people will listen to this form will close. Not now, maybe in like a day or so, definitely before next week, because we want to make the first one something spectacular. And if you thought this was fun, oh man, you have no idea what's coming. I think what you all have achieved here is, even if you went zero, not further, and I'm not saying this is the last time we're going to have something with Josh Hellman and ITT and Mattia and Cash Money. It's not. We're going to we have a plan. And there's going to be more. But when you're building something that's real and you need to build it, you need real help and real support. And you need to build it properly. And there can't be any reason why who you're building for, it goes wrong. And that person has an unexpected bill, or there's a leakage, or something happens where like customer data is at risk. That is very, very bad. And we have a lot of knowledge. And what's crazy is, imagine you have an idea that you think is crazy, right? And then you attend this class. And then we talk to you about it. And we're like, well, did you know about this open source thing? And you're like, oh my God, that's everything I wanted to build. Oh no. And it's like, no, not oh no. That thing's not for sale. So if you make it for sale, that's the first time. That's huge. And I think, I mean, you could tell me by coming up or raising your hand, but I know this is weird, this whole thing. And I know this was a lot. And for some of you, you're like, I hated this. But hopefully, there's a bunch of you that were like, this was illuminating to the point that I have 100,000 questions. And I love that because 100,000 questions means that you must have learned 100,000 things. Because how do you have a question? That's like how it works. And all of you are adults, right? So no one's 10 or 12. So all of you in your adult life just exhibited what it takes to learn at the level that you did many years ago. And if this is you and you're like, what? I learned again and I didn't hate it and I don't want to like get mad and be stressed, then congratulations, you just unlocked a new thing. And it's called assisted learning. And it's magic. And it doesn't have to stop here or next week. There's going to be so much. And the best part is what I'm about to tell you. So I'm going to tell you the best part in 4 different things. Thing 1, you learn from people who are doing it right now, not people that are doing it like 2 years ago or 5 years ago or last decade right now. That's number 1. Number 2, we are partnered, which you may not actually know. So today may be an eye-opener. We have been partnered with Cisco for, oh my God, how many years, Alisher? Come on.
Since 2017.
Math. 2017.
7 years.
7 years. Which means for all of you, every single class you take with us in this new, like, paradigm shifting online class, you get certified with Cisco Enterprise, which is a global organization, and it's looked at professionally in every country. That's pretty big. But wait, it gets better. They partner with us in a way where we're going to create something that's going to be crazy. You see this title right here? Everyone, take your eyeballs and look up and read it. Innovators Think Tank, build a SaaS from idea to impact. Did you know that's going to be a certification? Newsflash.
Yay!
Build a SaaS from idea to impact. That's going to have a 4-part certification. So you're going to get 4. Now you're going to be certified through Cisco, potentially Meta, and other people. And it's going to be backed by TSI, OpenAI, Meta, all these other companies, and Cisco, which is crazy because they're the validators. And they'll validate your certificate wherever you are in the world, whichever position you apply to. And if you build something with us in our program or now, Bjorn can tell you, I mean, guys, you won't have to worry about interviewing well. It won't even matter. You could be the most worst interviewer ever. You show a SaaS product with users, it's over. You're hired, it's done. Go home, make dinner. It's done. There's no more follow-up. You're hired on the first interview. It's weird. Ask Bjorn though, he'll tell you what it feels like. When you build things, they see it. It's not a joke. It's illuminating for a CEO to see something that they've never seen before. And what we're learning, no one's ever seen before. Literally, no. It just came out. The repo I am about to close source tonight came out literally 7 days prior to today. Y'all are so in real time, it's not even funny. But I have to stress again, if you sign up for this course, you're going to get first priority. First priority means not only are you going to get a discount on what we're offering. Discounts like the least of your worries. You're going to get the opportunity to be somewhere at the ground level, which means extra attention, extra time, more love. You know how it is. And it's an
Hey, Ross.
opportunity.
I am interrupting you briefly.
Do it.
I wanted to make sure that you knew that Sharon did have her hand up, but I also have a
Oh, I don't
question
see
from.
anything. So like, if
I know you don't.
talk,
I know you don't.
interrupt me.
And sometimes we just let you go.
Cool. I will
But
be interrupted.
not a problem. I have one other question from an audience member, and I just want to say I'm a little teary at the moment because I just think we have some of the coolest people in the audience. Just really amazing, lovely, lovely humans. And the question is there a way to purchase a coupon or a gift card from Tech in Schools that could be used as, let's say, a 3-month subscription or a 6-month subscription? And if so, could you put them on the website so that people in the audience can gift scholarships to their fellow classmates? We have a person in the audience that really wants to participate and just can't.
I
And
would call
when I mentioned that, then somebody else came out of the woodwork
yeah.
and said, hey, I want to do this. And so I want to figure out how to do that. And if you could go through the process, I'm scanning to see if this person is still here to make sure that they can hear how the process will work.
I
But
already thought about
it means a lot to me.
and I have your answer actually. So, a few things. First, you can actually purchase an entire course for somebody, like your son, your daughter, your cousin, your friend, right? It's called a scholarship. You can pre-purchase it. They can take the classes. By the way, guys, the classes are not recorded. We don't believe in that. We don't believe in PDFs, recordings, websites. They're not going to exist. We're going to partner with Canvas because they're open source. And we're going to partner with DigitalOcean because we're partners already, right? Why reinvent the wheel? And we're going to build out the most insane learning management system ever. And then we're going to connect to Cisco. And then it's going to be like insane. And then we're going to teach you how to build something. And then you're going to get certified. So you're going to have proof. And yeah, you'll be able to gift one class. And that's the best part, Sarah. I'm so glad you asked this. And Sharon, I am coming to you in a second.
Well, this is not just for the class.
Listen.
Okay, finish your sentence.
It
love.
will be available for AI Tutor and Pixio and the class. And you'll be able to purchase for someone else. No problem. Just DM me who wants to purchase AI Tutor. All they have to do is just purchase it and just tell that person to log in. And that's really it for AI Tutor and Pixio. But for the class, they can pre-purchase it as a gift card. That person will get a coupon code. They will put it in the website and they will get admitted to the class for the entire term. But here's the thing. Guys, school's a little broken. School should be like a buffet, not like a predetermined menu. Imagine a world where you could be like, well, I did the MVP. I know what I want to do. I built it in the free Wednesday class. I did that. Now I want to market it, go to market, get users, make money, recurring revenue, customer support, all that fun stuff. You can actually pick and choose your courses. Think of it like the world's first education that's going to be you choose, buffet style. And there's no link, guys. Nothing exists yet. But let me tell you something. Do you know the power of code? Have you not figured it out? Like, has it not clicked? Literally, give us 2 days. It'll be online. It'll be so online that you'll see it everywhere. And you'll be like, what? I just heard about that 2 days ago. Welcome to the world that we live in now. And if you think that that's not true, you are wrong. And I am not just guessing. I am confident. And if you think I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. I'm happy to hear it. But then I'll tell you why that's wrong. Because really, you can do anything now. And in 2-3 days, we're going to have an entire portal, a system, an LMS, and a website where you can sign up. This is all going to exist, and so fast. So with that, that was my major announcement. What we're doing here just became real. And Josh, dude, I can't even thank you enough. This is so cool. This has never been done before, man. Like, I can't even tell you one space that's even remotely close to this discussion that we're having right now. Nobody would share the secrets. It's like being Harry Potter and like sharing your spells. Nobody does that. But I'm going to do that. Like I said in my interview, I just don't care. like at all. And like, if anyone's gonna get mad, get mad. I don't care. Like, I'm gonna democratize all this. I'm gonna make it so you can use anything, anywhere, anytime, in any school, in any business. And if that angers someone, well, that kind of seems like their problem, not my problem. And I think if you understand how to do this, guys, you can make so much money. And Sharon, I'm sorry I kept you waiting with my monologue, but it was like a major announcement, and I hope you enjoyed listening to it, because like this is a world premiere, kind of. Literally, no one knows about this. It's so new that I have a call tomorrow about like how this is all going to work with some people and the teams that are making this possible. Because you can't just wake up in the morning and just be like, well, I'm going to make a new Cisco course that Cisco doesn't have. That doesn't happen. You have to be partnered with Cisco and have like a meeting. That meeting's tomorrow. So I hope you guys enjoyed tonight. I hope you enjoyed the discussion. And I hope you signed up, because if you're willing to take this to the next level and really make some money, like SaaS style, you really do need the proper guidance one-on-one. It's not a spaces kind of situation. And I told you from the beginning, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm just not going to do it.
Ross, I see we got one more hand up. Douglas, good to see you, sir. Welcome into the ITT. I heard you come on earlier, and I saw Cash Money sent you a note to come on Saturday. I double that down for sure. But Douglas, I see you got a hand up. Any notes for Ross or for
No,
the space? Mike is yours, sir.
I was just going to say that I went ahead and signed up for Pixio. I filled out that form. Looking forward to doing some work with y'all.
Douglas, is that
This is great stuff. Love it.
Douglas, is that you talking right now? Douglas, dude, you're amazing. Do you know why you're amazing? Do you know why?
Tell me.
I'm gonna tell you if you don't know. So, because you signed up, which is awesome, and I can't wait to show you all the tools because they're so cool. But because you signed up, like students now can get one version of Pixio and one version of AI Tutor for free. They don't pay nothing because of you. So, thank you for what you just did.
That's cool. I love it, man. I love it. If I can help, just let me
Changing
know.
lives,
I love it.
Douglas. You just did help. Thank you.
That's right. Hey, I used to teach for 3 years of my career. I taught at a coding boot camp to bring people into something that saved my life, which is software development. So I'm all about that.
Hey,
I love
Douglas, could you redo it and use my affiliate code?
Hey, Douglas, before we hand it over to the amazing Josh Hellman, can you please tell everyone, because I think it's so important, because for me too, it changed my life, but if you're curious to see like how it changed my life, you can, watch my video with Robert Scoble. But
Yeah.
for you, can you tell them like how it actually changed your life? Because I think it's an amazing story that needs to be told, because we're over here teaching software development like it's like a skill you need to know, and it really is.
Okay, so it's a long story, but I will just tell you that my past is way different than most people's background. The last grade of public school that I finished was the 5th grade. I went to like
Steven's grandma, Douglas, Smoke, Rutro, Matthew, Inver, Alisher, Sarah. Good to see everybody. Like and retweet the room. We'll be coming on with the brief intro, and then we'll give the mic right on over to Sarah and TSI. Good to see everybody. Week 6. I can't even believe it. Like and retweet the room. We'll get going soon. Folks, a brief reminder, we will be starting in about 2 minutes. If you are missing a classmate sitting next to you, now's a good time to send them this link. Make sure they're ready to rock. Again, we'll be doing a brief intro, and then we'll go right into week number 6 of this amazing course. And Sarah Ross, we'll make sure you guys come right on up. Mattia will get you up as well. Good to see everybody. All right, guys, let's go ahead and kick this thing off. We're starting class earlier and earlier. Next part, we'll definitely make it like, right at 5. That being said, guys, welcome back into the Innovators Think Tank. We are on Build a SaaS from Idea to Impact, week number 6 of 6. Can you guys believe it that you've made it all 6 weeks? I literally can't. I made the mistake of posting week 5. I wanted to drag it on. I was hoping Sarah and Ross didn't notice. We could just do week 5 twice. Folks who are here transforming your ideas to impact, guys, I'm so proud of you. We started week 1 with an idea. You gave it to Sarah, you gave it to Ross, and I've noticed that so many of you are coming so close to that stage of impact. And your impact is really only beginning. I want you guys to know that you're in a community where, look, you've made this MVP. You're getting to these ending stages, but there's so much more on the table for you. There's so much more in terms of making a team, scaling, figuring out how to market, getting partners, building out your model, and then iterating from here. Guys, this is only the beginning of your journey. I want each of you to realize that. I know we're on the final week, and I am so stoked about it. But dig your heels in. Let's finish strong. And then, look, on Saturday, we have the 1-year special of the ITT. We have been doing this for 1 full year. I know this only for 6 weeks. I mean, only is hard to say, but folks, make sure that you set a reminder for ITT 52 coming up. It's going to be an amazing celebration of all of you and of this amazing community and our love of collaboration, viewing it truly as the new currency. Renan, I love the meme, my friend. I love it. He's trying to give credit or debit. Nope, collab is how he pays. That's hysterical. Look, let's go ahead and dive into week number 6 of building our SaaS from idea to impact. I think we have a lot on the table, a lot to cover. I want to be sure that you guys have a quick note about pitching this whole thing. Don't think that you're not going to pitch. At some point, I'm going to DM you and I'm going to say, hey, my friends, I know you were building over 6 weeks. We want to hear what you built. We want to hear how you deliver the value proposition of it and what problem it solves, even if it's just for you. We are so stoked for you guys. that being said, good to see everybody in the room. Let's get class started. I'd love to give this on over to, let's get Sarah back on stage. The great Sarah Hudson and TSI deserve so much love for what they've done over the last 6 weeks is incredible. Oh, I forgot 2 notes, guys. Everybody knows because we're on 6 weeks. So it's like, it's, hand in glove now, but be sure that you're having the Innovators Think Tank website open that has a live stream. All of your objectives, all of your resources are right there in one place. Go and drop a comment in the chat for this week. Say hello. Let us know that you're on there. Sarah, Ross, let's go ahead and dive into week number 6. I'm sure you guys have a whole thing. I'm looking at the agenda. There's a whole recap of 1 through 5, and then let's do it. So, Sarah, I'll give it to you for a brief intro, and then let's get the boys up in here. Nick, Ross, and Alisher, I'm sure chomping at the bit as well. So, Sarah, mic is yours.
Hey, I'm going to actually do a quick mic check. Can the folks in the room actually hear me speaking? I had a very difficult time hearing Josh. It was a very low, very whispered kind of voice. All right, so I wanted to make sure. Welcome. This is week 6. We are finishing this session out and putting a bookend on it. And I hope that each and every one of you have learned something and kind of thought through what this technology is capable of, but more so what you're capable of. I couldn't be more proud. I just think it's amazing to see such wonderful ideas come to fruition. I wanted to kind of highlight some very special things that happened over the course of the day and put it out there that we still have one more that I need to fill. We invented the TSI Ideas to Impact grant. And a loving, wonderful, beautiful soul that has been attending all of these classes was listening in and just watching in slow motion how these are real people and real people's lives that are being changed in absolutely incredible ways. And so I'm really proud to announce that our first 4 recipients are Britta, Rutro, Vicky J, and Starboss Detroit. Each of them are incredible people, and they're both inside and outside of the Innovators Think Tank. Britta and Rutro never missed a class, ever. And I would love to see how they are able to finish, because sometimes you can't unless you have all of the right tools, and they need all of the right tools. And so I'm anxious to see how that plays out. Both Vicky and Starboss are heavily dependent on AI. And when I met Vicky, she was in the Midjourney ecosystem. Actually, we both started in the ecosystem when it first came into fruition. and across all of our timelines, I've known her for a little bit. And she has such skill. And I think that once she gets to play into the ecosystem, that she can help mentor you, those that are in the system as well. She is very gifted when it comes to those tools and taking your ideas to impact. It's very special when you have someone who enjoys transferring their skills and mentoring others. She's owned many businesses. She owns an ice cream shop, of all things, in Florida. This is many iterations. She's had many different businesses, and this is her thing right now. I don't think you could imagine a cooler job slash work, to be literally on the beach as the only ice cream shop and to get to see, the waves roll in and play in the sand each and every day. But I wanted to commend her and thank her, because as a 50-year-old woman, just discovering herself and being an artist, I think a lot of people that are sitting in our ecosystem here are thinking to themselves, who am I? And in the age of AI, what can I be? A lot of us have chosen careers that were safe, and chose a path of W-2. And that's not a bad thing, especially if you have a young family or, that's what you have to do. But there are other people that are called to be 1099ers. These are your entrepreneurs. These are the people that just feel in their blood, I cannot work for somebody else. I have to solve this problem It keeps them up all night. They just beat to a different drummer and are unconventional doers, dreamers, makers, you fill in the blank. And it's to those people that are very few actually in society. You are an elite group here. You hack schooling folks, you hacking your education folks. You're very unique in a world that is very content to stay where they are. Mobility matters, and you've chosen the harder path, but also the most rewarding one, I believe. So um, I did want to put that out there that Star Boss also is a very unique person. And I'm going to let, hopefully, Britta and Rutro will come up and tell you a little bit about their story and their why so that you can understand why this is such a cool thing and what it matters or what it will mean to these two folks. But for Starboss, she was driving home right before her birthday, and a drunk driver hit her and split her brain in half. It tore in half, and she forgot how to talk. And this is a woman who's just on the verge of 60 and learning how to speak again and communicate. She learned through Twitter Spaces, especially this one. She learned through Twitter Spaces, and then she got the courage to come up on stage, just like a forum that Josh hosts on Saturdays. You know, everybody's welcome to take a mic, but that's not the case in every room. And it was rooms like this that welcomed her to the stage where she learned to have her voice again and, you know, form cohesive sentences. And at first it didn't come out right. She couldn't even talk about how she wanted to build her business and her idea because, you know, as a person who had her master's degree, she had nothing now. She couldn't work in the schools. She wasn't a teacher anymore. She was just, you know, stripped of everything. And learning how to redo all of this stuff has been a really amazing journey. And ChatGPT has helped her create cohesiveness in her own business model. And to tell you a small story, real quick, it took her 7 months to design her logo. When you think about that, you know, we can flip through all these things. Every single thing in that logo has a symbol, has a meaning, has, you know, something attached to it that was her journey, not just in learning how to talk, learning how to brush her teeth, learning how to, you know, get into the kitchen, learning how to go out the front door, learning to dare to go into her garden, and then learning how to walk around her block again. It's just one of those things that you think about and you think every step of the way she had to fight. And what was so beautiful is that Ross has come to visit her space when she has it in the morning. And he, you know, is just a sparkling joy. And he says, you know what, Star Boss, you can do it. And I'm going to give you all of the tools. And the first thing she said this morning is, I can't wait to break this. And I thought to myself, these are your people. These are your people. And so I can't wait to see what you build. And it's been a tremendous privilege to play co-pilot and wingman to some of the most spectacular humans I've ever met. I've never met Josh, Cashmoney, Mattia. I've never met Ross, and I've never met Alisher, Nick, or Luke in real life. But I can't imagine my world without them. They are very, very special and very dear people to me because they share my North Star. And I think most of you in this room do too. We applaud and celebrate wins. We congratulate the underdog, and we do a happy dance when someone gets it right. Those are the kinds of people you want around you, and they're the ones that you're going to trust when they say, hey, by the way, you need to go back to the drawing board. And because you know it's not done with malice. It's done out of compassion, empathy, and a genuine desire to see you succeed. So thank you, gentlemen. You are tremendous humans, and I love you all to the moon and back.
Sarah, we love you to the moon, to Pluto, to the edge of the galaxy and back. That Ideas to Impact Scholarship, you know, without you being such an, you know, beautiful steward of education in a very real way, I don't know if that'd be possible. Sarah, this whole room and everything would not be the way it is without speechless. I never would have imagined over these 5-6 weeks that we would take this MVP of doing this and see so many people build MVPs and see scholarships and see people learn and connect. I'm just blown away. I had to grab the mic as you were giving it over to the guys. But that being said, Alisher, welcome on up. Ross, we'll hand it on over to you.
Josh, one last thing.
Yeah.
And I'm going to put this out here, and I'm just doing this off the cuff. For those of you that didn't get a product done, but you have a dream and you've showed up to all the classes, I still want you to come up to speak and to pitch your idea to your classmates. And we do have one more scholarship available. So I'm putting that out there, that if you want it, you have to convince the rest of your class that you need this to finish your work through. So I just wanted to say that. I thought originally it was only going to be 4, and I was told that it was 5. It's actually 10, but they're going outside of the ecosystem. Ugh. Yeah, he paid them all up front. And I kid you not, I was stunned. I've never seen anything like it in my life, that one of your classmates loves you so much. And so I hope that you do the honor, summon the courage. So if you didn't finish and there was something in your way or a barrier, come up, because you have some spectacular people in this room, whether it's Dave, whether it's, sometimes we have other speakers that come in Josh's space to help you out, whether it's Alex, sometimes she's here too, maybe even listening anonymously. But you know what? This is your opportunity to stand up and say, this is why I need it. And we're all going to figure that one out in the Chubble. It'll be a Thunderdome of sorts. Maybe 2 people in, 1 person goes out. But anyway, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Alisher.
And our dear team over at TSI, your mic is muted. Ross, it's totally yours. Stage is all yours, brother.
My microphone got all weird and changed colors on desktop. It's different now. But yeah, no, I had it on desktop because I just kept getting booted on the phone. It's pretty weird. But how is everyone? Hope you all are doing good. Sarah, thank you for the introduction. I think in a way that's constructive for Sarah and her sanity, and the person who actually purchased this, their sanity. She'll put up a post and you can just like explain why you would want it. And like, if they choose to give it to you, that's great. But that would be what I would recommend, Sarah, for your own sanity. But I think it's super cool. I did not expect this at all. I think it's very interesting that this can happen from, a community that we're all being a part of right now that I don't really know the rules to, because it simply just didn't really exist. But I will say that this individual came from like Innovators Think Tank, and then this, and then was just moved. And that's so cool, because I think if more people that have the ability to help out can help out, it can really help out a lot of people. That's a lot of help outs. But it can really give people an opportunity, because sometimes they don't have the means to pay for both tools, for example. And this is a way that they can get like almost a trial that doesn't exist, but they can use that trial to help themselves and create content. I know just in the last few minutes before this started, I was building an app that a lot of people have been bugging me about. Well, not bugging, but telling me to build. And a lot of them are in this room. But now that I built it, or I'm trying to build it, I went from like a generation in Pixio to a user interface to large language models talking to each other and you, like a weird chat room from the future. And I to large language models talking to each other and you, like a weird chat room from the future. And I posted somewhere. I'll post it up here. I think I can, yeah. So like this was all just created in just like a few minutes. And it's just like proof that you could take everything we talked about and build something that's brand new. Like, look at that. I've never seen anything do that. You can see it. I put it in the, what do they call this thing? Jumbotron. The Nest, whatever you want to call it. That thing. And you can see it's an interface that even like I would like. This is very interesting. Having them all be self-aware, talking to each other, and like the image generator even taking on a role as a persona. And I think the more we do things like this, the more we force ourselves to think like differently, I guess. Not just differently, but innovatively different. Because you can see how that idea can come about, because right now the most popular thing about a place or an event are the people talking. So you just take that idea, apply it to large language models. Now you have what I would just call party chat. Like, I don't even know what to call it. It has no name. But imagine Claude could be like, GPT, that was a little stale. And then GPT is like, what would you do? And then Claude's like, oh, I would do this. And then I'm like, guys, what about this? Such a weird thing to think about, but totally possible. You know what else I thought about today? Little tangent story, 5 seconds, promise. So, you know when you're like a child and you see a picture of a volcano, a picture of fire, and you know that what it is? Imagine if you took an avatar of a man, and then you put it in this like box physically, right? Let's just say, and then an icon of fire, like a little cutout, and then an icon of a photo. Now you would get a photo of a guy on fire. Imagine image generation like that. Like you would put almost like symbols or emojis together to create images versus prompts, because they would contain prompts. And I think thinking about things like this are super interesting, because I know so many parents that would buy that right now if it existed, because it's a way to learn like shapes, objects, things, and putting them together. So for example, here's where the magic happens. So let's say you took the science, right, and you broke it down into like different elements, and then you put the elements together to create the thing. And this could be all done through generative AI right now. Now you're talking about a whole new interface for image generation, but geared with the intent to help you learn the periodic table of elements. So by smashing elements together in the box, you would create the thing. And I think that's really crazy. Like, you can do a lot with technology now. And so what I want to focus on here with you guys today is I want to know with emojis if you actually built something during this process. It doesn't necessarily have to be the exact thing that we built. It could be something. Did you guys build something? I can't see emojis. This is desktop. Sarah, what's going on here?
I am not seeing very many emojis, but I will tell you, I got at least 3/4 of the way. I got stuck, but I will tell you, I am almost there. But yes.
Yeah, and the good news is the videos are all going to be there, and you'll be able to go back. But I do want to know if you did complete it, like if it matches what you started with.
I'm definitely seeing some emojis now. So yes, people have built it, but I have not. Put a thumbs up if you actually built what you envisioned at the beginning of the first week. Did anybody have what they have originally envisioned? Sharon, you did. Excellent. Excellent. So Sharon, I definitely want to hear what you built anyway, because I love you and I think you're awesome. All right. And I do think that Bjorn also, but he is not in the room yet.
He did actually build something.
I'm pretty sure they did. Eva, did you finish what you intended, love? Excellent. And so did Smoke. So we've got 3 folks that from inception all the way to fruition, they actually followed through and got what they needed. I think that's just incredible. Awesome.
Yeah, that's really good. And if you don't mind for like 5 seconds, can you tell us what you built, Sharon? Like what it ended up as?
And also, I mean, if Sharon and Smoke and Eva are available to speak, it would be really wonderful if you had come up and you could talk about what you are building. And I don't know if Britta and Rutro are able to, but also talk about what you think you're going to build now that you have all the tools at your fingertips, because this does inspire other things. Iron sharpens iron. So we want to hear all of these things so that are also on the recording, because this is a testimony. We are all in a beta test, and there are a lot of companies that are looking at this model and they're trying to figure out and suss out, is this profitable? Is this something that people are actually, being enriched by. But not only that, there are a lot of benefactors looking to invest, not just in TSI and ITT, but also really smart people that have really amazing ideas that may not have all the necessary pieces yet. So they're all steps of the ecosystem. So unless you make your voice heard, those stories are going to go untold. And I really want to hear your stories. So I see that Sharon is up. So I don't know if she's on a laptop or not, but we will soon find out. Ha, she's on a phone, or at least the ability to raise a hand. Sharon, I know I'm so giddy. You have no idea. These are the simple things that make my life so much easier. Sharon, welcome to the stage. What do you want to tell the people? What did you build? How did it work? What were the ups, the downs? What was the hardest part of it? What was your biggest win? You know, we don't take L's in this room, by the way. All L's equal learning, not loser, right? So, anxious to hear your notes there, friend.
Thanks so much, Sarah. Yeah, you're wonderful. You just keep being the way you are. You're wonderful. I appreciate you. I'm very thankful that I had the possibility to meet you here. So I really appreciate you. Yeah, I've built with the help, of course, because I did have to go on some one-on-ones with Alisher and Ross to really get it done, because the 4th or 5th week, that's where I had an issue. The second half, I managed to get the first half done, but then somehow my brain just went too fast for me, and then I just stopped. But Alisher helped me right away. I think a day or two later, we fixed that. And what I'm building actually is like an AI therapist. It's not supposed to replace a real therapist, but my goal is to just create personas that then users can then speak with, depending on what mood they're in. They can then just go in there and speak to one of the therapists. And that's basically what I built. And we already put one chatbot in. Ross helped me with that. And I'm just looking forward to build further and get more bots in there with different personas. And so I'm not overwhelmed. I'm amazed. I'm fascinated. I am overwhelmed, but I've been overwhelmed for probably 9 months now since AI, hit mainstream. It's just, my head is just spinning, and I'm learning so much every day. And I'm just thankful for each and every one of you that are, helping me learn more and just move forward and get, I just don't know what to say. I'm amazed. I'm just so happy to be here. Thanks so much for allowing me to share that with you guys.
Sharon, that's so awesome. Is your next step, like if you were to fill in the blank, my next steps are, is it to create more personas? Or is it to start kind of fashioning, or maybe it's both, fashioning a pitch or a share, as people like to say too, and in terms of kind of coalescing around how to explain this idea to other people? Have you even thought on that yet? Or are you still kind of basking in the glow of, I can't believe I got the confetti screen? I know that's my personal goal. So I'm curious. I know, right? I'm curious to hear what your next steps are and what challenges maybe you see ahead that you think others could help you with, or what that looks like for you, because that is something that I think a lot of folks have brilliant ideas. They've built this thing and now they don't know what to do with it. It's like when you have children and you birth the baby, it doesn't come with any instructions. And you're just sitting there going, well, I just have to make sure it's fed and it's changed and we have fun and don't die. That's pretty much it for those first little bit. So I'm curious what you're thinking about.
So for me, I definitely want to pitch for sure, because that just helps me understand my product better, right? And so I'm definitely going to do that. I do want to create more personas also. I'm meeting with someone that has been researching the therapy field for a very long time, and he's given me access to some papers that I'm definitely going to go through to just fine tune it even more. And me, myself, I've been in yoga therapy for almost 13 years now. Of course, my knowledge is going to flow into these personas. And yeah, that's basically where I am. I don't know what I'm going to do first, but I'm definitely going to create a pitch that I can then serve to the ITT just to get some feedback and just get better at what I'm doing.
I think that's fabulous. I also highly recommend folks follow Sharon's Twitter feed or X feed. I am so inspired by what she's doing. It's not just the health and the whole well-being. As an entrepreneur, you kind of have to be mindful of all of the different facets of who you are and what you're bringing to market, et cetera, et cetera. And I just think the world of you. I mean, it's so much fun to watch, even the slow motion fans and everything else. I love it so much. My daughter's in martial arts, and you know, her weapon is actually the tonfa. So a lot of the movements that I saw and I've been inspired to look up and think about have come from there. And that discipline is just so fantastic. That discipline's going to get you far. And your stick-to-itiveness and determination and grit, they are a shining example to lots of folks, maybe strangers unaware, that you didn't give up and you persisted. And I think it's beautiful. So thank you so much for sharing with us, and go on to greatness, Sharon. You're just a really incredible human, and it's a privilege to watch you win. Really is.
Yeah, and thank you for sharing, Sharon. And I think it's really cool that you got this far to the point that you could do, a pitch. But whatever happens, you can actually let them try it. So you can do like a quick little 1 hour or not 1 hour, but like 10-minute demo. And then inside the way you built it, you can just turn it off. And then like even if they have the link, it's kind of irrelevant. It doesn't matter. They can't use it. And you could kind of build it outside of Stripe for a demo. And then what you also could do is find some friends who are willing to beta test, give them 100% off codes. Let them use it for like a week and see what they say. But I think it's super cool, and I know for a fact you have the current infrastructure and tools to actually scale and make money because you're running on what we call, from a long time ago, like what we launched with AI Tutor version 1. We use that exact template to interact with hundreds of people. So I kind of was hoping she would share because it's a good way for you guys to feel inspired, but also see that you could complete it, and it is hard. And if the difference between you and Sharon is you didn't reach out or have a conversation or ask for help, then that's what you need to do. It's normally like a quick 10-minute. I mean, I think, Sharon, how long did it take to fix your issue? It was like 5 minutes. Do you remember?
I have my mouth full. I'm so sorry. It didn't take long for sure.
Yeah, like we hit like a button and put a link, and it was all good. So sometimes it's the small little things that you skip or don't understand. And again, having AI as your companion is ultra useful during this process. So if you didn't really use AI and you just sort of listened and followed directions and didn't really ask questions, if you don't know something, don't just click install. Ask, hey AI, what is this? Help me please. Because you never know what you're installing. And a lot of times, and this is something that you'll learn if you continue this process, but if you do npm install whatever you want, it's going to install something called whatever you want, and you don't even know what that is. That could be actual malware. Oh, we were just talking about you, Brad. Because we were asking who actually got to something during the this program, who actually built something at the end. So if you want to come talk really quick, you can. I just feel like it helps people understand the impact that they could have if they expose themselves to content like this in a very real way. But if you guys have any questions, you can ask them now about the general build. But then we're going to go into a new segment, which is building a landing page. which is what your users will see. So if you have any questions, this is the time to ask them. Probably the last time. About
Thanks again,
anything that we've
folks.
done.
Making sure that everybody is prepared for this evening. Obviously, laptop, definitely notebook and pen or pencil, writing utensil. If you've bought a domain name, that this would be the kind of the moment, right? If you're creating a landing page, early in the very first segment, we had mentioned your idea, your big, huge, glorious, big, hairy, glorious idea. And thinking about a name for it, right? Now, it's hard to name your baby before you see it. Sometimes you think it through, but sometimes it evolves as you go through the process. And as we've heard from others, some of the ideas that we had at the very beginning aren't what we ended up with, right? So if you had that domain name, that is something you want in your corner pocket because your landing page is going to be kind of connected. And after this, I mean, wow, it's a real live living thing that you got to kind of take care of sometimes. Or maybe it'll just do everything on its own and you'll just sit back and think about the next app that you're going to build. I see you, Cordell. I love you. I'm so glad to see your face. I see that Jeff has joined the stage, and I wanted to hear from Jeff and Bjorn before we start the landing page, just in case they want to touch on what they built or what they were thinking of building, their struggles, the hurdles that they had to overcome, things that maybe they could have done better, and what the next step is. Those are kind of the things that we want to know, and whether or not you're crafting your pitch or your share with your Pocket family. So, Jeff, go ahead, love. What do you want to say to the people?
Actually, I wanted to throw up a couple of questions for Ross, since he was inviting them. This process that you've got going here, the first question is, are you intending to make this like a paid service for other people to come in and learn later?
So, no. So everything we're doing here today will be available in the way that it's available right now. The only thing that potentially will change probably after today is certain repo access because they will go closed source. So if you haven't forked, you should probably go back and fork anything. But this will remain exactly the way it is, completely for free. We do have an advanced version, like much more advanced version of this. And if you're interested, I did put a Twitter, I think, a little while ago, but I could send you the link if you would like, where we, if you're interested in something like live sessions, for example, that are like more catered to what you're doing and more slowed down, and less crazy, less Twitter, more like Google Meet. It is available, but Sarah, I don't know if you know where it is, but I can't find it right now.
I will hunt and gather, love. I will hunt and gather. It's more of an what we would call an intensive. So this would be for the folks that are, on the track to make sure that it is instant. So intensives for those that have ever attended, it's the consolidation real quick and very one-on-one and tailored. So obviously the premium on that is going to be a little bit higher, but it's also got different bells and whistles to it. So I will look for that, Ross. Go ahead.
Oh, I already found it somehow. My brain works.
Oh, you're magical.
So if you're interested, it's very driven around what you're doing. So if you fill it out, we'll be in contact with you. We did get a huge response, so we're gonna have to figure all that out. But we are excited that you guys are excited to learn on a deeper level. So just know if you filled it out, we will be getting back to you.
Well, the reason that I wanted that I asked that first question is because I have finally been able to start following along with the steps as you sent me the link for that, Russ, and I've been trying to follow along with it. And I'm being, I have to do it at my own pace. I've got just so much I'm trying to work on. But I've run into a snag already where the page that should be coming up for me to do something, and I can't even tell you what it is right now, is not the page that's being shown as I'm going through the step by step. And so there's some things that I'm missing. And I know you guys went through it because I was there the first night, and then I tried to follow along, but I could barely see a mouse, a cursor, things like that. The image was just too fine, it was too hazy, but it was also too small, and I just couldn't really keep track with everything, all the buttons you were pushing at the pace you were going.
Yeah, it is crazy. I'll give you that. I would say review everything, watch the videos. If you don't know where the videos are, I'll send you them in a DM. There's one actually, the latest video is on its way up now. It just takes like 6 hours to propagate. It's crazy. And if you have any issues, my best advice would be to literally figure out what it is that's the problem. So when you say like you're in the first week, we didn't actually do much in the first week. You can just skip to the second week.
But there's some processes that you went through there, configuration commands and stuff like that, just getting stuff set up. And I'm just trying to make sure I get them right so that there ain't, I'm creating glitches for later.
So with that, I know you have AI Tutor. So what I would do is tell AI Tutor, how do I set up Node in my machine? Do you have an actual computer or is it Chromebook?
It's a MacBook.
Okay, so you'll be able to do Node and stuff. So you could say, how do I install Node on my MacBook? It'll tell you.
I've got that part. This is tying up the space, and I don't want to do that. So I'll get it worked out.
Shoot me like a DM with the actual issue that you're facing. So when you do remember it, like DM me and tell me it.
I've just been trying. I know how busy you are, and I've just been trying not to throw more on your plate.
Well, if it's something I can just answer, if you're like, oh, why don't I see this? And I'm just like, oh, you have to go fork it. Like there's some answers that are very easy.
Okay. Anyhow, I'm going to shut up and we can move on.
But Jeff, thanks for like going at your own pace and actually doing it, because there's only one way to learn, is to do it. That's it. It's the only way. Anyone have any other questions about like the project, where we started, what we built, why we built it? Can you actually make money with it? How do you do that? Sharon, yours, by the way, you have to just swap out the keys to be live. And then you'll be good and rebuild. Guys, if you don't do that, anyone can just go to your website and put 4242 and just check out. Also, Brad, do you want to talk really quick? Do you?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I was trying to get a mic earlier. Do I sound okay? I'm trying to AirPod for the first time. Is it okay? Okay, cool. So I can only assume you want me to talk about my experience with ITT and TSI.org and you personally, and it's been nothing short of incredible. Everybody knows I'm a dumb country boy. We've already covered that much of the course, but this dumb country boy went from kind of being able to manipulate data in creative ways to now my MacBook is training on its second set of data and images. So I can create one of the most powerful roof analyzers in the world. I've actually found 3 different data sets. It's going to have machine learning. Well, it currently has machine learning capabilities. I'm currently using a semantic segformer model, a very smart model released by Cornell University, and I've been working on it about 5 days now, from creation to end. And when I was in class with Ross the other night, I believe we had 5 or 6 hours wrapped up in. Guys, have you ever heard the term trying to drink from a water hose or from a fire hose? That's kind of what it's like. That's what it's like when you get a one-on-one with Ross. So when you get that, make sure you got your glove oiled and you have it up and ready, because it's like, Jesus, I don't even know how to put it. So when we got off of our meeting, I probably spent 45 minutes with my mouth open staring at the wall, and then I just got to work. And now here I am now. I'll probably be live with my model by tomorrow, taking roof measurements within millimeters from space. So thank you, Ross.
That's so crazy. I mean, Bjorn, I have used you as an example to so many classrooms. It is crazy, absolutely crazy to think of what you're building. It is so niche, it's so beautiful, it's such a pain point for your industry. and you created a solution that is mind-blowingly cool. It just is. It's cool on all different levels. And I can tell you that third week, seeing those receipts, I was stunned. My jaw was literally on the floor. And I thought to myself, here's a man who came in prepared to work, but not only that, said, huh, I get it. And I mean, I showed my kids, I'm like, here's a $5,000 contract and $2,000 a week because of this app that he spent time doing. And it is something that is so needed. And everybody in your ecosystem got it. And I love this story on so many different levels, just because it's the grit, it's the determination, it's the persistence, but it's also the ability to notice and understand a friction point and seeing that opportunity in that friction point and creating the arbitrage moment using the mechanical advantage that you have at your fingertips and taking it to the, taking it out for a spin. I just think it is absolutely one of the coolest use cases, and I want to see everybody succeed. I mean, we were talking about it after class. I mean, that's 2 or 3 mortgage payments for us in the Midwest, on an average home that you just slam dunked in one night. And it was just a really fantastic story. And I just want to give you your flowers. You did an awesome job, and you're continuing to do an awesome job. And every single person around you, because you transfer your skills to them and you readily say, this is what happened, this is how I did it. It is so cool. It is just hands down. I smack my hand on the table. I'm like, damn, that's awesome. It's just very, very cool. I did want to also point out that one of our other recipients, Vicky, is in the audience, and I don't know if she can come up because she has a store to run, but I wanted to introduce her to the whole entire group, and I will tell you, she's one of my favorite people. Not only that, she inspires greatness in others simply by showing up. So I wanted to make sure that she is aware. I know she's going to thumbs down me because that's what real women do. So I just wanted to put that out there. I know, Sharon, Vicky, for those that know Vicky, you'll understand. She is fantastic. I see that we have Smoke on stage, and I want to make sure to, go ahead and finish your thought, Bjorn, before we go to Smoke. Go ahead.
I just kind of wanted to say to everybody, and if there's anybody lingering below, I'm going to take 1 minute aside and just tell a story and a message that stuck with me and made me the way that I am. So I got a job in heavy equipment and I knew nothing about it. The dude hired me as a secretary for $12 an hour. Within 30 days, I had taken the salesman's position and I was on track to make $140,000 a year, but I was renting it, selling it, buying it, fixing it. I was doing everything you could do with a piece of equipment. And one day we had a $150,000 320 excavator. It was starting to run away, meaning that the engine was revving up, it was going to burn down. And so I called the owner. He was in Virginia, multi-millionaire. Eddie, your machine's burning down. What do I do? And his only response, cool as he could be, he said, Brad, imagine a world where a grown man has to call another grown man for an answer he can find in a manual. And he hung up the phone on me. And so I dug in the manual under the seat, found the emergency shutoff, got it handled, and I called him back mad. And I was like, why would you do that to me? He said, let me ask you a question. He said, the first time you took your wife out and you wanted to be with her, how much help did you need? He said, how many phone calls did you have to make, or how many people were telling you what to say or showing you what to do? He said, or did you want something bad enough that you were willing to figure it out on your own without any help? And for whatever reason, that has really stuck with me, because anybody that knows me personally knows I'm head over heels with my wife, right? But no, I didn't need any help. I didn't want any help. I wanted to be with her bad enough that I figured it out. And that message has always rang with me. So I'm literally the person that if I have to watch something being fixed or built the first time, that's all it takes, because I don't lean on nobody to solve my problems. And I'm just a go-getter like that. And I mean, I said all that to say it just depends on how bad you want it. If you want it bad enough, Ross has left you enough in 3 videos, you could do the whole shebang. And if you find yourself in a position where that creates some income, man, pay that joker and spend 6 hours with him on the phone and get your mind blown. And look where I'm at. Easy. It's easy. It's an easy decision to make.
Well, man, thank you for the kind words, but I never doubt the power of learning. I know what it's done for me and for like internally our team and like how we learn. And it's super cool to see like what you're doing. You're using diffusion in a whole different way. Like you're like, I don't want to generate cool images. I want to use diffusion and find edges. And it's so interesting that like this is kind of what AI was made for, is to reimagine the old ways of doing things and kind of do them differently. And that's what you're doing right now with AI. And it's so cool when you start to realize how much of it you actually don't pay for, like inference on Hugging Face, and then like creating the space like you did. And you could see like how you can just tell AI Tutor like, hey, convert my Python code to like Gradio, so it runs on Hugging Face. And then we struggled because struggle is part of the build. And if you get turned off by a struggle, that's not good. You should probably reevaluate what you're trying to do right now, because you may not be able to handle this if you can't take failure a little bit, because we failed for like 2 hours. But it's through the failure learning so much, man. Like you are a really good student. I don't know if you were like this when you were in like real school, like when you were a kid, but now
I was not.
You're probably one of the best students, and we've had a few really good ones, but you're on that list. Like you took everything and you were like, yeah, class ended, but Brad didn't end. And you just kept going with all that we were doing, and you got to the solution we actually talked about. Like,
no, Ross, I had the same error from 8:45 a.m. to 6 p.m. yesterday evening before I could start training my model. When I tell you, you don't understand. I had failure in mind. Have I bit off more than I can chew? Can I really not do this? And then it's through those failures that it's truly where people grow, right? And it's figuring out the things that you don't understand. And now I can tell you how, if you don't know what output your model's going to put out, just give it a print return to print what its output's going to be, and then set your tensors to that. So like I can speak an entire language with somebody that I didn't even have 6 weeks ago, and that's no joke.
and you got to learn cool vocabulary words like epoch. Can you tell the people what epoch is?
Yeah, so it's iterations, right? So you're basically the best models have more data put in it, right? And so to train it off of any data set, it goes through epochs. Say if you give it 200 images, it goes through those 200s, and then it basically shuffles the cards and goes through it again for another epoch, and it measures the loss. And of course, the least amount of loss is the goal, right? And luckily for mine, the only loss I suffered at the end of my model last night was 0.003% on the last epoch. And then I found ultra high res training set today. My Mac's been training on it since probably 8:30 this morning. It's only on epoch 6, and that was 500 images. So by the time I get done tomorrow, my model will be trained, if you count the epochs, on about 12,000 high res measured images. It'll be one of the smartest roof measuring apps in the world.
And it's so crazy that you're already existing machine. So he just has M2, I think, Mac. It could do this right now. It could inference tensors. It could run machine learning models. It could push to Hugging Face and then out to the world. And he also already learned how we're doing some of Pixio, which is what I had to teach him, so he could take his local host, which would be his server, aka the laptop, and pump it out to the world. And he now knows how to do that to show what he's doing if he can't go actually live. But I think it's super cool, man. Thanks for trying so hard and putting like everything into this.
I'm going to do a mic check real quick. Josh, can you hear me now, love? I'm hoping that my mic is good. Excellent, Smithers.
Yeah, you sound much better now, Sarah.
Very
Very
cool.
loud, very proud.
Very cool. Very cool. What Bjorn did is that he left nothing on the field. And those that are in sports understand that when you leave nothing on the field, or everything on the field, and you leave nothing left, you already know the game is won. Whether the scoreboard reflects it or not, you had nothing left to give. You voided all the warranties, as they said, and you own it. And I think that's brilliant. So I just wanted to say thank you for sharing your story, your goods, your bads, all of it, because it's what we all need to hear. Like we've said many times before, it's really fun to have a whole room full of cheerleaders. You feel so great, but you need sparring partners that are going to knock you around a little bit and test that idea and find those things that you need to know. You have to get clocked a couple times in order to be able to fight out in the real world. So I did want to post or bring attention to the post, put it that way, that I have up in the nest. And we have, as I had said, one spot left. So if you respond to that post, you can respond either directly to the post or in the trouble. We're not asking you to share 5 things with your friends and, do a little twinkle here and retweet this and blah, blah, blah. No, I want to know your why. Why are you here? Why are you spending your precious moments in this class? What is it in your heart of hearts that you want to build that you know will change your stars beyond a shadow of a doubt? That you need maybe a couple steps to fill in, and maybe this tool can help you. And I really want you to be serious about it. I think all of us love freemium, right? We all love something for free, but I'll tell you, nothing is for free if it costs you your time. And so what I need to know is, what is worth your time, your energy, that we can make a fair trade of 3 months of the most powerful tools in AI that are available to the public, whether it's Pixio and all of its bells and whistles for the art world, or the large language models in My AI Tutor. You have them both. And Ross is going to explain the new tiers in terms of Beam. For those of you that were Saturday night and you understand the power of Beam and how it doesn't exist out in the real world yet, that first mover advantage, what it gives you, right? I need to understand your why. And I think that each and every one of you in the heart of your hearts understand and know, maybe this is a tough thing to learn, but maybe SASs in general are not your thing. Maybe going through these 6 weeks revealed the fact that this is just not your thing. Maybe it reveals the fact that you just want to make NFTs and you want to make them better than anybody else. That could be it too. I just need to know your why and what is the fair trade for 3 months of your time. So I put that up there, and I think we're going to go to Smoke. Smoke, tell me what you're thinking, friend.
Ooh, I am put on stage. I'm completely embarrassed, completely shy.
Can you hear him?
Yeah, your
Negative,
mic's way down,
Ghostwriter.
Smoke.
Hang on 1 second. Let me grab my pod.
It's what happened to you, Sarah.
Yeah, I know, and that's how Josh sounded to me, actually.
Hey, while we're waiting on him, man, Josh, Cash, Mattia, Ross, Alisher, thank y'all so much for even hosting the space. I can't imagine how much work comes in to scheduling this, living your own lives, tracking the comments, doing the job that you do at putting the content out there and tracking everything. All of you guys, and Alisher even down there at the bottom. I said yesterday, we all know that Alisher has Ross's back like a turtle shell. But for real, man to men, thank each and every one of you, and you too, Sarah.
Can I get a mic check?
We can hear you, friend. Thank you, Bjorn. That was very kind of you to say.
Bjorn, I just want to say you're the reason that we love doing this. Not specifically you. I mean, we love you 100%, but people just like you who over 6 weeks completely revolutionized their life. To me, it's just absolutely amazing. So, sir, man to man, thank you. Keep coming back. Keep sharing this with folks. And we're really stoked to see what you build. Smoke, Mike is yours, sir.
Okay, here we go. I like everybody else. I'm brand new to all of this. When I ran into the ITT on Saturdays is when I was introduced to TSI and all of this AI stuff. I was messing around with AI a little bit before with Leonardo and whatnot, but I was just instantly drawn to this, and it has progressed to something amazing. I have my SaaS up and going. I'm able to, process payments with Stripe and whatnot. I've had a couple of sales, not, my goal of what I really want to do, but not yet. It's a start. I did something, but I have been growing and learning so much from this whole process. Um, I put out a heartfelt tweet the other day, and I actually ran it through my chatbot first, to write it out for me. And, it literally turned around and asked me if I truly wanted to send it and to really rethink. And it was compassionate. And what was that other word that I was looking for? It was going on in that.
Empathetic.
Yes, empathetic, and whatever we were talking about earlier in that way early chat this morning, Ross, you know what I'm talking about. Sentiment. It was, and now I'm kind of drawing on the whole empathetic part and the sentiment of getting it worked out, to where the chatbot has that ability, and that goes along the lines of what Sharon's been doing, with her whole mood one and whatnot, and what Bjorn has done, dude. That is amazing. My mind is blown. I can't even catch up to you. I'm just totally fascinated with making all the art and stuff that I've been doing, and now I ran across some, poetic uh, prompting, and I came up with some pictures and stuff, and it's just like I'm fascinated with it. But I have also, done after school work and done GitHub and my Visual Studio and making everything go live locally, and I'm just like I'm blown away. My GitHub has grown exponentially, and the alpha that Ross gave about looking through GitHub and finding all these little gifts, just looking the right way, is so amazing. There's a multitude of stuff that you can find and do. But for me, my education, I was left back in 10th grade. I ran away like a year after that, and my education stopped. My life started, and to be able to have this tool and to learn and to continue my education now with this tool is just incredible. It like increases everything by 100-fold. I, my typical personality is I have to know everything inside and out 100%. That includes mechanical, everything that I've done throughout my careers. But I'm thorough like that. I DYOR, do my own research, and literally have to know everything about it, no matter if I go to YouTube, whatever resource. But another thing too is I've been online literally since its inception, and I remember back in grade school, back in like fourth or fifth grade, doing the DOS screen and doing the little program to print out your whatever on the old printer paper and all that other stuff. So I've pretty much been computing my whole life, and to watch it grow from where I was from when I was a kid to now is just incredible. And you can pretty much run a whole ecosystem from your home now if you know how to do it the right way. And to do it the right way, you need AI now. That is your key, that is your tool, and there's no way around it. And going back to the scholarship, I need that.